And welcome to yet another day of Triton Poker Super High Roller Series from here in Montenegro. Ali Najad, joined by Kevin Rabbitschow and Crab. Sadly for some, the two-card portion of the program is in our rear view. Of course, what we have on tap today is Pot Limit Omaha. That's what we're going to have throughout the remainder of this festival. But what a fitting finish we enjoyed as the 150K was a top two Stars and Stripes affair, heads up with a couple of big names. Not to spoil much, but you were here for it, and you sweated out that which you weren't here for, just like myself. Really a delight.
Yeah, a delight is a great way to describe it, Ali. This was the most fun, perhaps, final table for me to watch as a fan and as someone who appreciates high-level poker. And yeah, I mean, not to spoil it again, but the results are a fitting close to the no-limit portion.
The results, something that the man who ended up punching out in ninth is the thing that eludes him, that result, that top slot. And as we flash back, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Let's take it down to the FT of the 150. You'll see his face momentarily, and once you do, you'll know exactly the man I'm talking about. Right there, Ike Haxton decided to jam an ace-jack with ace-queen and ace-9 already in there. Ibinger made his donation. Tollerine was the customer. And on a queen-high board, it looked as though yet again, Ike Haxton, despite so many incredibly deep runs, would be denied a title. The turn would make it official, and it would be a ninth place finish. A little over 400,000 going to Haxton, adding to his illustrious Triton career total, now standing at $14.5 million. Next up, the German Christoph Vogelsang, hidden beneath the hood somewhere. Ace-8 once again. Tollerine would put an ace-queen to work, outperforming on the 7-4 deuce board. On the turn, it was just a 3-outer as Christoph needed to find Frosty, but no snowmen. Instead, the ace, better kicker for Tollerine, and better luck next time for Vogelsang. 8th place finish, 543K, going the Germans' way. And if you didn't clock it earlier, you now see Jason Kuhn at a final table. Ace-6 for him against Victor Malinowski, whose final 640 lacked any hope whatsoever. Pre and post, drew dead on the turn. You could feel the disappointment, but 721,000 will help to cauterize those wounds. Ellis Parsonen, obviously going to be playing the Pot Limit Omaha portion of the program, but has shown up for 2-card. Here he was with a couple of kings against pocket jacks. Top set for Tollerine. Stone cold, but then all of a sudden a very schwitzy turn. Queen of Hearts gave him the gutter and the flush draw. 6 of diamonds, however, would give him his walking papers. 943K for Parsonen, as the Finn would leave behind 5 players. 7-figure payouts from this point forward. Now Tollerine, who cracked the kings, would play them. Cut off open to 350,000. Ibinger decided 10 cents was worth 2 million. 3-betting the pocket 5s. Tollerine, of course, asking for the rest of it, and the Queen 9-3 left Ibinger begging for a 5. 6.2 million chip pot. Turn, fruitless. And the river was as well, as Matthias would issue the GGs and be issued 1.195 million for the finish. Now look at the legend, Phil Ivey. Down to his final 825K with the blinds at 75, 150. Jason Kuhn would be a customer. 10-3-3. Kuhn 7s. Hanging on. No wheel draw to add to the outs for Ivy. And without an ace on the end, it would be a wrap, as Kuhn would make a set of 7s for good measure. And Ivy would enjoy the measure of $1.482 million for the 4th place finish. 3 players remaining. Wayne Hyung will take 10-9 suited and make a stand. Tollerine with the ace-10 would find the queen on the turn with an ace of spades for good measure. It would take an ace for a chop for Wayne. That was his only means of escape, as Tollerine and Kuhn would book a date heads up, with Wayne collecting the 1.79 million. They would do a deal, play for about 130,000. 10% minimum of the disparity between first and second place prize money. 6s versus ace-9 would ultimately be the one. Little over 14 million in the middle. Sixes holding on as the 10-time Triton title winner.
Always a sweat.
Recognizing it wouldn't be easy. But on the river, it would be number 11 for Jason Koon. A staggering tally, as Ben Tollerene would take home a very staggering $3.4 million. 3.39 for Jason. So obviously when they did their little deal, it was an ICM sort of situation, and then the 130K brought him just about level over there. Let us focus on Jason, because obviously, you know, you set these unreasonably lofty expectations of yourself when you perform in the fashion that Jason had up until this point here at Triton. So when you go a few festivals without a title, all of a sudden people are like, wait, you're supposed to win one, minimum maybe two per stop. And then you wonder whether or not that psychology begins to creep in, and you think, wow, did I front load the Sun Run? And is it going to be doom switches from here forward? But Koon reasserting himself.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Jason, when I looked back at his results from that 2023, where he put together 6 titles, was it? I mean, this is just like staggering results that Jason was used to for such a period of time here at Triton. Of course, getting back to form with title number 11 here, but I have to think that, yeah, it does enter your mind when, you know, the Sun Run, let's say, has gone on for so long, and of course you've played at such a high level. Even just a short dry spell can feel like quite jarring.
Yeah.
And that was no short dry spell. We're talking about 2 years.
The thing about Jason, though, that we know, and he's been on record about this, incredibly humble about the good fortune that he recognizes played a role in some of the aberrantly successful portions of his career, but also somebody who has the psychology necessary to endure in those sorts of moments and still show up and play his A game, not chase, not feel defeated, not feel demoralized. I think, you know, him spending time with family in particular always helps recharge his batteries. So good to see him back on top. Not to be overshadowed, of course, Ben Tollerene. He's a guy who I feel as though people sensed the results hadn't yet necessarily been there within the Triton borders, but was somebody who for sure was going to eventually make his mark. We've been saying that about Ike Haxton, of course, as well. And yet here he is, finally, at long last, Ben Tollerene, with all of the kind of respect that his peers have, cementing why it is that they feel that way about him.
Yeah, I mean, Ali, I feel obligated to talk about the respect that Jason Koon specifically was showing to Ben Tollerene when he spoke about how important that heads-up match was to him and called Ben a close friend and a mentor, I believe. Wow. I mean, I think this relationship goes way back. As I remember it, Jason has told this story for years, that in 2013 or maybe 14, the two of them lived together in Vancouver. Mm-hmm. At the time, Jason Koon maybe not feeling like he was all that strong of a player even. I mean, of course, he's hard on himself and expects perfection, but he looked at Ben Tollerene as someone who was just like at the top of the game. Mm-hmm. And drew inspiration from that and worked really, really hard on his game, and now gets to a point where perhaps, you know, the titles that Jason's put together overshadow Ben Tollerene, but the reputation Tollerene built, obviously well-deserved.
Well, listen, the, pardon me, the title well-deserved as well. And we focus upon a Jack Deuce versus Jack 9 confrontation. Of course, the hand histories are wiped from the app so as to protect the integrity of kind of people trying to scrape data and whatnot. But if you miss this FT, go back and watch it. If you don't watch anything else, watch Heads Up between Koon. That was the pot that raised the eyebrows.
Yeah, the Jack Deuce versus 8-5 of hearts, I believe you're referring to, Ali. I'm definitely going to go back and watch that one a number of times because it was such a cool hand. As a Heads Up fan myself, but also watching two just super high-level players. And you could tell during the hand, we're not so sure if we're making the right moves out here. There's a little bit of friendly conversation out there, some humility shown by Jason as always, but at the end of the day, I think they just executed on such a high level on the biggest stage.
Jason Koon, by the way, $30 million in Triton earnings, 5th man to ever pass $60 million in earnings globally. That is staggering. Regardless of what you want to say, some people go, well, give me the net figures and whatever. The man's in the black, relax. And he's handsomely in the black. And that is just, anyway, I don't need to explain it. 60 million, it's just surreal. It really is. Tollerene himself was chasing title number 3, of course, the denial, but clearly, you know, you went up against the best. There's his resume. You see it there. 18th cash. Pretty good festival for him as he came off of that 7th in the 50K. So second FT and second place for Tollerene. Don't want to overlook Wayne Hyung, by the way. Hong Kong delegate, Danny Tang, Elton Sang, the other names that fly that flag that we talk about quite often. His 4th cash, his 2nd for north of $1 million. So a nose for the deep run in the big stuff.
Yeah, we've seen Wayne in the big cash game here during this festival. I really enjoyed the dynamic at the final table with him being on the left of Jason Kuhn. You could tell that they were familiar with each other's games. You could tell that Wayne really understands high-level poker. Glad to see him putting together another big run here.
Last but not least, of course, hat tip to Phil Ivey. In particular, I'm looking at you guys in the chat that seem to think this man is past his prime, that seem to think he's no longer a GOAT. He's shown up and he's done it. Fourth in the 150K with a couple of teen places in the 50K and the 30K 8 max. Let's now then turn our attention officially as we close the book on 2-card to the 4-card streets. 25K pot limit Omaha final table. That's what we have on top. And Punat Punsri has shown up. This man has a main event 2-card title under his belt, and you see him there, 5 million and change, good for 85 big blinds, and a name that you wouldn't necessarily anticipate would be delivering these sorts of results against these very sniper-heavy PLO fields.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Punat, of course, has such great no-limit talent, and we've seen him put together great results, perhaps entering into these PLO events with the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard on his mind.
Yeah, sure.
He is in the hunt, albeit Artur Martirosyan, of course, far ahead of the field. You can see the numbers here, but Punat in 6th currently, just about 1,000 points of separation there. Maybe a few PLO titles could close that gap. No?
Kevin, I don't want to gloss over the man who's currently in 2nd. I'm going to skip to him because he's in 3rd in chips right now, but is clearly eyeballing Martirosyan up there with just a few events left in this festival, and then presumably only one more opportunity to cobble together some points and try to dethrone the Russian. There you see him there, just north of the 2.8 average. He's got 3.5 million and change. Then let's move up to Martin Dahm. Now, obviously, Dahm is one of these guys very comfortable holding a bunch of cards in his hands.
Yeah, this is one of those PLO snipers that we talk about often during this portion of the series. Names unfamiliar to myself and I'm sure many viewers who are used to just watching the no-limit events, but you can see from the record here, he shows up for PLO. He's ready to play these big events. I mean, a specialist.
Yeah, he won the 30K PLO bounty here last year, as you saw there in his profile. Skipping down to the guy who I would say was the name when we talked about snipers that was always the one shown the most respect and excitement, maybe because of the way in which a little bit of kerosene was poured on his fire by the likes of Phil Galfond when they had that infamous heads-up battle. I'm talking, of course, about the one they call Veni Vidi, Dirk Gerritsen.
Yeah, Veni Vidi, of course, making a name for himself, not only in that challenge against Phil Galfond, but putting together a bankroll challenge on Coin Poker not long ago where he won, what, $1 million? $2 million, I forget the number, but some huge amount in cash games. Obviously exceptionally talented PLO cash player and studied enough to show up to fight for these tournaments.
A little bit of an end boss, if I'm being honest, is Dirk. How about Ike? We talked about, always the groomsman, never the groom. Here he is trying to do it again. You see his results, a 9th and an 8th. A couple of FTs couldn't really crack and spin. 53 cashes under his belt. This going to be his 54th. Will it be at long last the title for Ike?
I mean, I'm just going to keep betting on Ike because he keeps showing up and he keeps putting in the work. You can tell that he loves being here. You can tell that he's such a competitor. If he keeps doing this, then yeah, I mean, the title's inevitable.
Yeah, eventually the time will come, and perhaps we would be surprised to realize it would come in the pot limit Omaha part of Triton, just given the limited opportunities and the fact that his talents are so well established in the 2-card streets. Rounding things out, we got Rafael. If we go back to the chip counts briefly, you see Sean here, the U.S. player, just north of 100,000 in career Triton earnings. It all came Jeju earlier this year in a 13th place finish in the 50K PLO early in his career here at Triton, and yet again making a run.
Yeah, Rafael, I remember watching during that Jeju series, seemed composed, seemed fully aware of PLO tournament dynamics, obviously someone with experience elsewhere, and looking forward to watching and learning from players like this when I get a chance to observe one of these few PLO tournaments at high stakes.
If we're going to talk about dynamics, quickly, if we have some time, I'd love to bring up the final table because this is very relevant. This seat draw is much better for some than others.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the chip distribution here, obviously we can see chip leader Punat Punsri up at the top right of this table, if we look to who's on his right, or on the left of your screen, we've got Dam second in chips, Foxen third in chips. These are difficult positional disadvantages to overcome for number 2 and number 3. Maybe we hand the reins to Punat for the first portion of the FT.
Well, another thing that's difficult is herding the cats out here at Triton, and our man has done such a good job that he is the reigning GPI Tournament Director of the Year, Luca Vivaldi. He is standing by right now to get the players brought in. Do you have a pick as you're looking out there?
I mean, I'm betting on Punat. He's maybe just shown the experience in No Limit, but why not take the current leader?
I'm going to take Veni Vidi. I think this guy's just too strong when it comes to 4-card. We'll see. Chat, let us know who your pick is as we send it down to Luca for the intros.
PLO ties, it must be PLO time. And the first event of this series, of this 4-card game, started with 84 entries, the 25K buy-in PLO. We're down to a final table of 6. They're gonna compete for $550,000 glory and this beautiful trophy. It's my pleasure to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1 from the US with 1.3 million, please welcome Ike Axton.
Well, we've talked about it time and again, including here during our pregame. Haxton looking for his first. Will today be the day?
Seat number 2 is also from the US with 775,000. Please put your hand together for Sean Rafael.
Rafael just here at his second ever Triton Festival. Already has 6 figures in earnings. Gonna add to that today.
Our third player from the US in C3 has 3.5 million. Please welcome Alex Foxen.
If you look under your poker bed, every now and again you find a monster. And today it's this man, 12.5 million in earnings and 3 Triton titles.
EC5 from Denmark with 4 million. Please welcome Martin Dam.
Dam strikes fear in the hearts of those that rumble in the 4-card streets, looking to clear 7 figures in career Triton earnings here today.
In C6 we have our chip leader from Thailand with 5.1 million. Please welcome Punat Punsri.
How about with over 20 million in career Triton earnings and 3 titles, the pride of Thailand, trying to do it in the 4-card lane.
And last but not least, from the Netherlands, closing our final table in seat number 7 with 2.1 million. Please welcome Dirk Gerritsen.
Final table in the 100K PLO in Jeju. 3 cashes, no titles. Gerritsen, a fan favorite.
Listen to practice my drilled R. When we start in this final table, the button is going to be on Dirk. We have 5 hands remaining on level number 18, 30, 60, 60. I wish you all the very best of luck. Shuffle up and deal, please.
Well, Sean Raphael, the only stack under 1 million, 13 bigs. But Kevin, as we look at this 30, 60, 60 brought to you by GTO Wizard level, and we consider pot limit Omaha tournaments, the further on we get, the more grindy they tend to be. So those 13 bigs more serviceable than one might think, yes?
Yeah, I suspect with an average stack of 47 blinds, we got down to these final 6 more rapidly than normal in a PLO tournament. So lots of chips in play, lots of room to navigate even a short stack. And those pay jumps from 6th through 3rd, so tightly packed. 35,000 between 6th and 5th. Just 50,000 between 4th and 3rd.
When you consider, of course, though, that this was a $25,000 buy-in event, those are more than a buy-in. At a minimum right now. Pretty one for Foxen to start us off under the gun. Double suited with the ace.
Into the short stack big blind of Raphael as well.
Takes us to 150. King, Jack, Jack 9. Veni Vidi. with the clubs and some connectivity, deciding to flat on the button. Double suited in the unintrusive portion of the deck here for Haxton.
Haxton not in as comfortable a chip position as Dirk on the button. Not surprised to see Ike avoiding this one.
Well, how about Sean? You know, pocket kings, pocket aces are very real things when people open up front. Not going to get overly excited about a couple of queens, but you are going to play it when you already have a big blind invested. So in goes the extra 90, three-way affair. Queen 9-5, top set for Rafael.
Customary recheck here with just pot behind. I wonder how risk averse Rafael is feeling. He's going to check and try to induce some action.
This is not the board that Foxen had in mind. Just a lowly pair of nines. But he'd say sharing the 9, playing the jacks with a gut shot. Second check.
Perhaps a hand that would be ready to run bluffs at deeper stacks, but looking at Rafael and just 9 blinds behind, can't be excited about getting in this hand as Dirk.
Well, a little bit more excitement will come courtesy of this 7 of clubs for Venny VD as he picks up the king high flush draw. Now Rafael surely must look to charge a prize to anyone that would seek to complete a draw.
Does feel like with clubs coming in on the turn, time to protect our top set.
Full pot is virtually all of his chips. Release will be easy for Foxen.
For Dirk, I'm not so sure. Second nut clubs. The pair kind of bothersome. Fewer live 2-pair outs here, even the king. Not a clean 2-pair out.
Well,
Deems
he's
it
going
enough.
to run it. Making sure that final quarter gets flicked into the machine, as it didn't take long for Sean Rafael, our short stack, to spin. A 10 or a club, that's where the treachery lies. Almost 1.7 million in there. And there is the club. Oh my goodness. Runner, and a quick trip to the lockers for Sean Rafael. Top set, what are you going to do? Forced to accept his fate as his final table lasting just one hand, Kevin.
That's a rough feeling. Go through all that prep. Get the walkout and everything. One hand at the final table.
Well, the cameraman's always there to keep you company. Not that you are really looking for that sort of company, of course. Rafael, $125,000 for the 6th place finish. He certainly didn't make the trip all the way down here simply to play the 25K. Rest of the program will be on his mind. GG's to the young American. Who do you remember, Kevin, in the pregame show, who it was that that picked Dirk to win the? Was it? There's 2 of us up here. I don't think. Well, someone picked it, and it wasn't you, right?
Ali, he's 3rd in chips.
You think I just jinxed him? I probably just jinxed him, didn't I?
I sure hope so.
Ace Jack 8, of course. We are not anti-sweating anybody up here. Having a little bit of fun. Shout out to the chat, by the way. Multitude of picks submitted by them.
Ike now the shortest stack. Big separation as well. 22 blinds for Haxton, next shortest. Dirk with 51. Ike operating on a pretty low risk premium as a result, so he's going to enter this pot with a limp.
10-9-8, a pretty one in the big, turning into a wrap on a 7-6-4 board.
Also just noting no small blind in this pot after the exit of Raphael, so heads up between Haxton and Foxen. Understandably with this type of hand, but also with significant stack coverage. Foxen taking the lead out of the big blind.
Doesn't expect that Haxton would be volunteering, especially absent a small blind, to get involved with this portion of the deck. And even if Haxton were to proceed, we have plenty of durability with the wrap. So Foxen picking that one up after raising and being forced out of the last exchange. You know, one of the dynamics that we often point out, Kevin, once we turn the page to PLO or short deck, is those who show up to play the back end of a festival and haven't been drained by the first 2/3, let's call it, maybe even 3/4 of the docket, have that freshness advantage to them. It's an irrefutable thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely feel at a disadvantage if I'd just played 2 weeks of No Limit, especially with basically no days off. Some of these players having deep runs and day 2's overlapping with their next event. So, I mean, we don't know what these PLO players do before they arrive at a Triton series. Maybe they're putting in 14-hour online sessions. Might be just as fatigued.
2 10s for Dom here as he defends against Punsri's 180. Punat 3 spades connected on both ends. 10-8 deuce board. Top set here for Martin. Way the best of it. Not often you can find yourself 94% on the flop. Yet here he is.
Is this how PLO works, Ollie? You take a flop and someone has top set?
Apparently.
I'm learning.
Foxen didn't have top set. I guess it's top set or a wrap, right?
Yeah,
Every time.
Top set or a draw so big that it's a favorite.
Not leading for 225,000. This is fruitless.
Yeah, 1 versus 2 in chips here. Perhaps carrying over a bit of no limit concept. Take just like a low equity nothing hand and bluff at it as the chip leader. Now we face check raise and have quite an easy fold.
Dom gonna narrow the gap between himself and Punsri here in fairly short order, as now they are separated by just 5 big blinds.
40-80 now? They said 3 hands, right?
No, 3 more. The first hand of 40-80 is going to be my big blind.
Mike sounds excited about that one.
Sit down and immediately get that news.
Maybe you'll bust before then.
I appreciate the optimism. Maybe Dirk will bust this hand, and then the first hand of 40-80 will be my small blind.
That's right, yeah, okay. That's right.
Glad Ike said it, because I was thinking the same. Didn't want to continue to pile on Dirk as if I'm really rooting against him.
They give me something bustable.
Let's see if they give me something bustable, he says. Offsuit hands are so poor in PLO. I'll step aside.
Something bustable for Haxon, perhaps.
Ace, king, queen, 6 with the spades. Pot declared. 210. No, by the way, we've seen 150 and 180 explored as pre-flop sizings. I believe this is the first open pot.
Yeah, I do wonder if the shortest stack may be a little more incentivized to just clear out hands, not wanting to allow big blind defense and end up in dicey situations. But when you're deep, almost the opposite, right? Not wanting to build the pot too quickly, not wanting to create collisions that threaten your entire stack.
Yeah. It's an interesting sort of inverse.
Yeah, we do see the opposite in No Limit normally, right? Deeper stacks create larger raises.
Let's see if I can fight his way back into the peloton here. Obviously not referring to physical fitness in an exercise bike, just more so the middle of the pack.
Oh, that's a way to manage that Ironman format that we were drafting the other day.
Oh, just
is you
have
put
exercise
bikes
machines?
at the poker table, and you need to hit certain pace to just stay in the tournament. If your RPMs fall below 100, you're just eliminated.
That's brutal.
That would be a great tournament.
It's going to be a short tournament, Kevin. That's what it's going to be. I'll tell you that right now. Certainly if you're going to stock it with players that I'm rumbling with. Queen, queen, 5-4. Martin looking for a rumble here, but playing a limp on the button. How do we feel about these choices?
I think certainly informed by that same dynamic we just spoke about. Poonsri to the left of Dam. We don't want to end up in a 75 big blinds each kind of confrontation, so limping keeps that pot small enough that there's no chance of an all-in confrontation pretty much at any point in the hand unless a lot of raises go in.
Feels like there's a pretty slim chance that somebody other than Dirk taking this one down, as both he and Punat climbed aboard. Trip eights with the ace. 2 checks in front of Dom. The queens with the 5. Barrel. Lay down simple for Poonsri. Now let's see how Dirk approaches.
Yeah, trips, of course, rating to be the best hand, but having a peek for what sort of backup he has. No straight interaction, couple of backdoor flush draws. Just calling.
Ace on the turn, and now Dirk hits the boat. Only a queen available to Dom as a winner. Martin doesn't like the look of that one, and we don't blame him. Checking back. Now the deuce is oh so arid. I gotta say, Dirk with one more check here, looking to induce.
Yeah.
Martin not biting, and I thought perhaps, I guess, just check back and go to showdown against a hand that you feel like you don't need to turn your hand into a bluff against. You can't get better to fold, it feels like, with the 2 queens. He definitely unblocked all of the straight sort of rappiness.
Was just limp check pre-flop. I wonder if there's a handful of just like dry pocket 10s or pocket jacks in Dirk's range as well that takes one off on the flop. There's some chance of a good showdown.
Well, I'm relieved by this sight, simply because I was concerned that perhaps I'd ridden the broom on Dirk the moment that I got a little bit out in front of my skis when he eliminated Sean Raphael. But here he is working his way up this leaderboard early going, and I gotta say the chat, many of them also sensing that Veni Vidi would be up to the task here. Clearly work to be done, but 55 bigs is a whole lot of chips this late in a pot limit Omaha event.
Yeah, we're playing extremely deep, and the presence of Ike Haxton on 23 blinds is going to make that feel even deeper. These players certainly not looking to get into too big of a pot right now, unless there's a chance to kick out Ike in 5th.
Pot announced by Dom in the cutoff.
This one into Ike's big blind.
Couple of straightforward folds until we get around to Ike. What's he got under the hood? King 10, 9, 7. Small block engine. I think it'll turn over though. He's going to drop his key in the ignition here. 680 in the middle. King 8 tray. Like with top pair, more than we can say for Dom. As PLO boards go, this one very dry.
Another basically no interaction spot for Dam. Feels like a reasonable one to stab with, knowing that we just don't have much in the face of a raise. And there's a few really nice turn cards. We've got 3 to a royal and some backdoor straight interaction. But as Ike now, how important is it to try and protect the absolute strength of this hand?
I mean, he deems it worthy of the check jam. Obviously, it's risky business given that you know that Dom has enough in front of him to click call with things that would leave that King 10 in need of help. But another pickup for Haxton.
It's an unintuitive one for a no-limit player. King 8-3 rainbow, and it's just, let's get all in and protect our equity, but that's the nature of PLO. Any 4 having significantly better chance to catch up, and Ike very much does not want that to happen.
When you're determining the sorts of hands in a heads-up spot like that with the betting lead that you're willing to kind of c-bet and bluff at, are you more or less inclined relative to no-limit hold'em to take that dry board that you're not interacting with and follow through? Or are you less inclined?
Almost less, well, the reason I think less inclined is because it doesn't take as much in our hand to have the necessary equity to consider calling the check jam, right? So you're going to find yourself in more situations where it's like, well, I'm unpaired, but I've got, I don't know, a 3-card backdoor that's so quality that if I bet and get jammed on, it's kind of ugly. And this would never come up in no limit with such hand class, right?
So to prevent yourself from being lured into a larger pot than you're comfortable playing?
Yeah, the check behind would be designed to allow equity realization, not face an indifferent spot if we bet and get jammed on. That does seem like it would be more common in this format.
Well, 3 cards between these 2 holdings are common. Ace, Jack, 7 for both parties, both of them having the ace with a suit. And both double suited, 9 and the 6, the only difference.
You said call.
Well, looks like the dealer was hearing things there momentarily. Dirk clicking call.
Time extension used to make that decision.
You surprised at that at all?
Not surprised necessarily, but points me in the direction of thinking this was a legitimate 3-betting candidate in his mind.
Well,
Trying to figure out the details of the stack distribution here.
9-7-5, top 2 for Dom. Middle pair in the gut shot here for Veni Vidi. Dom going to check it, Kevin.
Board texture favoring the flat range, perhaps. Just an overall awareness that when we pot in the hijack, we're overpair heavy. Overpair is very much not liking this board development.
$50?
250K.
This feeling like a familiar development from No Limit Dynamics, the low connected board being checked over to the caller. But what I suspect might change here is our willingness to check raise commit. I don't know if this hand strength would qualify when it's just not that uncommon that we're drawing to 4 outs. Backdoors.
For Dom, we've ensnared this $250,000, and we're very proud of top 2, are we not?
Yeah, I think so. The question is just, is top 2 a high enough performing hand to commit 3 million chips in a situation like this, or is it just a check call and let's see how the board develops kind of hand strength? 78% equity right now against a pretty dusty one.
Yeah, he does come with pot. I think having those backdoor spades and clubs helping as well, just in case. But a nice choice from Dom. He came off the accelerator after raising it up pre. And
Yeah, I don't know how it does, but it sounds so
emboldened Veni Vidi to maybe take a swing at what he thought was part of the deck that Dom's opening range wasn't interacting with. And to be fair, were it not double suited, I don't think 9s and 7s are what he's got his eyes on typically in that slot. There's Pun 3. At least a pair of 6s. Tough to come up with a 4th card that would be motivating him to get involved. Maybe the Ace of Hearts.
I like this. I played this version of Mystery Hand with Henry a few days ago.
All right,
we
he's
try
limping.
to figure out the
What do you like here?
the face down card. You want to try and figure it out pre-flop, or we could guess.
Yeah,
now.
just pre first because he's limping, so that's of note.
Yeah, maybe 10 of diamonds. Oh wait, 10 of diamonds in Dirk's hand. What a guess. 10 of spades.
No, but a 10,
perhaps.
You don't think
What
if
do
he
you-
had the 10 of clubs, he'd be more inclined with the suit?
Well, 10 of clubs now, folded by Ike. But
Oh, I didn't even see
that wasn't. That came after. Oh, 10 of spades also folded. Okay, it's not a 10. We've confirmed. What's your money on?
Well, absent the ability for it to be 10s and 6s, I was skewed toward the Ace of Hearts. I don't know whether or not the Ace of Hearts would be sufficient for him to have played this as an open with a raise. He does end up finding the bin. Will we ever find out? It would seem like no. One thing that is no mystery, as we see Veni Vidi picking that one up, Kevin, is that each and every time that Punat Punsri is at a final table, if you happen to be streaming live and you're looking at the YouTube chat, you are going to see a disproportionate amount of chatter coming in Thai. And the other thing that I know is that in the, you know, kind of underground card rooms that may or may not exist out in Thailand,
Don't worry about it.
that they have the stream on and that they're always rooting for their man. So a shout out to any of you who are out there regrettably forced to engage in the hobby of poker below board for the time being, but who are cheering on Punat. We see you, and our hope is that at some point regulatory evolution and some changes to the current laws in Thailand would enable us to pay a visit to that beautiful country with the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. I don't think anybody would complain about that stop.
No, that'd be a fantastic addition to the tour.
Take your pick. Maybe we can go to Krabi.
There you go.
Crab, just
Yeah.
in honor of you, you know? Koh Samui, Phuket.
Everything.
Maybe we go up to like Chiang Mai and do it in the jungles.
Yeah. That would be my favorite.
Oh, for sure. Amazing country, warm people. Plenty to love about Thailand. 886. Not a whole lot to love here for either of these guys who have hit the 6, but really nothing else to get excited about.
Stacks have consolidated a bit. You can see Punat maybe just ahead by a big blind to start this hand, but almost level with Dam. Does seem that both players are seeking showdown in a blind versus blind spot. Not sure if the heart will change much for Punat's assessment of his hand strength. He does have 1 heart for removal effects.
2 if you count the one of a champion that beats in his chest, but even that fails to motivate, understandably. Case 6 says hello.
Oh.
Now, this is the first opportunity for those maybe less familiar to Pot Limit Omaha to understand this is not a chop pot, guys.
Correct. Both 2 cards from the hand needing to participate.
Ace 6 for Dom. The best hand.
That's 120,000.
Quite comfy that he's not up against 8x or hearts. He will go for value. 120 into 240 is half pot exactly, and this is not the sort of spot where Punat has raise on his mind.
No one perhaps piecing together where he stands in bluff catching territory, but given the line, feels like quite a big hand to get away from. Getting 3-1 makes the call with the weaker 6.
Yeah. A little bit of a costly cooler on the end there, if we can call it that. 120 though, easily absorbed by his stack. And with that, we've got ourselves a new chip leader. Kevin Martin Dom displacing Punsri at the top slot. Interestingly, I don't recall when we solicited the shout-outs in the YouTube chat, anybody picking Dom as their favorite, but obviously nobody would question the choice had you done it even prior to these developments. Very talented Pot Limit Omaha player.
Mike's gonna pass on the double suited ace.
Yeah,
Too disconnected for his liking.
There will be no passing for Foxen, of course. Connectivity, 3 Broadway cards, 2 suits.
Raise 280,000.
It's always nice when that dangler slides in to provide wheel options as well, as opposed to something 6 through, let's call it 8, even though the 8 would slide in to connect with the jack. As would the 7 for that matter, but facts remain as we see the inferior hearts. Ace 4 deuce queen. Not enough, says Punsri. Oh, this is not a good spot for Veni Vidi. Both his suits are covered. He shares the 4.
Nonetheless, very defendable.
Yeah.
Dirk's gonna take a flop. 680 out there.
Jack 7 deuce, given how much red we saw distributed pre, not surprising to see nothing but black on the board. Top pair, top kicker for Foxen. Those words instill far more excitement in Hold'em than they do
Yeah.
in PLO.
I mean, Dirk's flopped a whole lot of nothing here, but it is interesting to see how Foxen perceives this hand strength. Top pair, but no backdoors. Decides to check it behind. And now a door open for Dirk.
The 4-5, what he has his eyes on.
Neither player with a club in their hand, and that's certainly going to play a role. I mean, the 5-4 is attractive for Dirk, but maybe not excited to bluff into Foxen's check behind range when he has no flush draw removal.
I mean, attractive might be generous. I suppose if nobody else texted you back, maybe you'd reach that far into your contact roster. The 4-5 on a Friday night, though.
Ollie, it's Sunday.
It's the Lord's Day. Kevin, did you go to church this morning? No. I didn't see you there. I didn't see myself there either, if I'm being honest.
because he didn't show up.
Yeah. Well, the pews of PLO, the ones that we're occupying here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, final table of the 25K. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow, thrilled to have you with us streaming this one live. In particular, those of you who might not have otherwise thought to yourselves, I'm going to watch Pot Limit Omaha. If you're less familiar with it, it really is a delightful game that creates some really spectacular poker, especially when you have the operators that specialize in Pot Limit Omaha. You'll see some incredibly cool things that they cook up. It plays very differently in tournament than it does cash. If you sweat, stand on the rail in your local card room, Pot Limit Omaha cash game, the chips fly around in a much different fashion than they do here in a super high roller. But
see a few more family pots, I imagine.
yeah. Straddles, the rock, bomb pots, all sorts of nuttiness. And PLO players are cut from a different cloth, if we're being honest. Kevin, I think they have the appetite for gamble more so than their Hold'em counterparts.
You know, it was funny. We had Leon Sturm in the booth yesterday.
Yeah.
And Henry asked him as we turned over towards the PLO portion of the series if he could give a quick impression of what he thought was different in the personality of the PLO tournament players who come out compared to the No Limit tournament players who are here. And it's almost, he almost gave the opposite of what you just said about cash players, because he was like, I think there's more like detail-oriented mathematicians coming out here to play PLO, equity-based game, very technical, very memory-intensive, to just know how much equity you have in all the spots with all the different combinations.
Yeah,
it's like there's just more gangsters in the No Limit tournament scene, right? Just more guys who show up with pure feel and figure out the spots based on how much pressure they can apply and spot identification.
I actually think it's important to subdivide, you know, the DNA of a PLO tournament pro to a PLO cash pro. However, the pros that we see in these fields, very few of them are like, I only play PLO tournament.
You kind of have to do both, right?
Not only that, but I think limited opportunities, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think also PLO cash is just where you cut your teeth, and then the evolution from there is to get into the PLO tournament streets. I don't know a single person who got into Hold'em, unlike, you know, No Limit. A lot of people strictly get in playing tournaments, sit and goes, MTTs, never really get into cash games.
Yeah.
But in Pot Limit Omaha, I don't think there's anybody who strictly plies their trade in the tournament thing. But the DNA is different in terms of, you know, where you're at. Ace-Jack 7 here, four-way affair, 2 hearts on board, nobody with the flush draw, nobody with an ace. Jack interactions for Haxton, as well as Dom. Dom, of course, has a really nice one, the Broadway wrap here. Not going to bet it, though. I think four-way affair, no heart in hand. He expects the flush draw to be present.
Also perhaps worried about not representing top of range after the pre-flop limp instead of the open. Ace of Hearts is quite a change to this texture. You can see Venividi has the best of it by far in equity, but queens with no heart certainly doesn't look like a winner in a four-way pot here.
I think that turn is about as unpleasant a card as Dom could have hoped for in a board pairing ace. Full rounds of checks. Cross flop and turn.
Ike's got 3-pair. See if it ever motivates him to take a stab at this one.
You could see someone with ace-X not having been altogether proud on the turn. So he'll keep it clean with a check.
Foxen now, Queen of Hearts and a 7 blocker. Always curious to see how much players are looking for in a multi-way pot to bluff at it. Of course, we need to be right so much more often.
Ooh.
Looks like Foxen's going to consider this one a qualifier.
And I think in his slot, being in the big blind, you could see some sort of middling flush, not being willing to bet into 2 players behind, and then activating here. So the dry Queen of Hearts put to work by Foxen. There wasn't too much cooking elsewhere in the field, but nevertheless, you get a glimpse at Alex throwing his thinking cap on and earning one.
Just thinking about the cash games that some of these snipers would find themselves in, probably a little more technical in a online environment, in a high-stakes game, than what we were discussing earlier. You know, six-way family pots, perhaps.
Well, the thing is,
In those games, not so prevalent.
yeah, but I think what is prevalent is a humongous spot where if you're going to make a call for pot and you have a draw, you'd better know what the numbers are
Yeah.
to ensure that you're getting the right price, because being off by a couple of percentage points is incredibly costly. Meanwhile, incredibly profitable is aces and kings with 2 clubs on the button. Quite thrilled. Is Ike pot announced?
Too much ham. Couldn't leave any of the good cards for the rest of the table, Ike.
Thing about it is you open that hand and then you look up at like 7, 8, 9 with none of your suits. And
It
you're
is.
like,
I was thinking it can be the relief of just taking down a pot at any point in a PLO hand. Must be pretty significant, especially when you're the shortest stack at a final table.
Jack 10, 10, 6 now with clubs. This one significantly less tempting.
Yeah, Ike's considering something here, but fold is what I would expect.
Queen, queen, 10, 7 double, though. Far prettier. Dom playing as a limp. Mindful of the depth of Punsri stack, they are effectively level coming in. 6 bigs back is Foxen. Bit of a drop off to Venividi.
I mean, we talk about how cautious in No Limit the 2 big stacks will be in these blind versus blind spots. A lot of limp check or limp raise call happening. In PLO, you'd think magnified to a higher degree because any 4 cards can do so well against any 4 cards. And that making open raising and building the pot between the 2 big stacks so unattractive.
Look at Punsri. Maybe an eye on the deuce.
Yeah, again, just feels like a willingness to take the absolute nothing parts of his range and try to win pots in position. Feels like a good approach for a big stack. Queen's in the bin. No resistance there.
Yeah, nice activation there from Punat. No real place for Dom's hand to go. Calling there, and what are we hoping for beyond the queen?
Yeah, true.
Well, I guess now's as good a time as any, Kevin, to sort of reflect upon the festival that's been put together by the remaining 5 here at this table. Alex Foxen, the one that jumps out to me, is in all likelihood having enjoyed the best of things, just considering the sheer volume of deep runs. First, obviously, in the 25K 8 max no limit, 9th in the 50K, 10th in the 100K main. Not to be overlooked, the 21st place finish in the WPT Global Slam, and TBD what he's going to do here in this PLO event. Looking at Punsri's Festival. Thus far, just 1 cash in the 30K Turbo. 3rd for 272. Raise and take there for Punat.
By the way, Ali, some big names did cash in this event before we picked up coverage.
Walk us through them.
Nacho Barbero was final table bubble, I guess you would say. I was told there were simultaneous eliminations before we reached the FT. That's why we're not
it's a scam.
7-handed. Just
That ham was a scam.
I mean, it looks like he got the pay jump at least. He did cash for 95,000. Dan DeVoris was 8th. That simultaneous bust out happening. He walked away with 75,000. Artur Martirosian in 9th for 55K.
10 seconds extra time bank. I'm going to try to run to the bathroom. Do you mind? Cool. Thanks.
Foxen negotiating with Punat to have him take a little bit more time than he would otherwise before playing his hand. It's interesting, he didn't bother asking Martin. I don't know if it's a product of perhaps having more of a relationship with Punat, but it seems like Dom is on board. There's clearly an open with Jack 10, 9 deuce is available to him, but he's going to wait till the last possible moment. Sporting there. Appreciate that.
For Alex. You don't need to limp just to make time for him. It's a bit
Time back limp for the
Nice
guy.
thing to do for him.
So, he's too nice.
Oh, that was fast.
What?
The look on Martin's face. It's like, how is this humanly
He's actually
possible?
panicked.
He didn't do anything. I did all the work.
He's got like probably 3 more minutes before, well, this might get taken down pre-flop, so I won't jump to conclusions, but
Punsri, a punishing 360 here from the button.
oh,
Just keeping an eye on Dom's limping range perhaps and assigning a lack of durability in the face of this kind of heat, but Haxton, the short stack. Let's see how durable he feels like Ace Queen Jack 9 with spades is.
yeah, Punsri just the single-suited, kind of disconnected ace. Don't think he'd be thrilled facing a committing raise here from Ike, but of course Ike's got to be worried about the top of Punat's range. Does fold the best hand.
Punsri performing very well thus far.
It's a tricky one for Ike there because I think Punat also has overlimps in his range with some of the kind of medium strength stuff. So when he faces that pot raise, it's kind of like, I'm imagining it's a somewhat polarizing situation, as polarized as you can be in this game.
Maybe Dom feels as though this is a hand that performs reasonably well against the upper crust of that polarity. He has flopped himself the diamond draw, but with an ace and 2 4s on the board and no ace in hand, we are concerned about drawing dead.
Yeah, not just against pocket aces, which of course is quite a big part of this potting range, but No guarantee that the jack high flush draw is the best flush draw.
Yeah, great point.
Bet 225,000.
And this is Punsri just telling a story now. 225,000 is precisely the sort of downsizing that we would expect from aces full. The check back is a little bit sus.
Martin's going to stick around.
Boy, this is a bit hazardous. Note that Punat has the best hand, doesn't know it. Little Broadway gutter added to the mix for Martin, who is quite fortunate to have this 30% equity.
You'd think if Punat slows down here, kind of difficult even to put together how often Martin could have totally missed on this board. Although I'm not sure how many ace-kings you assign in the limp calling range from the cutoff.
Now for Punat, we potted pre after the limp. Our man called. He check called that board texture on the flop. How are we feeling about where we want to take this ace-jack?
5 seconds. Check.
Apparently not good enough to barrel.
Ooh.
The king of diamonds on the end. Dom gets there. You know, you could see some ace-king also associated with Punat's range that wasn't full before, but now has us in a bad way. I don't think... You know, I defer, Kevin. If you have jack-high diamonds just because of your opponent check back on this turn, are you suddenly looking to get chips into this 1.3 and change?
I think if we do, it has to be small. I mean, putting Punat on just an ace is not unreasonable, but like you said, certainly possible to run into ace-king in that spot.
Snap check back from Punat, and I wonder if he comes with something sizable on the end, how proud of jack-high diamonds Martin's going to be.
Yeah. Hoping there that the ace-jack was good at showdown.
Well, there's a look at things as Dom puts further distance between himself and Punsri. Over 1 million now as the Dane dethrones Thailand's finest. Punsri now neck and neck with Foxen as they run 2-3. Veni Vidi. 29 bigs. Ike Haxton still the caboose on this train. 21 bigs. Sean Raphael played exactly one hand before being dispensed in 6th. And an early elimination, albeit Sean Raphael only brought 13 bigs in to start this one off with 1 blind increase already. But I think it just further protracts the action. You know, you distribute those 13 bigs to a remaining 5 players who haven't been whittled away at. And we're going to get to watch some deep stack tournament PLO for quite some time, I would imagine.
Have to agree. We are seeing some willingness to pot open. However, of course, we haven't seen any big committing 3-bets. Caution in that last one from Ike.
Worthy of note, by the way, Kevin, that we are playing blind levels that go up by hand, not by time.
Mm-hmm.
13 hands is how many are contained at each blind level. Sort of helps players to realize it. There's no point in taking more time than is actually necessary. No sporting stalling or delays are going to create any competitive advantages. Sort of a recent advent. New one to Triton as well.
Yeah, it's a good one for a couple of reasons. One, not being able to strategically raise the blinds on a single player, but also not allowing for, let's say, a shorter stack to just delay each hand extensively to play fewer hands per level and to raise the blinds faster, thus diminishing the power of a larger stack.
Punat riding the ship here after the 240 open. Foxen defended. Check folds the queen 7 tray board. Jack's quite pleased with that.
What is it? 150?
I got 150. Yeah.
Aces. First time we've seen that here at the FT. Unfortunately for Punat, neither of them are suited. But of course, he's happy to play him, and he's going to play him as a limp jam. Or limp repot, I suppose.
Yeah, this is what we've come to expect from this hand class, especially with short stacks around. Opportunity maybe to force a weaker hand to commit pre-flop, rather than getting flatted by a deeper stack and having to navigate a pretty uncomfortable one with aces no suit.
Benny Vidi and Ike have both called. A lot of queen 10 interference between those two holdings. Now Foxen, ace king 8-4 in the small. Seems like an extra 40 is well worth it. He agrees. Snap check back from Dom.
What was that about a family pot?
All 5 still involved here. King 9 deuce. Foxen, top pair, top kicker. Of course, Punsry with the aces and the only diamond draw. Well in front of the field. You see some gut shots for Dom, Dirk, and Ike. How do you feel about this check from Punsry, unblocking a lot of the Queen Jack 10 stuff?
I mean, that could go in both directions, right? By unblocking, it means that when the Queen Jack 10 does come, your hand is so bad. And this is problematic for building the pot potentially against hands that could include that inside wrap themselves. So I think understandable for Punat to try and keep this pot on the smaller side. His hand is good, but it doesn't love turn cards.
Well, a non-compliant Haxton with 4 checks in front of him has decided we're not going to let it stay this small. 120, quarter pot.
Yeah, Haxton with great removal on the top of range. 9 blocker. Couple of 10s. Wrap interference. It's awkward for Foxen with 3 players behind. Yes, ace-king could be the best hand in an absolute sense, but how do we play that one out of position against the field? Would imagine Punsry comes with call.
Yeah, unlike the pre-flop sentiments, where he would have looked to shovel some more chips in. Now, he's trying to stem the tide. Is flat, providing the easy exit to Dirk. Not that he would have been proud absent Punsry's call. So Ike does call the herd. Deuce on the turn.
Got it. I was already happy that I didn't bump him over.
Could have just sent the rack to Dirk, but I'll let them. They'll figure it out.
Steady.
Not the turn card I would think that Haxton was dreaming of when setting up a bluff.
Another one.
Could, of course, have improved on a
350.
10 or a jack, but also probably liking his hand as removal opportunities on a diamond, maybe even a queen, but he does keep firing. Prince's hand has improved, ahead of King 9 now.
I mean, the deuce is actually about as good a card, I think, that absent an ace, Punsri could be hoping for.
Yeah.
Even the diamond he doesn't like as much as this.
Yeah.
Wants to think it over. I could have King here, couldn't he?
Certainly, I
kings?
think bad kings are
Yeah.
going to be an overlimping candidate on the button. Don't expect the deuce to be particularly relevant, although there's always a chance that he just had 3 good cards. We're on the top of this board with a deuce dangler.
Punsri flatting and finds the ace. Ace is full. He can breathe very easy now, and at this point, he's hoping it's King over there for Haxton, or maybe big diamonds that had some sort of straight wrap as well.
This is looking dangerous for Ike. I don't know how clearly we can read Punat into having aces, and if he does check it over, which doesn't seem guaranteed at the moment. He has checked. With diamond removal. Absolute no chance of winning the pot. Does Ike want to try to continue representing pocket kings? I suppose there's nothing stopping Punsri from having some sort of ace-king hand strength as well that we can be hoping to clear.
Haxton chewing hard on this spot here. I mean, really, King X is the only thing that he could target, but we're not sure how much of that would have stuck around to this point.
Feels more like King 9, Ace King, or potentially something with just the weak diamonds. You know, imagine Punsri had like King Jack 8-6 double and gets here with the medium flush. Can we ask these hands to fold on the end with a jam? Gives it up.
Great decision, obviously, as we can see. And Ike Haxton makes more of those than he does the bad ones. This much we've come to witness on many occasions as Punsri fails to trap the legend.
Run to the bathroom during the chip race. I have time, yeah.
Looks like we're going to race off some chips. So there's a look at how things stand right now. Haxton has thinned out to 11 bigs as Punsri reclaims the top slot. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more 25K PLO final table coverage in just about 2.5 minutes.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Brief break in the action, which is back underway here in Montenegro. 25K Pot Limit Omaha final table.
We have a break.
Just one casualty in Sean Raphael.
They're doing it timed.
Putting
I
up
guess,
Punsry.
so
Yeah. Breaks every 2
Reclaiming
hours.
the top slot, wrestling it
how
away
long till
Just check your phone, mate.
from Martin Dom.
can't?
As you look at the current
Like
state,
longer.
Kevin, with a few orbits under our belt, how do you feel in terms of who's benefiting and who's suffering?
Well, one would have thought coming in that Martin Dam would have a pretty tough time with Punat to his direct left. He has found himself navigating around that dynamic pretty well with some, smaller, limped pots, managing to be on the right side of those for now, but
Well, Haxton putting his short stack to work, declaring pot, queens and clubs.
ooh,
Three. We hate the third of a suit in our hand, but the ace, queen, and 10. See how he feels about it.
pretty
Big
good
blind.
one for our chip leader against a short stack.
But when Haxton is willing to open pot, we don't feel as though we can get out of line, do we?
No, certainly not, and the plan here is just to figure out if our hand is the right strength to take a flop before we commit chips, or if we just run it right now and force Ike to be at risk the entire time.
Haxton ensuring that all the chips get forward. Are you surprised by this decision, just given that we don't sense there's going to be pot and fold in
Yeah, I believe so.
in Ike's future, or is that something that Punat knows? He's just looking at the
I
strength
think-
of his hand and saying it's going to perform reasonably well.
Exactly. I think Punat knows, and there's even the reverse where it's like we don't necessarily want to get a flop that's so good for our hand that Ike ends up getting away later. There's some of this that happens if he draws slim, but safe one for now.
2.4 million in the middle. 664 is cozy. The third 6
1125.
does seal it for Haxton. Oh, that is a very key pickup there for Ike. After he tried to shed Punsry's aces unsuccessfully across a couple of streets before shutting down last time. Those chips apparently were on loan short term as he claws them back.
Yeah, certainly don't blame Punsry for putting it in there. You just finishing my idea, the board potentially comes ace high, Ike has 2 queens without a redraw of any kind, and we end up not getting all the chips when our hand is best. This would be quite a bad outcome for such a strong pre-flop hand as the ace queen 10.
Well, that pot actually has further implications than one might think, and they are beyond the borders of Ike, because when he sat there with 11 bigs, midfield stacks really start to sense this ICM of let me just hang back, let me not get out of line.
Yep.
Big stack can kind of throw them in jail. But with him now sat at 24 bigs and officially Veni Vidi on the short stack, a couple of bigs back of him.
It's more level now. More ability to apply pressure in all directions. Opens things up for Fox a little bit. Not that he needed that with the strength of this one.
On the topic of strength, Foxen, beyond the biceps. Ace, king, 9-9 double.
Was wondering if we were going to enter a conversation there about whether the two of us combined could bench more than Alex himself.
He could bench the two of us.
I would bet on him in either format.
I like his size before you, his side rather, before you even explain the bet. Just its strength.
As soon as the word bench
Yeah.
entered the wager.
Bench plus Alex, I'll take him. Just whatever the terms. Dom accepting the terms of 350 to go. 10-9-7 single. On the button, covering stack. These things contribute. His choices. Ace Jack 5 rainbow, top pair, top kicker for Alex. Gut shot for Dom, backdoor hearts. Alex going to go to work, following through.
Sizing relatively large as well. Being out of position and covered. Makes sense to me that we would want to clear out any modest equity hands like this one.
Fairly straightforward post-flop process. Ace, king, jack, deuce now. Cut off for Martin. Up we go. By the way, for those who might be a little bit confused about how pot gets calculated, the first part of the process is the call of whatever the action is in front of you, and then the maximum that you can raise it beyond that is the total in the middle.
Wow. I'm going to play the guessing game here, Ali, on that fourth down card as Punat full pot 3-betting with what we're currently seeing as king 5-4 Badugi.
I mean, I confess, regardless of what it is, I'm surprised that he would do this. King or an ace of clubs feel like the candidates.
Yeah.
But he manages to bully Martin Dom right off of there. And we talked about the challenges that Martin faces here. I sense that his early decision-making was sort of designed to figure out how frisky Punat was going to be as a chip leader to his direct left. And I think pretty early on here, we've determined that Punsri's going to get his chips in motion. And on the occasions in which Dom might make presumptions that him being first to the pot would leave Punat dissuaded to get involved, not the case. Especially when you look at that last one with king 5-4.
Yeah.
Aces again for Punsri, and these are good ones. And what's really great about this is, given his stack has been more in motion than any other, you start to feel like someone might ask questions about the durability of his kit.
This one looking like a candidate for Ike. 22 blinds to start the hand. Getting the sense that there's plenty of light opens and light 3-bets from Poonsri.
Hot.
He's going to walk right into it.
All in.
He says pot. Poonsri says, give me all of it. Obviously, the ace, queen, jack, deuce with the diamonds. This is a real hand. Do you feel as though any of the influence to come at it this way is associated with what we were just touching on? Is that Poonsri VPIP?
Yeah. Just a short stack, quality hand. Trying to run its equity, clear out the weaker opens. Faced with the quick and sporting jam from Poonsri, who has number one, just giving Ike a second to calculate, and decides he needs to risk his fate here.
Top two, no waiting, but look at Poonsri's danglers. They give him the straight. Could have been worse for Haxton. No diamond on board, but queens and jacks do the trick. 4.6 in the middle. No club draw to speak of for Haxton. Nothing changes here. Can Ike hit the 4 outer and keep the dream of title number 1 alive? No. The image that we see far too often, once again, will be on display. And I'm not referring to Poonsri picking up a pot here, Crab, but rather the departure of one of the GOATs who can fight no further than 5th.
Yeah.
Triple. Yep.
It stings, but one way to keep the burn off is the $161,000 that are going Ike's way. Fought valiantly. I wonder, though, Kevin, if Poonsri had been a little bit more snug with his chips. I mean, like you pointed out, short stack, good hand, we can go with it. But I don't know. I don't know. Only Ike has the answer. Certainly the hand had plenty of merit independent that. And let's face it, if he did flat, top 2 on that board, chips are just going to come flowing in, I would imagine, in one fashion or another. By Poonsri having flopped the joint.
Am I seeing this correct? Ali has not been dealt aces again?
Oh, yeah. No, the aces button has been pushed. And
feels a bit unfair.
Working. Yeah.
But, I mean, if I knew there was an aces button, I'd probably press it as well.
Well, listen, many ships have found the bottom of the ocean in the PLO waters at the hands of ace-ace. It's delicate cargo, dare I say. 69 bigs. Poonsri, the razor. Dom defending. King, queen, 10-9. Had higher hopes for a board. Jack, deuce, deuce. Lots of backdoor equity available. In terms of the straights, no flush draw will be in his future as we see him checking over to the aces. They're unbothered on a board like this. $250,000 if you do.
Do wonder if a backdoor straight rundown such as this, with no real equity against the big hands, is being considered as a check raise bluff. Try to clear out some ace-x. Unpaired hands. Big blind, of course, could have a number of hands that contain a deuce. More than any other position, at least.
Dom wants to ask questions of Punsri here. Coming with the check raise, and again, I turn to perhaps perceptions that Punsri is simply starting to lean and is a bit out of line.
I mean, not only that, but just that he's going to have a normal range and not be dealt aces every hand, Ali. You would think that every now and then we're just going to run into the ace 10, 8-7 and just get one through, but...
Well, for what it's worth, deuces are really not supposed to be associated with Punsri's opening range, even with added breadth available to him.
Punsri recognizing if he makes the call here, just over pot behind, it's starting to get uncomfortable. So we don't expect Martin to be fast playing some hand that we're crushing necessarily.
Now it gets a little bit weird as this pot sits at 2.25 million, and it's because of Dom's actions on the flop. Punsri is the Reaper, covering him.
Martin's picked up just a little bit here. That nut got shot with the 10-9. Single heart.
Yeah, it seems like he took his swing at things here, and Punsri's willingness to remain intact on that board texture does signal some alarm.
Not even sure that Punsri will bet at this pot. I mean, it's a disaster if we get check jammed on.
And it's within Dom to take that line, too.
Yeah, one would think it's totally possible to have some deuce with hearts, potentially. We improve equity on the turn and check it over, setting the trap.
Check back from Punsri, keeping things clean.
Now just absolute nothing for Martin. How often do we want to activate and try to represent one of those traps? Ace deuce, full house. Not this time.
And at this point, it does feel like value is highly available to us. Given we have a queen and two aces in hand, maybe something like a passively played king-king. Oh, he's just going to check it back. Having a tough time finding hands that are going to pay him off, maybe?
Yeah, I can understand it from his seat, just trying to figure out, am I really going to get check raised in this ICM dynamic from a naked Jack X by kings? There's no redraws available. It's Jack deuce deuce rainbow. It's not like you can have kings with equity or Jack X with high equity, so. Punat believing, perhaps correctly, that the range is more polar than that, and aces is just a showdown hand.
Well, he's kept it tidy. While he hasn't kept the chip lead the whole way through, he's now at the high water mark. 8.1 million in front of Punsri, and the Thai delegation is loving it. Flooding the chat with support for their man, who's got a better than 2-1 chip lead over Alex Foxen, who has now inherited second place. Dom slips to third. 3.8 for Alex, 3 million for Martin, and then Benny Vidi lurking in fourth. Current payout, by the way, $201,000. The immediate pay ladder is $50K, as 251 goes to third. King, queen, jack 5. Foxen. Likes the 3 Broadway cards. Playing it as a limp, though. If you think Dom's seat is tough, Alex's is extra tough because he has to deal with 2 stacks that are deep. Granted, he's now in front of Martin, but Dom's so talented. And you can see he's going to get after you.
Punsri perhaps has the luxury to raise hands like this and deal with the consequences if we ever do get limp 3-bet by Alex. But you'd think this kind of hand, 3 Broadway cards, 1 nut suit, does just fine if it goes limp, raise, call.
So Punsri, ace queen 10-4 took us to 350. Foxen hanging in there and connecting with the jack, just the gut shot. The developments for Punsri, no heart on board.
Doesn't feel obligatory to bet out of position here, but we've got a little something going on if Punat wants to continue his idea of a polar approach. Well, seems to view this one as maybe able to continue against a small bet at least after checking. And again, if we think about the threat of check raise, which maybe Foxen isn't too worried about. Don't know if you got the impression that Punat's considering check raise here. But King Jack, not exactly premium.
Yeah, and so susceptible to ICM blending, where Punsri just breaks out a chainsaw and goes ham on you, and you're left breathless and in search of the muck.
I mean, there's no guarantee that Foxen can avoid this by checking behind, but at least he makes it less likely. Punat, of course, would be allowed to start betting now and potting even, putting stacks at risk by the river, but it does feel unlikely. Oh, as I say that, it's exactly what Punat starts doing.
This is just a ICM clinician here.
The 6, a very clean turn for any overpairs that Punat might have slowed down with on the flop. No flush draw on board.
Foxen's no pushover, Kev. You know, he recognizes what could be afoot. Does he want to take the risk? The reward is high. But with 1 to come and 850 on ask, one can't blame Alex Foxen for bidding a winner.
That's a great find from Punat. To be willing to play aggressively in a delayed line after seemingly giving up on the flop. And not just aggressive, but putting stacks in play.
You know, it isn't simply aptitude within the discipline of poker that's going to yield success when you're out here in these high rollers, but just a simple tournament savvy as well.
Yeah.
And most pronounced, I would say, on the bubble, the money bubble, and then here at these FTs where the ladders are biggest. Double suited 10s now for Punsri. This final table solar system is very much revolved around Punsri as the sun.
Just limping, which, of course, because of the pot limit nature of this game pre-flop, we're not able to exercise full ICM pressure on the shortest stack here of any VD under 20 big blinds.
Dirk. Pretty dusty one, which gets some cobwebs on the ace-king-queen flop.
Seems viable with the 2 10s in hand. Backdoor diamonds, just start firing at this Broadway texture. Dirk seemed quite uninterested pre-flop. Can remove a lot of the better Broadway cards from range.
Well, 10's becoming incredibly relevant now after the jack rolls off on the heels of the check.
3 to a flush. Still no spade for Poonsri. But with that extra leverage you get from this big chip disparity, maybe it doesn't matter. He's going to keep checking. This might be concerning to Dirk. In position, just continues to check down with his 7 high nothing.
Board pairing queen. Poonsri finally rattles some chips, 150 and take it. Of course, Dirk with no reason to get excited. He's been absent the proceedings for the better part of the last few orbits after a little surge early. Has found a couple of ladders.
Yeah, I mean, Dirk in the best seat to let Punat do his thing and potentially be the beneficiary of a collision between one of the other 2 larger stacks.
He does, however, have to maintain enough stack depth not to take those other 2 larger stacks out of a willingness to collide with Punat. 18 bigs at present. Adequate, but once you start getting down into that single-digit big blind range,
yeah,
the ladder of 50K is going to start to be more on the stacks minds as Dom and Foxen or bookended. Here's Martin. He's king, jack, deuce, clubs. Poonsri finally finds a hand he can take off.
Yeah, given that he was chewing on that one, I think a similar type of holding maybe was the 3-bet that we saw get through earlier against Martin.
I think he's got a lot of self-awareness too in terms of his table image.
Yeah.
You know, he's clocking the hands he's showing down, what lines he attached to them, his VPIP.
No, it's just a little dirt on it, like a smudge.
No resistance encountered by Dom.
It's another skill to be aware of. Like you pointed out, Ali, if someone's going to cross over formats but still be in the tournament format regardless. Not just paying attention to the stuff that he knows. Still obviously valuable in PLO.
And he knows a lot. For Dom and Kharitza, this is their first event of the festival. Coming down to snipe the PLO part of the program. Unless somebody think that that's a verb that we're putting to work as a pejorative, it's really not. It's just an acknowledgement that these guys are specialists who really don't play 2-card. However, I wonder if they're going to be inspired by the performances turned in Hold'em by their peer, Ellis Parsonen.
Yeah, looking at guys like Ellis and Yanni, who of course excel in PLO, have taken to playing full schedules lately.
Well, a full 300. The requirements for Dom to look up at King 10-8 is jacks. Still what he's playing here on an all-black board.
5 minutes? Oh, 30 minutes. Oh, okay, cool.
That flush draw for Poonsri. Action goes check, check. Board pairing king. You surprised at all by Punat, or this is just balance here with that nut flush draw?
Not sure that it's balance so much as the same consideration we've seen him give to other spots where in position he is showing aggression with some of the weakest parts of his range. Here, kind of in between hand strength as Pernot holds up the early burn and turn on the river here because action's still on him, considering a delayed bluff perhaps.
Does that ever get weird for you, by the way? Because you start to wonder whether or not, okay, this is somebody who really wanted to bet. That's why they're stopping the action?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of range?
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of important, I suppose, in spots like that to be consistent, right? You get enough experience at the table. You can see here he does eventually check behind, but I mean, anyone who's played a lot of poker has run into a spot like that more than once. And if you respond differently based on your hand, then, well, you're in trouble.
With the check back from Punsri, that second king becomes even more attractive to the jacks of Dom.
Yeah, starting to feel like the best hand.
Though again, you could see a world in which he chooses to play it as a bluff catch.
It's a sizable one. 550 with the jacks.
Now Punsri thinking it over with these fives. It's a size that he sort of removes 10x, 8x from, right? Or you think Martin would go down that far in range?
No, I have to agree. I also wonder how much rivering the deuce plays a little bit into Pernot's mind here. Eventually gets away, but I mean, I've seen him just this week in No Limit make some savage river bluffs with a blocker such as that. Very detail-oriented player. Just considering all his options there, even with a pretty trashy one.
Limp here from Dom in the small as again you witness some of the pressure he's under from Punsri. Did take that last pot from him. Granted, had the best hand. Punsri maybe had an opportunity with the nut flush draw at some point, unclear, but onwards we go. And once more, they entangle. Ace, ace, 5. This is all Dom, wheel gutter. Trips, nothing cooking for Pernot.
That's it.
Similar to what we've seen in some no-limit encounters. Those couple of aces. Still possible for Martin to have connected somewhat often. Limping basically his whole range in the small blind, or at least a number of strong hands. Pernot never going to check behind those really big hands.
Back to back nibbles for Martin. You ever been to Denmark, Kevin?
I haven't. Have you?
No. You ever enjoyed a Danish in the morning?
Yeah, of course.
What was her name? I'm just kidding. I don't know why I went that direction. That's a married man, guys. Come on. Producer James is so disappointed in me right now. I apologize. It really, you know what it was? You're so innocent to me, Kevin. And I know, I know there's a little party guy in there somewhere, but I'm just saying, just really, oh, that one was for me, guys. Sorry. Ace, Queen, Jack, 3. Dom, taking it to 350. Might Punsri book another date?
Weaker suit here. Just the jack high spades working. Less attractive to build this pot. Haven't seen a lot of light flatting out of Poon 3. I wonder if he's considering just taking a flop. Covering stack, plenty of opportunities to lead. He's going to continue to put pressure.
This has become a theme now. And I don't know that it's one that Dom is enjoying. An otherwise durable ace-queen jack 3 forced into the bin there as Punat flexes. And the more I observe his interactions with Martin Kevin, the more I'm reminded of prior occasions on which he's wielded a chip lead late at a final table. This is starting to feel very familiar. An absolute aggressive gear lies within that man there.
And it's hard for Martin because the larger of a lead that Punat builds up, the less he needs to be willing to commit Martin's stack. The risk premium is out of whack. So high for Martin, so low for Punat.
Well, is this an inadvertent mystery hand, perhaps, on the button? I'll tell you what, the more that the theme emerges, the broader this range rates to be for Punat. Now, granted, he has been sun-kissed at this FT, but Dirk has kings. And he's got his eye on this high VPIP as well.
Yeah. Not the best kings, of course, but just 15 blinds. Significant separation now. And more fold equity, I would think, than you normally have because of just how wide Punat's going to be able to open in this spot.
Well, he's found an excuse to get after whatever it is that lurks for Punsri on the button. No snap fold here from Punat suggests that maybe there's something worthy of consideration. Only 525 more. He knows Dirk's going to go with it.
And if you're Punat, it's not the worst thing to fold a close spot here as well, right? You've got a very comfortable table dynamic going. You can keep that going for a while. Nothing wrong with passing on a neutral-ish pre-flop call.
This one?
That's a sight we've not seen too much of. Talking not just about Punsri losing chips, but also Venny picking them up.
Why wouldn't we just do one more?
Okay. So when do we get a break? Three more hands. Two more.
This and two more, and then break. Is that what you're saying? No. Oh, because he asked when we're getting a break. And that was
I'm sorry. Yeah, the break is in 20 minutes. We are going to continue. Even if we stop mid-level to have the break will be at 3-4.
Okay, so if there's any confusion as to what exactly is going on here, staff are on hand to explain that on the occasions in which, given that we are playing this level increase by number of hands, that the big blind increase were to fall on the same stack that it fell on prior, we add 2 hands to the level so as not to unfairly encumber that particular stack with the increase twice in a row. However, next time the blinds go up, if it happens again, we actually reduce the number of hands that we play by 2 to balance it out. This is the way it's been explained to me. I hope that that made some sense.
I think even regardless of what happens next, just 2
We
hands
reduce-
are being
okay.
borrowed.
So
The next level, 2 hands are being borrowed from there and added to this current level.
Gotcha.
Just to make sure the total hand count per level stays on pace.
And I don't think anybody's going to be begrudged by that because obviously, you know, you get the benefit of an extended play at a lower level, and then you make up for it later on.
I mean, slight disadvantage to exactly Foxen here, who's having the blinds reduced on his button. Chip leader gets to play 2 more hands at deeper stacks, but of course we're balancing out a different advantage that could have been given to anybody.
Exactly.
Whoever was given the big blind the previous the previous increase.
It's completely random.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Wow. And we go to 150K next. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, yeah.
I was looking at next
The-
level.
yeah, they're
I
already
didn't
there.
realize that the board had already changed. That would have been sick.
Like you guys
That would
need to
be
get
a-
out of here.
Yeah, it's just taking too long. I thought this was
That would be
supposed
quite
to
a
be
jump.
all in pre-allowed.
Guess who? Jevin? Martin limping 7764. Now this is clearly a relationship where Punat is the abuser.
Yep. Martin is hating this. Continues to get dealt marginal hands for the action he's taking. Committed to a strategy that feels quite well crafted.
And this is so brutal for Martin. I think it's actually playing out sort of in the worst way. You know, he was
You said both.
very aware that something like this
Both
could
of the
take
blinds
shape, but
did
it's
pay the bigger blind. Last time it was Punit's big and Martin's small. So now both of them have been paid at the prior level. Why? I don't understand why we're not going up now. All right. Okay. Makes no sense at all.
They have always been
That's
doing the
first
2
rule of
additional
one of these
hands.
Series that has made no sense. Usually they're very good.
Maybe some additional consideration after the festival will be given to the specifics of that one. Fresh rule for this series.
I confess that when it was explained to me at the onset by Luca, I got my head around it.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously to hear Foxen,
I think it's the detail of
Taking
the small blind, right?
meaning why not just do one extra hand?
Yeah, I think the way he's perceiving it is like, well, we've taken the player who was in the big blind most recently and made sure they didn't pay the big blind again at an increased price. But why are we
Yeah,
focusing on the small blind
maybe
increase?
There's something I'm missing, but I can't think of it.
So it's not so much the spirit.
You raise the small blind on someone who had the big blind before, which is, I agree with you. It's not logical, but that's the.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it must be. Otherwise, not much makes sense.
But maybe they can change it. They did
Yeah.
quite well too.
Yeah, I mean it's a new thing. The whole rollback and hands per level is great. I think. Like, I guess maybe they don't do it in PLOs.
We don't get a rollback.
We start with 28 big. I don't know for pillow. Maybe
It's usually below. If it's below 30, it goes back. So I guess it's.
maybe for pillow it's like 25.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, so Alex touching on another one of the advents here at this festival, beyond just the certain number of hands per blind increase, the blind rollback. Whenever you have below a certain number of big blinds, great, just kind of a little bit more playability. But in PLO, the threshold apparently a little bit different. I was going to say that it doesn't seem as though, as we see Punsry now really in attack mode, granted ace-queen suited, but it isn't so much the spirit of avoiding the big blind increase
don't know
coming
about
in
that.
back-to-back level increases on the same player, but the fact that we're using 2 hands as opposed to 1 hand that they're taking potential issue with.
Yeah, that's the detail that Foxen was trying to understand better.
Right.
And in that exact case, the small blind didn't even increase between the last level and the new level, although that would be hard to generalize in a tournament structure rule.
So 50, 125, 125 officially as you get a glimpse at the remaining 4 stacks brought to you by Bet ACR. Get a load of the chip lead that I confess has just kind of caught me off guard. 3-1 now is Punsri over second place. Martin Dahm, who is gridlocked with Fox in midfield.
Not over half the chips in play right now.
I mean, it just goes to show you how valuable each one of those repot, take it down pre, open, take it down without resistance.
Yeah.
You know, you cobble together a few of those, and my goodness.
He's been relentless for the last level.
Real breakout. Here he is again. Ace 10, 10, 4. The VPIP's starting to get absurd, but as we can see, there have been legitimate motivations.
Foxen's going to take this spot. And again, a dicey one for Punsri. Feels unnecessary to play great defense against 3-bets. You know that everyone's playing quite conservatively against your opens. You can see the equities, though.
You know, this is a little bit weird, isn't it, Kevin? Because Punsri, with all of that self-awareness, knows at some point, especially a guy like Foxen who doesn't like getting pushed around, you can get yourself into a leveling spot where you think maybe I can still muscle Foxen because he simply decided he's had enough and it isn't so much a hand that can fade another scoop. I mean, 1.25 million of a total 3. But we digress. There's so much meta. Everyone's eyes constantly trained on the tournament clocks where all the information that they would need is available. Phones are sequestered once we get down to 2 tables at any given event. And I think that's a nice security measure being taken. You know, the reality is, as technology continues to improve and with so much at stake here.
Oh, yeah.
Every possible measure that can be taken should be taken.
It's mandatory, really.
To ensure the integrity. I think the players very much appreciate it, obviously. They like grinding the Triton Poker Plus app, maybe in between hands, being able to chat with some friends or keep themselves occupied, but I think it's a small price to pay to shore some things up. Preemptive, of course, not alluding to the idea that there was something that would have triggered any concerns whatsoever. 855. Dom, nice one. Got shot for Punsri. Martin was able to sneak through a limp for once.
Yeah, finally. Gets to see a flop and has the best hand for now. Still not thrilled on a board like this to
You won one, right? This series.
get chips flowing.
Nice. Congrats. Huh?
I still need a PLO one.
You're having a decent shot now.
Yeah.
100K and 50K as well.
Yeah.
Both parties checking the flop. The 3 now provides an additional avenue to Punsri.
Yeah, they added 100K.
But
it felt
3's
like they
full.
were,
Dom's got this one
trying to
locked
find-
up.
Yeah, the PLO schedule in Vegas is
it's
pretty
super
sick
nice.
this summer.
Punat's been willing to
I think I was looking at it, it's like
put in delayed aggression,
fairly close to $1 million in buy-ins.
but Martin does lead out half
like
pot.
as far as the max amount. Do you play any hold'em at all? Like, would you play the half and half?
For sure, the half and half.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Are you gonna be there for it?
No, then I'm going 3 weeks and it's too long for me already. So
Yeah, I can understand that for
I
sure.
would have to go for 4 weeks or something.
Yeah, it's like one of the first events. Yeah.
But I play some hold'em.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I think I'd be.
That one's gonna be really fun.
500.
It's funny how many people
Wow.
feel the same way. I feel like everyone's so.
And
excited.
speaking of that delayed
A
aggression,
lot of the No Limit guys are really excited to like play a PLO event and then vice versa,
Punsri
so it's just gonna
thought
be
I heard 500, but perhaps 4.
has gotten himself in a little trouble for the first time here against Dom, as the aggression will not be well served on this occasion. That we know. Three's full, not nutted, of course, but with an 8 in hand.
As well as the check on the flop.
Yep.
I think Martin feels relatively confident this is the winner, but the way to proceed isn't necessarily to announce the strength of this hand.
Sure.
Just flatting, letting Punat continue to bluff on some runouts.
Punsri, you saw him darting his eyes over there. Now he's made the 8 high straight. This could be a really bad development. I don't know, Kevin. Does Punsri ever shy away from a barrel on the end?
I mean, we've seen Punat exercise great discipline with his value betting in position. The aces hand comes to mind where he called a check raise and just showed it down.
Well, the question he's asking himself is, can I get value? And I think with 5x potentially out there, maybe he thinks he can cobble a little more off of Martin.
Oh, he's
no,
checked.
What a check back.
Yeah.
You put in the raise with the semi-bluff, you get there, and then you recognize that maybe that bet opens the door to more harm than help.
Just a great hand from Punat, I think. Obviously on the losing end of it, but a number of things that he did well there, despite how strong Martin's hand was this time.
That really, for me, was an incredibly impressive show of restraint. And I think he's earned Dom's respect.
Well, it's going to be a while till they find out exactly what that was.
He didn't have to roll it up, obviously, but
easy to assume that he just had some 5 that wasn't great on the flop. Check, check.
missed opportunity potentially there from Martin Dom. A lead on the end, Kevin.
Maybe, yeah. It's
All
hard.
of a sudden, if Punat just rips on you,
It's hard to find.
You're so disgusted. So Punsri's going to fight on. Still very healthy, north of 8 million coming into this small blind, big blind altercation with Dirk. 6-5 trade, top 2 for Punat, but you see the 6 high straight plus spades for Dirk.
Yeah, this could escalate quickly. Dirk going to be happy to put chips into the pot in some fashion, and well, I don't necessarily think Punat's going to fast play. He certainly could. Actually, just 12 big blinds behind.
$175. That's the figure dialed up by Dirk. Punsri doesn't have a spade in his hand. Obviously, the range can interact harmfully for any big blind check back sort of holding with the 6-5. We're not doing well, so simply play it as a check call here. Another 350 into the pot. King on on the turn is harmless. Dirk playing just 1.4. You think come with something milky and then leave yourself somewhere in the neighborhood of 3/4 pot on the end? Do you get even more aggressive? What do you like?
Does feel like we can leave enough behind here to have a sizable riverbed available to us. We want to polarize in position in general. This isn't necessarily a spot where Dirk's just pressing with equity. He wants to leave himself the ability to take some dusty hands and fire at this without being committed on the turn. Makes it quite hard for Punat to get away. Wouldn't fault him for another call.
Punsri just laying down the 6s and 5s, and I'll tell you what, as impressive as Punat has been when he's winning pots, I would dare say he's been equally impressive when losing them.
I have to agree. It's well said. He's just making great decisions right now.
I tell you what, when the boys get wind of some of the procedures here, first they're going to realize that the VPIP was warranted for the most part. Then they're going to realize this is a tough dude to get chips out of.
Yeah, absolutely. In any direction.
I'm going to pot it here, suited ace.
Finally sees Punsri fold behind when he says so.
Easy decisions, easy decisions. We have
It's one form of running good.
Yeah, that's fair. We've all been in those sessions where it feels like every single spot is a tough one. Can appreciate.
Less easy decisions,
When things are straightforward, as Foxen tosses his big blind over to Martin, and we draw the curtain on yet another level here in Montenegro. A third of this final table has been cleaved as the two Americans, Sean Raphael and Ike Haxton, leave behind Foxen to do the Stars and Stripes bidding with Thailand, Denmark, and the Netherlands. Alongside, we'll be going north. Schedule break for the players as you get that glimpse, brought to you by GTO Wizard. Bringing you back to the desk, Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabbitshow. And I mean, if you bring up anything outside of Punat Punsri, you're doing it wrong on the back end of that frame. Really, he's the story.
Yeah, I mean, just a moment maybe to brag about my great pick at the start of this final table, Punat Punsri. He's executing on a high level. He's really, I know, Ali, I made it about me for just a moment.
No,
but
that's fair. I've made
bringing
a career
it back,
out of that.
bringing it back to Punat, he deserves to be in the chip lead right now. He's well ahead of the field, and he's just making great decisions, bluffing or value betting, and getting away from some big spots.
Well, listen, you're not surprised given that you picked him, and neither is a majority of the chat. Thailand up and invested in the outcome here as one of the finest ever to come out of that delegation is looking for a title in the 4-card streets, and that would be number 4 on his resume. We're going to step aside. 10 minutes time. We'll be back. More Pot Limit Omaha in the 25K final table comes your way after this.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
D. King, Jack, Jack 9. Benny Vidi with the clubs and some connectivity, deciding to flat on the button, double suited in the unintrusive portion of the deck here for Haxton.
Haxton not in as comfortable a chip position as Dirk on the button. Not surprised to see Ike avoiding this one.
Well, how about Sean? You know, pocket kings, pocket aces are very real things when people open up front. Not going to get overly excited about a couple of queens, but you are going to play it when you already have a big blind invested. So in goes the extra 90, three-way affair. Queen 9-5, top set for Rafael.
Customary recheck here with just pot behind. I wonder how risk averse Rafael is feeling. He's going to check and try to induce some action.
This is not the board that Foxen had in mind. Just a lowly pair of nines. But he'd say sharing the 9, playing the jacks with a gut shot. Second check.
Perhaps a hand that would be ready to run bluffs at deeper stacks, but looking at Rafael and just 9 blinds behind, can't be excited about getting in this hand as Dirk.
Well, a little bit more excitement will come courtesy of this 7 of clubs for Benny Vidi as he picks up the king high flush draw. Now Rafael surely must look to charge a prize to anyone that would seek to complete a draw.
Does feel like with clubs coming in on the turn, time to protect our top set.
Full pot is virtually all of his chips. Release will be easy for Foxen.
For Dirk, I'm not so sure. Second nut clubs. The pair kind of bothersome. Fewer live 2-pair outs here, even the king. Not a clean 2-pair out.
Well,
Deems
he's
it
going
enough.
to run it. Making sure that final quarter gets flicked into the machine, as it didn't take long for Sean Rafael, our short stack, to spin. A 10 or a club, that's where the treachery lies. Almost 1.7 million in there. And there is the club. Oh my goodness. Runner, runner, and a quick trip to the lockers for Sean Rafael. Top set, what are you going to do?
for it.
Forced to accept his fate as his final table lasting just one hand, Kevin.
That's a rough feeling. Go through all that prep. Get the walkout and everything. One hand at the final table.
Well, Benny Vidi and Ike have both called. A lot of Queen 10 interference between those two holdings. Now, Foxen, Ace King 8-4 in the small. Seems like an extra 40 is well worth it. He agrees. Snap check back from Dom.
What was that about a family pot?
All 5 still involved here. King 9 deuce. Foxen, top pair, top kicker. Of course, Punsry with the aces and the only diamond draw. Well in front of the field. You see some gut shots for Dom, Dirk, and Ike. How do you feel about this check from Punsry, unblocking a lot of the Queen Jack 10 stuff?
I mean, that could go in both directions, right? By unblocking, it means that when the Queen Jack 10 does come, your hand is so bad. And this is problematic for building the pot potentially against hands that could include that inside wrap themselves. So I think understandable for Punat to try and keep this pot on the smaller side. His hand is good, but it doesn't love turn cards.
Well, a non-compliant Haxton with 4 checks in front of him has decided we're not going to let it stay this small. 120, quarter pot.
Yeah, Haxton with great removal on the top of range. 9 blocker. Couple of 10s. Wrap interference. It's awkward for Foxen with 3 players behind. Yes, Ace-King could be the best hand in an absolute sense, but how do we play that one out of position against the field? Would imagine Punsry comes with call.
Yeah, unlike the pre-flop sentiments, where he would have looked to shovel some more chips in. Now, he's trying to stem the tide. Is flat, providing the easy exit to Dirk. Not that he would have been proud absent Punsry's call. So Ike does call the herd. Deuce on the turn.
Got it. I was already happy that I didn't bump him over.
Could have just sent the rack to Dirk, but I'll let them. They'll figure it out.
30.
Not the turn card I would think that Haxton was dreaming of when setting up a bluff.
Another one.
Could, of course, have improved on a 10 or a jack, but also probably liking his hand as removal opportunities on a diamond, maybe even a queen, but he does keep firing. Punsry's hand has improved, ahead of King 9 now.
I mean, the deuce is actually about as good a card, I think, that absent an ace, Punsry could be hoping for.
Yeah.
Even the diamond he doesn't like as much as this.
Yeah.
Wants to think it over. I could have king here, couldn't he?
Certainly, I
kings?
think bad kings are going to be an over-limping candidate on the button. Don't expect the deuce to be particularly relevant, although there's always a chance that he just had 3 good cards. We're on the top of this board with a deuce dangler.
Punsry flatting and finds the ace. Ace is full. He can breathe very easy now, and at this point, he's hoping it's king-king over there for Haxton, or maybe big diamonds that had some sort of straight wrap as well.
This is looking dangerous for Ike. I don't know how clearly we can read Punat into having aces, and if he does check it over, which doesn't seem guaranteed at the moment. He has checked with diamond removal. Absolute no chance of winning the pot. Does Ike want to try to continue representing pocket kings? I suppose there's nothing stopping Poonsri from having some sort of ace-king hand strength as well that we can be hoping to clear.
Haxton chewing hard on this spot here. I mean, really, King X is the only thing that he could target, but we're not sure how much of that would have stuck around to this point.
Feels more like King 9, Ace King, or potentially something with just the weak diamonds. You know, imagine Poonsri had like King Jack 8-6 double and gets here with the medium flush. Can we ask these hands to fold on the end with a jam? Gives it up.
Great decision, obviously, as we can see. And Ike Haxton makes more of those than he does the bad ones. This much. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 25K Pot Limit Omaha Kickoff event. Backside of this Montenegro Festival, Ali Najad, alongside Kevin Rabichow, and 4 of our original 6 still remain, Kevin. Of them, Dirk Geritze of the Netherlands, Veni Vidi, an online legend, currently bringing up the rear. He's got 16 bigs, 10 bigs separating him and Alex Foxen, who already has a title here at this festival, has a number of final tables under his belt. Martin Dahm has had to tussle with the man up top, Punat Poonsri, 7.6 million as we head to 51.25. And you do some coaching, Kevin. If I stick you right now in the corners of Dahm, Foxen, and Geritze, do you have specific advice that you would be providing any of them as to how they're going to dethrone Poonsri?
Yeah, I mean, certainly Punat is in the driver's seat, and I have to think that if there's anyone who wants to consider adjustments at this point, it's Martin Dahm, because he's been out of position against Poonsri this entire day. He is the one who's trying to play pots, but unable to enter them cheap, because it seems like every time he limps, Punat raises. It seems like every time he opens, he gets 3-bet. He's going to want to collect a little bit of information or just get up to speed on what Punat has been up to, because it's hard from the table when you don't know whether or not Punat's just been hit by the deck.
Yeah, and listen, these guys are going to get hit by $201,000 regardless of how things take shape from this point forward. There it is. The casualties thus far, Sean Raphael at 125K payout, Ike Haxton 161,000, and a 50K double buy-in. That's the ladder that we have on our hands. You can see 550 up top as the rung spacing gets deeper and deeper. We are just about set to get back down there. Remember, this is not a clock that we're running, but rather number of hands at present, 13. That's the distance that we run before we send them up. So 51.25, 125 as we get right back down to the Maestral Resort and Casino for the resumption of play here in the 4-card streets. This frame brought to you in part by BetACR. There it is. The official chip counts that we just guided you through. Almost a 2-to-1 chip lead for Poonsri over Dahm. The assignment has been tough for Martin.
And you know, he doesn't necessarily
there was
need to
definitely
pivot
one that I was
strategies,
able to
Is
see.
Martin.
it again?
I think I could have misseen the color, but
Just missed the entire thing, yeah? Does anyone...
Just do it again.
Nobody cares. Just missed it, yeah?
I'm saying yeah. I think Miss Steel makes sense, but I'm. Oh.
I didn't turn anything.
I mean, that was even if I was wrong about like seeing the color, that was clear. But yeah.
Hiccups behind us. And one.
I also feel like that time I didn't see anything and I was looking down, but I don't know, whatever. I feel like I could have seen it if I was looking up.
Punat out of the way here. A chance for Dirk to open.
Queen, Jack, 9. He'll head to the dance floor. Pot announced.
No.
Dom looking over and saying, not the one. I have to imagine that in particular, Dirk and Dom have plenty of experience squaring off against one another in the online streets. The PLO community, a far smaller, closer knit group, especially when it comes to the higher stakes than its no limit counterpart.
In the 100k PLO main event, it started in 6 from the strong Nestle Montenegro. That's 2 players of more to start the playing.
7-4 trade double here. Being considered.
See if Martin wants to continue his limp-only approach. Blind versus blind. That was a sneaky little one. Almost looked like he was raising, but smooth motion to put in the call. Punsri has a dusty one. I've seen him raise stuff like this before, but all 4 low cards doesn't feel like the best removal.
(996) with 2 clubs, providing Dom with the king high flush draw here, and a limped one pre. Not allowing it, picking up the backdoor diamonds and a gutter. I feel like relief is always what Dom experiences as soon as he limps the small and Punat doesn't smother him.
I mean, you say that, but we've even seen Punat activate once flop checks through, after limp check. Seems to find aggression in every node, no matter how you get here.
The thing that allows him to do it with impunity is not just the chip lead, but the fact that he has the capacity to exercise necessary restraint and avoid getting down into weird spots and losing a big one. That's such an important thing to have in your arsenal if you're gonna behave in this manner. 5 on the turn now, pairing Punsri. Dom with a wrap. Checking it over once more. He is very mindful of the ICM, that 50K ladder, and this unrelenting gear. that Punsri appears to have selected.
Sure does look like board development that Punat wants to attack.
5 1/4.
Plenty of hands for Martin that will be disconnected enough from this now straightening board. He won't be able to stand the heat, but let's see what he wants to do with this. It's not the best straight draw. Just king high clubs. Clears out. A very good one there.
That's remarkable. I mean, Punsri just can't seem to put a foot wrong.
Yeah.
Dom had a lot of hand there. Shared the 4-7, had the club draw. Of course, the 5 was best for the moment. Okay. Monotone, king high. Pretty disjointed rundown here.
And yet, maybe ideas of a bluff raise.
Okay, this is just now it's getting ugly out here for the field.
I mean, it's just gonna work. Somehow, Dirk has been dealt an even less attractive hand.
That one for me really showcases where Punat's head's at, and he wouldn't be faulted for having it there. This is an incredible setup for him, Kevin. The more that he can keep the other 3 stacks in one another's territory, the more he can really get away with this as the war of attrition takes shape.
Yeah, and those other stacks starting to dip towards 25 big blinds and lower. Their options to do anything but 3-bet commit when they decide they want to play against Punat are dwindling.
Ace Jack 10-4. Punsri, it must be said, card distribution-wise, has enjoyed the best of things since the onset of this one.
Yeah, feeling as though the others are helpless, partially because they've been dealt some pretty helpless hands.
Sorry.
As he continues to get good ones for the spot.
I think the button is on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's only you move it, and then I remove it.
Sorry.
400 and take it on that occasion for Punsri. Well, it's 10:15 in the evening in Thailand right now, and something tells me nobody is turning in for bedtime. Yes. Any poker fan out there has absolutely gotten wind of this deep run. Punsri is hunting title number 4 and is very poised for the time being to get there. Dirk continues to spectate.
Fox, it seems, just keeps getting dealt the worst of it, but finds just enough to limp in here.
King 10-8 tray with diamonds, which do cover Dom's diamonds. Queen Jack 10 board, top 2 for Martin. Open ender for Alex. Well, sensing some green shoots, perhaps, with this open ender. Foxen leads out for 175.
An interesting one for Martin. His hand very often going to be best. Enough money behind here, though, that he's not interested in raising and dealing with bad runouts. That one, very safe turn.
Yeah, and does provide another avenue to a boat for Martin, who was content to flatten, just kind of see what developed. Now, if you're Alex, Martin, you've been called. 725 in the middle. You're covered ever so slightly. What's on your mind?
Doesn't feel like the best bluffing candidate, partially because our interaction with the board is all straight draws from the flop. That might be some of Martin's weaker holdings. No hearts, no removal on improvement on this turn. And then there's always the threat of a hand like Martin's that was waiting for a safe turn to commit chips. I like this give up from Alex.
Well, in the face of lead check, Dom knows he's got plenty of hand. He also knows that there's a good chance that Foxen could find a call, staring at that queen and jack. Of course, the presence of the 10 in Dom's hand interferes with some of the options that Foxen would maybe proceed with. He's going to deliver $500,000 into the middle. No hearts in Alex's hand, so we can't be certain that if the 9 or the ace roll off in heart form that they'll be good. And as such, he declines to fight any further. I gotta say that it's been limitlessly entertaining for me to look at the YouTube chat, which I confess is predominantly being dominated by, that was redundant, by Ty right now. Because every now and again you'll find a passage that has 2 little English kind of blurbs in there. The most recent one containing run bad and injury. And then you're left to kind of play fill in the blanks a little bit. Great to see the amount of support, though, that delegation provides when Punat's on stream making these runs. I know it means the world to him as well. He's very humbled. Dom has been humbled on more than one occasion by Punat. King, queen, 10 deuce. This limp is not designed to step away from. If Punat chooses to get abusive again, okay, the jack 6-3 deuce. He finds the check back.
Thought after 2 checkbacks he was just destined to raise that one up. But
what did you say about destiny there? Trip 6 is here for Punsry. Excuses to continue for Dom with the king 10.
It's quite an unfortunate development for Martin. Punat's been so aggressive in this setup. He's been so willing to attack in position. And he's flopped a second best hand that's good enough to continue for a couple of streets.
125 out of Punsri. He is not trying to lose his customer, and he's trying to look a little speedy. Dom, of course, at that price isn't thinking anything other than call. Now on the turn, the ace gives him a Broadway gutty. Unclear how much ace X he would give Punsri credit for as played. Check back pre. With the 125 on the 10-6-6 flop.
Does feel like most of the hands that contain an ace in this line would be something that filled up to a full house here, some unlikely combination. Oh.
Check back from Punsri, who fills up on the end now. Staying steady at 625,000. How will Dom approach? I would imagine he's in the business of just hunting free showdowns.
I worry, though, that in the face of an inevitable bet here on the river, Martin might look at his hand and think about the potentials to either bluff catch or bluff raise.
In particular, given the presence of the 10 and the deuce in his hand.
Punat's checked behind the turn in a line where he never has pocket aces. Martin has a 10 and a deuce, removing all the most likely full houses.
That check back on the turn definitely could end up proving very damaging to Martin. If he decides to rise up in the face of the barrel we know is forthcoming.
Three-quarters pot here from Punat. Perhaps representing the odd ace-10, a weak 6. I would consider some stronger aces, but I imagine a number of them raising pre-flop against the limp. Stack of time bank chips had me fooled for a second there. Martin's going to think about this one.
$475, and Dom pays it off. And we turn our attention to Punat's excellent decision to check back the turn as being responsible for the payday on the end.
Hard to fault Martin there for the sequence he's been through. You just ever get one of those opponents that seems to have your number every matchup. Every time they're bluffing, you just have some terrible hand that can't seem to find defense. Every time they're value betting, you find yourself with the hand that you've excused into a call, and it's just...
Every time you think you're nutted, they have you pipped. I mean, nothing going Martin Dom's way when he gets involved with Punsri. As that relationship continues to prove toxic. Got to look there at the hardware. It's awaiting the eventual champ.
Punat back to having over half the chips in play. Nobody above 23 big blinds.
Already mentioned that Punsri is on the hunt for title number 4, but so is Foxen. 2 3-time title winners here for Dom and Veni Vidi. They're looking for number 1, but obviously with fewer opportunities afforded them, given they only show up for the 4-card part of the program. It's a little bit more challenging. Though obviously they're involved in smaller fields. Nothing small about Punsri's decision making. 450K open pot now. Dirk, ace, king, 10, 6, Badoogie, meaning no suits.
And maybe one we just have to take. Blind versus blind. Punat hasn't missed a spot in these wide range setups. We know he's going to have raise folds. Just a pretty strong high card hand at short stacks.
What?
Well, he's taking it.
He'll be happy to have not been snapped.
I mean, king 9-7-4 with dusty diamonds here. Punsri recognizing the 50K ladder, but I don't think you want to go sailing in here against a man with 14 bigs coming in.
No, this feels like a bit of image preservation from Punsri. He feels like he could win this tournament in 30 minutes if he just, you know, avoids making it obvious that he's opening total dust, blind versus blind.
Well, at long last, Veni Vidi getting the better of Punsri, which has been very much the most difficult merit badge to acquire this camp. Achievement unlocked, but if he wants to unlock a ladder, he's going to have to cobble together a few more of those. Note now, Dom sits 2.8, Foxen 2.7, Dirk 2.5. This is the layout. And obviously the beneficiary will be Punsri. 9-7-6 deuce.
When the chip lead's big enough. In Hold'em, we talk about any 2 spots. Punsri.
That's just a little
trying
bit too
to
ambitious.
Piece together if this is an any 4 spot, but gets away from that one, and I don't think Dirk was going anywhere regardless of the action.
Ace, queen, jack 4 with the diamonds. Pot declared here by Veni Vidi. Double suited king high for Foxen. Now, seldom have pots failed to involve Punsri, but on the occasion that they don't, given the layout that I just described, how are these guys going to approach one another at this sub-20 big blind depth?
I think it's kind of an exciting proposition for Foxen to get the chance out of the big blind to play a pot against someone other than Punat. And any chips that you win here come from your direct competition in the battle for ladders.
Yeah, as such, they're more valuable, perhaps, than the ones shaved off of Punsri's stack. Foxen with the 2-way straight draw here on this Rainbow 9-6-4 board. Just a pair of 4s for Dirk. Not overly excited.
Yeah, no surprise we start with check, this kind of medium strength. Pair and 3 overs, backdoor flush draw. Not trying to commit with 2 times the pot behind. Foxen feeling similarly about his naked open-ender.
Well, all of a sudden, a second 4, putting a total of 3 in Dirk's lap. Note, however, that an additional spade now adds to the interests for Foxen.
Yeah, it looks like Veni Vidi's sizing just 3rd pot. leaving perhaps a good enough price for Foxen, both open-ended and second nut flush draw. The ranges are still meant to be quite wide here. Dirk's representing thinner value bets than a 4. I think Foxen sees the potential even to bluff a number of river cards that might not improve his hand.
He'll book a trip to that river as another 700,000. Enters the middle. 10 on the end. Foxen whiffs.
That could be one of those river cards, but let's see what Dirk thinks of his trip's top kicker when 7-8 completes on the end.
Could the presence of that 7 of clubs in Foxen's hand leave him with a sense of heroism? 500,000 from Dirk here.
And we know Foxen not one to be beholden by blocker usage if he feels a spot is good, but think against the bet. King high total nothing. Just has to hit the muck. Against check, I anticipated some aggression perhaps, but
yeah, has
Dirk
that
has
opportunity been
announced,
removed?
yeah, like this doesn't even feel just like an overpair anymore. Dirk is announcing something stronger. I think we'd just want more quality blockers to be willing to take that raising spot on the end.
So Foxen does step aside, and that one leaves him at the bottom of the leaderboard. This has got to be really frustrating for Alex. I don't mean to make presumptions as to what his emotional state is. Obviously, he knows how to deal with all of it at a final table, but I feel like he's one of those guys, you know, we don't generally see him having to be forced into this sort of situation. You know, he tends to bring these larger stacks to the final tables when he books a ticket there, and is much more in kind of Punsri's world. But far from beyond him is any situation at a moment such as this.
Yeah, you can't be just a one-gear player tied to a certain scenario. Someone with as much experience and success as Foxen has been on every side of a final table.
Sure.
Knows how to change gears.
Well, if you're struggling with when and where to push the clutch and find another gear yourself, we've got good news. An invitation to check out GTO Wizard's ICM and PKO Solver. Whether it's a knockout format or an intense final table like this one, GTO Wizard helps you handle ICM spots like a pro, make smarter decisions in the critical moments that matter most. Check it out today at gtowizard.com. Beat the best, crush the rest. Benny Beatty gonna sit this one out? Five and a quarter, says Foxen. For Trey. Not the sort of building materials that you want to lay foundation with. Punsri. Puts it into the muck. When's the last time you went to a Home Depot, Kev?
Home Depot.
I mean, Lowe's is also an option.
Don't think it's been that long. Maybe a couple months.
A little project at the house or what?
Yeah, always. A little something. You know that.
Remodel, or- Are you a
someone
DIY
else-
kind of guy, Kev?
I was going down that path, like always going to buy materials for someone else to help me do the work.
I like that.
I'm pretty hopeless. Certainly, you were taking us somewhere.
Not necessarily, Kevin.
No?
I wouldn't be anxious based on the last exchange involving Danishes. See, I've got you paranoid now. Maybe I just innocently wanted to ask you whether or not you've ever been to Home Depot. Or maybe I thought better of wherever I was taking us, and as such, I've pulled up lane. You'll never know.
Okay.
King,
I
Queen,
can
10
live with that.
tray. Punsri. Under construction. Ace, King, 9-9. Is this a plot that Dirk wants to develop?
Dirk now number 2 in chips. But he's still relatively short. Seems like that's leaning him in the direction of let's take a flop.
Yeah.
Not wanting to commit.
Benefit of position, obviously, against the big chip leader, but eyeballing the 16 and 14 big blind stacks beneath him, along with the pay ladders associated, influencing this decision making. 7-6-4 rainbow. Over pair for Dirk.
Not that it's a particularly proud overpair. Once checked over to, maybe we can hope to show down in some way, or even just recognizing the clean ace and king turns, make a pretty comfortable top pair, top kicker for us as well as a reason to check.
Queen of diamonds after the check back, delivering that nut flush draw, which has now created far more durability.
We're not making the best hand, but I don't know that he's gonna be looking to build this pot significantly. Maybe a check or a small bet appropriate. But I think Dirk could have easily checked behind something stronger than King Queen on the flop, even without improvement.
Yeah, I feel like Punat knows that just as he glances around the table and recognizes what's going to be influencing and motivating Dirk. There are things that are going to keep him from necessarily shoveling chips. Another check back from Kharitsa. Board pairing 6 on the end. Million plus in the middle. Let's see what's on Punat's mind.
I mean, if he checked down to this point, I think Punat would feel comfortable making a bluff. Can still represent some strong top pairs or over pairs that had nothing else going on. Could also just represent a pre-flop bluff that's made trips. Makes this 275 nothing easy for Dirk to deal with. He can beat bluffs. He's going to call.
King Queen good.
You know, you could just feel the energy there. It's one of those spots where he's like, man, this guy, he's just all over us like a wet blanket. And you know that there are very few spots that he hasn't taken. So you're left there with the nines going, all right, show me. And he just seems to have it over and over again. What's going on out here? Is that Benny Vidi's rail? Believe so. Sight lines where he's been kind of looking over from time to time, sync up. What if it was just a group of trespassers that were lost? They're like, hey, listen, we were trying to get to Dubrovnik and we wound up here. I just found out there's a ferry that'll get you to Dubrovnik from where we're at.
Behind your feet.
Interesting.
But then I'm left wondering if it's not just more of the same of what we're already enjoying here. You know? I'm not really a ferry guy.
What?
That's F-E-R-R-Y for those maybe just tuning in. 5 1/4, says Punsri. Now Dirk finally finds himself something that he feels like he can throw his weight around with. And considering that, again, we have a log jam down at the bottom, I think Foxen and Dom would be very content to see something explosive take shape between these two.
How much?
Yeah, you get the sense that Foxen just folded a pretty good hand.
1.725.
Didn't get the cards, but certainly rooting for action here.
Yeah, that's 700.
Foxen and Dom.
I'm fine with the fold.
I think I need to hit this one. 1.775? 25?
That's going to take a flop. 825 back.
375 in the middle. It's tough to envision too many situations that are going to leave Dirk on the hunt for the muck, unimproved. If he has any sort of backdoor equity, he's going to feel somewhat compelled with so much in the middle. Let's just see. 9-5 deuce, 2 spades. We have a gut shot versus 2 10s.
It's an interesting one for Dirk because unless you expect fold equity on this low board, it's hard to think of many 4-card combinations that aren't willing to put the last 800 in. Does decide to commit.
Punsri, of course, not going to step aside, and all of a sudden, after plenty of time went by without an all-in and call situation, here we are, 5.4 in the middle. Dirk needs help. The turn doesn't provide. Aces, queens, trays, anything. Can Venny fight on? No, the case 10 as Punsri makes a boat and clears the path.
Good luck.
That is a world of pot limit Omaha talent that is going to be bowing out in 4th place. And perhaps it's apropos for Dirk to be known as Veni Vidi today, given that he came, he saw, but what he didn't do is Vici or conquer.
You probably have the best hand, yeah?
No, I mean, I wouldn't have. I had ace king 9-8.
Punsri, however,
diamonds.
has been
All
doing
diamonds.
plenty of conquering.
I mean, for that action, it's a shit.
The vast majority of the tokens in play now sit in front of Punsri as he absorbs the remains of Dirk Gerritsen of the Netherlands. Title number 1 going to have to wait. He collects $201,000 and leaves behind a 50K pay ladder, as the remaining 3 will have $251,000 on lockup. Your pick's looking good, Kevin.
Yeah, and Punat just leaning now. Massive chip lead, 3 left. Double suited 9 high, good enough. Have to think the same about Foxen's ace queen 10.
Alex.
I think
Hang on.
it was 1.725 then.
All in. All in.
Okay. So Punsri making it official as Foxen is going to take his turn here.
What's my equity?
50.
Against that 50?
Like 40%. It's close.
This is a
46.
stone flip
46?
by our math.
Something like that. I mean, I guess. I'm not
Take
sure.
you over.
You take over
Is
46.
another pelt
Jesus. What a hand.
going to
Yeah,
get
that's
collected?
great. Oh, wow. I
At
guess
first
it's-
glance, you wouldn't
it's
imagine that this is an even coin flip. But given that Foxen has no suits and the ace-queen 10-5 and the 9-8-7 rolls off where Punstri's got 2 pair and hearts, all of a sudden this coin is heavily weighted toward Thailand.
Yeah.
Are we going to get a
like an
1-2
8-2.
punch here? The turn gives Foxen hope in the form of a jack. Gut shot straight draw. This is the only way it happens, and the jack of hearts doesn't do it. Alex hoping, but instead falling. Back-to-back eliminations as the ice cracks and breaks, and 2 fall through into the abyss. A denial of title. Number 4 would have been the second of the festival for Foxen. 251K going his way. But perhaps the real story, as Foxen did all he could with the cards dealt, is that 380,000 is what that man leaves behind as the minimum acquisition here in the 25K for the 2 that remain. As Punsri brought us here in a hurry, back-to-back KOs. I don't think we saw that coming. Certainly not at that pace. And just get a load of what Punat's going to be enjoying. Is title number 4 all but his. Martin Dahm is going to have something to say about it with 14 bigs. But my goodness, at the foot of Everest stands the Dane as we bring you back to the desk. Alina Jean, Kevin Rabichow. How the heck did that happen? Real quick.
Really quick. I mean, as the levels started to go up, Punat was maintaining that separation so well through four-handed play, and then when the other players got short enough, they just had to take a stand by going all in. There's no way to get around it. Punat's hand's just too good to fold.
Well, if you think the action left you dizzy, just glance at the YouTube chat and you'll see it scrolling with Thai and more Thai, as you know the delegation is popping the popcorn and awaiting what's to come. They sense it. Number 4 for their man, Punat Punsri. He's going to have to get through Martin Dahm. We're going to bring it to you as we step aside, but heads up, comes your way in the 25K after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
His short stack to work. Declaring pot. Queens and clubs.
Ooh.
3. We hate the third of a suit in our hand, but the ace, queen, and 10. See how he feels about it.
Pretty good one for our chip leader against a short stack.
But when Haxton is willing to open pot, we don't feel as though we can get out of line, do we?
No, certainly not. And the plan here is just to figure out if our hand is the right strength to take a flop before we commit chips, or if we just run it right now and force Ike to be at risk the entire time.
Haxton ensuring that all the chips get forward. Are you surprised by this decision, just given that we don't sense there's going to be pot and fold in Ike's future? Or is that something that Punat knows? He's just looking at the strength of his hand and saying it's going to perform reasonably well.
Exactly. I think Punat knows, and there's even the reverse where it's like we don't necessarily want to get a flop that's so good for our hand that Ike ends up getting away later. There's some of this that happens if he draws slim, but safe one for now.
2.4 million in the middle. 664 is cozy. The third 6 does seal it for Haxton. Oh, that is a very key pickup there for Ike. After he... And what's really great about this is, given his stack has been more in motion than any other, you start to feel like someone might ask questions about the durability of his kit.
This one looking like a candidate for Ike. 22 blinds to start the hand. Getting the sense that there's plenty of light opens and light 3-bets from Poonsri. He's going to walk right into it.
He says pot. Poonsri says, give me all of it. Obviously the ace, queen, jack, deuce with the diamonds. This is a real hand. Do you feel as though any of the influence to come at it this way is associated with what we were just touching on? Is that Poonsri VPIP?
Yeah. Just a short stack, quality hand. Trying to run its equity, clear out the weaker opens. Faced with the quick and sporting jam from Poonsri, who has number 1, just giving Ike a second to calculate, and decides he needs to risk his fade here.
Top 2, no waiting, but look at Poonsri's danglers. They give him the straight. Could have been worse for Haxton. No diamond on board, but queens and jacks do the trick. 4.6 in the middle. No club draw to speak of for Haxton. Nothing changes here. Can Ike hit the 4 outer and keep the dream of title number 1 alive? No. The image that we see far too often, once again, will be on display. And I'm not referring to Poonsri picking up a pot. Well, we're back to the Punat Poonsri Show. That's a fair way to describe what's happened so far today. Ali Nejad, Kevin Rabichow have had a front row seat alongside those of you streaming us live here. This Pot Limit Omaha final table has been all Thailand all the time. To be fair, Kevin, Punat has earned his way to this point. He's made the most of the cards that he's had, and he has had the lion's share of the rich part of the deck, but he's also avoided bleeding out chips in spots where we thought maybe, just maybe, things were going to go awry.
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. We saw a couple of key spots where Punat was maybe set up to make a weaker value bet against the better hand, avoided that one, maybe set up to make a bluff into a hand that wouldn't fold, avoided that one again, and just made a great fold in a spot where he needed to. Punat just making all the right decisions to make sure he stayed in control through the down the stretch here.
Look where he finds himself. Just cast your eyes, if you would, at this Triton Poker Plus app. 14.65. We're talking about almost 100 bigs, playing 15. Not often you find yourself in a 7-1 chip lead at a final table, but in terms of pressure, Kevin, I would imagine a lot less on the shoulders of the man trying to take him down, Martin Dahm, than on Punsri.
Sure, yeah, pressure's off now. Martin did well to get to second place. We saw him avoiding confrontations early in the final table, and it's paying off in ladders. I mean, if you want to win a tournament, you need to win flips, and Martin's going to need to win 3 or 4 of them by the look of it.
Yeah, Monte Carlo, last time Martin paid a visit, he got shut out in the PLO streets. He's righted that ship here. Will he find title number 1? It's going to take a lot, but it's not impossible, as we are going to send it down now for the Dane and the Thai national to square off. You know, this would be title number 2. I stand corrected. The 30K here in Montenegro. Dom claimed glory, so he understands. He's had a taste. Apologies for the oversight. There he is. 75, 150, the blind level. .380, the lockup. 550, up top. $2.1 million total was collected. By the way, the 100K main event is underway. Elsewhere in the room, we are going to bring you coverage of that one. I know some have made demands. Some have asked. And apparently some have delivered some good luck stuffed animals to the rail as well. I suspect that Danny Tang is on hand, has something to do with that.
I think Punat walked out with that one.
Did he walk out with it?
Yeah, saw him
Okay.
rested on a side table for safekeeping, now
It
predominantly on the rail.
It looks familiar. By the way, the nether regions of that particular stuffed animal are sort of being displayed there. I mean, I'm not trying to assign gender. I'm not. Anyway.
Danny. Pot.
450.
Hold on.
Says Dom here. Ace, King, Queen, 6. Pot says Punsri. Dom says let's run it. Hang on. We had back-to-back knockouts already. Is hand number 1 of Heads Up going to wrap it up? It's
No,
possible.
you're rooting for me, right? Danny.
Were they
I helped you out
calling over
yesterday.
this rail mid-hand?
I gave you free coaching.
I left you in the tournament.
That's true.
I have to support this guy. I give him a lot of. We're gonna get 280. What do you have?
Poseidon Ho, Danny Tang on hand.
We're gonna hit an 8 and win. 8 of spade. No, we need 8 of spade. That's it. Just 8 of spade. Simon obviously is the. We need to win.
$4.5 million chip pot, and it has to go Martin Dom's way. This is 170K one-hand sit-and-go potentially if Punsri can get lucky. Just 38% equity. That slips to 19 on a Jack 9-6 board. A pair, a gut shot, straight flush draw.
10 is dead.
This is all Dom.
Yeah, 10's dead. It says 7 and 8 very live though.
We need 8 of spade. 5. Basically, shut off for 5. 8 of spade.
At least we're not dead on the turn, yeah. Yeah, 5, 7, 8.
5 of pot. 5.
5, 7, 8, right?
8 of spade.
A firm.
5 of pot.
One of those hit the board. It's number 4 for Punat. If not, Dom takes his first steps. Oh, wow. An 8 of spades.
I told you.
That's the kind of run out. Whether or not you believe in divine intervention, that can leave you questioning whether or not there was something otherworldly that was reaching down and playing a part in ushering Punat Punsri to the summit here in the 25K. $550,000 richer, as it takes just 3 hands to go from 4 to 3 to 2 to champion. Producer James and Henry Kilbane on hand. We'll be sending it back down momentarily. or the proper opportunity for Punsri to walk us through what happened. There's the official glimpse at how this FT took shape. It was slated to be a 7-handed affair, but the double knockout brought us here 6-handed. Rafael played just one hand. My goodness, how are we back here? 4-handed went on forever, and literally 3 hands is all it took for Punat to just take the cleaver to the field and find number 4. Hats off to him.
That was a fun one. Well deserved for Punat. He played great, obviously. And his first ever PLO cash at a Triton series, as I understand it. Why not just win the 25K for 550? Great stuff.
The Triton Poker Plus app has not yet been updated, but I'm very eager because I confess there's some complexity associated with the algorithm to see where this now places Punat Punsri in terms of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award for season number 4. Martirosyan performed very well here. Yeah. He too has started to dabble in the 4-card streets as they recognize what's required. And my goodness, they didn't. Okay, no. Sorry, I thought this was it. Producer James with the little tease. That's the results of the event, but I am very eager to see how much of an ascent Punsri is going to enjoy once he picks up the points officially here in this one, and now maybe a little bit of taste for the 4-card. It's fun, especially when you run like he did here today.
Yeah, no doubt he's going to be coming back for more PLO events after this one.
All right, we're going to be coming back for coverage of the $100,000 main event. You don't want to miss that. It's going to happen about 10 minutes on the backside of the interview where Henry Kilbane is standing by now with your champion enjoying title number 4. Let's take a listen.
Gentlemen, I am here with your 25K PLO champion, Punat Punsri, picking up his 4th title at the Triton Super High Roller Series, first in a PLO event. Punat, I have a few questions for you. Firstly, where did the idea for you to jump in to the 4-card streets with a lineup such as this final table, a bunch of PLO killers, come from to just jump in and play with some of the world's best PLO players?
I mean, at Triton, I've been dabbling in some of the PLO turbo events, the bounty ones, and I thought at this World Series, I kind of want to try to play some of the Hold'em no limit PLO mix events. So I thought I want to have some hands and volume in terms of understanding the dynamics of tournament PLO a bit more, because I come from more of a cash game PLO background, but 10 years ago, obviously, I haven't played anywhere near this standard. Yeah, I obviously ran not the best during the No Limit series, and yesterday I was trying to find inspiration to be more mentally prepared for Vegas, and I thought this could be a good opportunity for me to play with some of the best players. I mean, at the FT, there's some absolute world-class players that I'm already super happy to be in the same table as them, not in terms of potentially winning, but more so seeing what they do in certain spots and then trying to understand hand by hand why certain board textures functions in a certain way. And I felt as the tournament grew on, I kind of understand it a bit more. Yeah. I obviously still have a lot to learn, and yeah, hopefully this is a start to my interest in your favorite game.
Because yesterday, I mean, we're talking 24 hours ago, you were sat out on the terrace having a cup of coffee with Matt Belcher. You were going through the Triton Poker Plus app, reviewing some of the hands, and you were just like, you know what? I believe in myself. You're talking about the Bristol days, 10, 15 years ago, when you first dabbled in PLO. You've jumped in, and now you're here picking up your 4th title. And is it safe to assume that we're going to be seeing you in the PLO main, in other PLO events at Triton, now that you've got a trophy?
I mean, I'll probably play the last Turbo Bounty one, just because of the fact that it's quite similar to the Hold'em Bounty Quattro one. But, I mean, yeah, I obviously ran super good to win. I mean, I obviously quite enjoy the format a lot more, especially after playing a lot of the Hold'em events. This is kind of a good change of pace, but I obviously need to understand a lot more in terms of how things work and even ranges and stuff, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's a good start to my kind of tournament PLO journey. I just hope I can improve fast and maybe one day be able to compete here more competitively.
Now, I know you've been doing a ton of work behind closed doors back home in Thailand. It's part of the reason you've been showing up to these as well. We've spoken privately about how Triton really gives you the platform to help grow the game for the Thai viewership and the Thai fan base back home. What does this do for that? Because now that you've picked up a title in a second discipline, you know, you've got the 3 titles in No Limit Hold'em, now 1 in PLO, it really showcases that this is a skill game, right? There's a lot of talent, there's a lot of skill that goes into mastering this craft. and I know you've been wanting to, keep pushing and growing the game back in Thailand. Is this going to help change things? Are we one step closer now to a Triton Thailand or Triton Bangkok with a win here?
I mean, firstly, in this format, I wouldn't say it's like a display of my craft, because obviously everyone at the final table was better than me. But I felt it's for me personally, it feels like it gives me inspiration to try and improve, just because I really enjoyed the whole tournament. In terms of Thailand legalization, I think we've come at the stage where people now accept it more than mindful. We just need to fix certain regulations and change certain public kind of like perception about the game, and it's kind of good for me to win in a second discipline, because I think there's so many variants of poker that people don't really understand or know about. I think PLO is probably one of the formats that Thai people actually play a lot, actually. But there's obviously mixed games as well. There's limit hold'em, there's heads up. There's so many different things, so it's good to expose the Thai public into these new kind of variations of poker, and hopefully they enjoy the broadcast today and and become more engaged in the other formats of poker besides hold'em.
Now, lastly, you just said that this was very special for you for a few reasons. Back home, you've got your dad, who was one of the people that really introduced you to, different kind of skill games using cards. And you said your grandparents, your grandma specifically, was watching this. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to say something to the people that have been supporting you from back home.
I mean, like, as a tournament poker player, you get to obviously live a life well traveled, but that means you obviously need to leave responsibilities away from home. And my grandma actually hasn't been having her best year health-wise, and she never wanted me to just stay in Bangkok with her. She always wanted me to come to pursue these kind of priorities. So throughout this series, she was in hospital. She's recovering now, but I kind of at some point feel a bit guilt of being away for so long, per year. I've been doing this for 3 years now. When I started playing tournament poker, I never thought I was going to be doing this every year, throughout the year, 7 months a year. So it's quite emotional for me, because every day when even things weren't going so well, I didn't want to call her too much because she's quite tired, but I also don't want to relay bad news, Prior to this FT, I actually called her saying this is my first real chance to win a trophy in this series. I mean, I had one before, but that was a turbo, so I didn't have a chance to tell her. But I fought with her, she felt healthier, so I told her I was going to try and win this for her, and yeah, good that it happened, so I can call her now.
I think it's very safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, that your grandma is going to be very proud of this victory. I want to introduce Luca Vivaldi with your 4th Triton trophy, as well as the 550K that is going to be coming with that. Ladies and gentlemen, your 25K PLO champion, Mr. Punat Punsri.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Other, you start to feel like someone might ask questions about the durability of his kit.
This one looking like a candidate for Ike. 22 blinds to start the hand. Getting the sense that there's plenty of light opens and light 3-bets from Poonsri. He's going to walk right into it.
Hold on.
He says pot. Poonsri says, give me all of it. Obviously the ace, queen, jack, deuce with the diamonds. This is a real hand. Do you feel as though any of the influence to come at it this way is associated with what we were just touching on? Is that Poonsri VPIP?
Yeah. Just a short stack, quality hand. Trying to run its equity, clear out the weaker opens. Faced with the quick and sporting jam from Poonsri, who has #1, just giving Ike a second to calculate, and decides he needs to risk his fate here.
Top 2, no waiting, but look at Poonsri's danglers. They give him the straight. Could have been worse for Haxton. No diamond on board, but queens and jacks do the trick. 4.6 in the middle. No club draw to speak of for Haxton. Nothing changes here. Can Ike hit the 4 outer and keep the dream of title #1 alive? No. The image that we see far too often, once again, will be on display. And I'm not referring to Poonsri picking up a pot here, Crab, but rather the departure of one of the GOATs who can fight no further than 5th.
Yeah. Triple.
It stings, but one way to keep the burn off is the $161,000 that are going Ike's way. Fought valiantly. I wonder, though, Kevin, if Poonsri had been a little bit more snug with his chips. I mean, like you pointed out, short stack, good hand, we can go with it. But, hey, listen, we were trying to get to Dubrovnik, and we round up here. I just found out there's a ferry that'll get you to Dubrovnik from where we're at.
Interesting.
But then I'm left wondering if it's not just more of the same of what we're already enjoying here. You know? I'm not really a ferry guy. That's F-E-R-R-Y for those maybe just tuning in. 5 1/4, says Poonsri. Now Dirk finally finds himself something that he feels like he can throw his weight around with, and considering that, again, we have a log jam down at the bottom, I think Foxen and Dom would be very content to see something explosive take shape between these two.
Yeah, you get the sense that Foxen just folded a pretty good hand.
1.725.
Didn't get the cards, but certainly rooting for action here. Foxen and Dom.
I'm fine with the fold.
I think I need to hit this one. 1.775? 25?
That's going to take a flop. 825 back.
375 in the middle. It's tough to envision too many situations that are going to leave Dirk on the hunt for the muck, unimproved. If he has any sort of backdoor equity, he's going to feel somewhat compelled with so much in the middle. Let's just see. 9-5 deuce, 2 spades. We have a gut shot versus 2 tens.
It's an interesting one for Dirk because unless you expect fold equity on this low board, it's hard to think of many 4-card combinations that aren't willing to put the last 800 in. Does decide to commit.
Punsri, of course, not going to step aside, and all of a sudden, after plenty of time went by without an all-in and call situation, here we are, 5.4 in the middle. Dirk needs help. The turn doesn't provide. Aces, queens, trays, anything. Can Vinny fight on? No, the case 10 as Punsri makes a boat and clears the path.
Good luck.
That is a world of pot limit Omaha talent that is going to be bound to have $251,000 on lockup. Your pick's looking good, Kevin.
Yeah, and Punat just leaning now. Massive chip lead, 3 left. Double suited 9 high, good enough. Have to think the same about Foxen's ace queen 10.
Alex.
I think it was 1.725.
All in. All in.
Okay. So Punsri making it official as Foxen is going to take his turn here.
What's my equity? 50. Against that 50? It's close.
This is a
46.
stone flip
46?
by our math.
Something like that, I guess. I'm
I
not
think you're over.
You take over
Is
46.
another pelt
Jesus. What I had.
going to
You
get
have
collected?
Oh, I
At
guess
first
it's-
glance, you
I'd
wouldn't
spade on
imagine
heart.
that this is an even coin flip. But given that Foxen has no suits and the ace queen 10-5 and the 9-8-7 rolls off where Punsri's got 2 pair in hearts, all of a sudden this coin is heavily weighted toward Thailand.
Yeah.
Are we going to get a
Like an
1-2
8-2.
punch here? The turn gives Foxen hope in the form of a jack. Gut shot straight draw. This is the only way it happens, and the jack of hearts doesn't do it. Alex hoping, but instead falling. Back-to-back eliminations as the ice cracks and breaks, and 2 fall through into the abyss. A denial of title. Number 4 would have been the second of the festival for Foxen.
Out with that one.
Did he walk out with it?
Yeah, saw him
Okay.
rested on a side table for safekeeping, now
It
predominantly on the rail.
It looks familiar. And by the way, the nether regions of that particular stuffed animal are sort of being displayed there. I mean, I'm not trying to assign gender. I'm not. Anyway.
Danny. Pot.
450.
Hold on.
Says Dom here. Ace, King, Queen, 6. Pot says Punsri. Dom says let's run it. Hang on. We had back-to-back knockouts already. Is hand number 1 of Heads Up going to wrap it up? It's
No,
possible.
you're rooting for me, right? Danny.
Were they,
I
were they
helped you out
calling over
yesterday.
this rail mid-hand?
I gave you free coaching.
I left you in the tournament.
That's true.
I have to support this guy to give him a lot of. We're gonna get 2-8.
Poseidon Ho, Danny Tang on hand.
We're gonna hit an 8 and win. 8 of spade. No, we need 8 of spade. That's it. Just 8 of spade. Diamond obviously is the. We need to win.
4.5 million chip pot, and it has to go Martin Dom's way. This is 170K one-hand sit-and-go potentially if Punsri can get lucky. Just 38% equity. That slips to 19 on a Jack 9-6 board. A pair, a gut shot, straight flush draw.
10 is dead.
This is all Dom.
Yeah, 10's dead. It says 7 and 8 very live though.
We need 8 of spade. 5. Basically, a shut off for 5. 8 of spade.
At least we're not dead on the 10, yeah. Yeah, 5, 7, 8.
5 of pot. 5.
5, 7, 8, right?
A firm.
5 of pot.
One of those hit the board. It's number 4 for Punat. If not, Dom takes his first steps.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. An 8 of spades.
I told you.
That's the kind of run out. Whether or not you believe in divine intervention, they can leave you questioning whether or not there was something otherworldly that was reaching down and playing a part in ushering Punat Punsri to the summit. And welcome back to the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Back end of this festival, Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow, 1 Pot Limit Omaha trophy awarded. You saw it, Punat Punsri, number 4 of his career. It looked like there was no way that he was going to be able to win that particular pot. And then the big, beautiful 8 of spades, as you saw in the highlights just now, providing him with the W. Now we're going to provide you with coverage of the $100,000 main event as promised. And as we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, as per usual, we find 27 total runners, of whom 25 are still in the saddle. Sean Raphael, who finished in 6th, he's the man who's at the top of the board right now. But as you can see, it's still very early in this one, Kev.
Yeah, extremely deep stacked right now. Blinds just 1.5K. You can see at the feature we're going to have a number of super experienced PLO players, specialists, and generalists alike. I mean, this is just, it's always a treat to watch early day play between all the biggest winners at Triton, all of the most successful players, and, you know, some PLO specialists in their comfort zone.
As we take a look at the feature table, you're going to witness Ellis Parsonen, normally only playing the PLO part of the program, did well in the no-limit streets here. Haven't seen Greco around. There he is. Ike Haxton, of course, first elimination on the day, out of there, not able yet to claim title number 1. Tolerine came in 2nd to Jason Kuhn, who picked up title number 11. And Antonius, he's got a nice little game on him as well, not to be overshadowed by the other Finn.
Yeah, Antonius is putting together a great series, and of course, just like one of the legends of all games, PLO, No Limit alike, online going way back. Looking forward to the contrast against some of these, well, I don't know, are any of these younger players? These are all such heavy hitters.
It's interesting because there was once upon a time where just, you know, if you were 30-something or maybe in your late 20s, we'd call you a younger player, but sometimes you're a real veteran, even in those youthful years. So here is your first look at the $100,000 Pot Limit Omaha main event field. Coverage brought to you in part by WPT Global. And your first glimpse at the feature. There's how they stack up. Things have not been going so well for Richard Greiko. Apologies for the mispronunciation earlier.
And we're just sneaking Phil Ivey into the mix with a fresh stack.
Yeah.
Among the legends already present at the feature.
Ivy with a 4th place finish in the 150 yesterday. Diving right into things. Deuce 3-4 board giving Parsonen the nuts with a redraw. Note, however, Patrick has the nut flush draw here. This was a 7K open from Patrick's button. Defense from Ellis. 5K follow through from Antonius.
Race 21.
Looks like Parsonen not going to waste any time responding.
Yeah, this could be a big pot. Antonius drawing to the nuts. Just going to call in position.
Six now improving Parsonen to the 7 high straight. Note that a 5 on board would actually give Patrick
the
8 high straight. 3 of those available, one of which would give him the flush. $59 in the middle.
38.
Bet 38.
Parsonen. It's 38,000.
Wouldn't expect anything but call from Antonius. Knows exactly what Ellis is representing to have here. He needs to improve.
Another 76K into the middle. Right color, wrong suit for Patrick. He's left with just ace queen high, and Parsonen is going to keep it within the finish borders. But extraction is on tap.
Should be the end of this hand. Ellis, perhaps the priority to get a big bet in here on the river against a 6 high straight. Does have no clubs, but not going to convince him to check it over and hope to find an ambitious bluff. Takes down a nice one.
I'll take the start anyway.
Healthy start to this frame for Parsonen. Who's had a healthy start to the festival.
Yeah, coming off back-to-back no limit final tables in the 150K and the 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro. A couple of 6th place finishes for Ellis.
Tolerine, of course, placing 2nd in that 150 to fellow American Jason Kuhn in what was a very epic battle.
Patrick cashed that one as well. Everyone coming off the 150. Funds in their account for this 100K PLO main.
Yeah, you're right.
Race 6. Pass. 4.
Ivy, double suited, queen jack 8-6, cut off open, a flat from Parsonen, who also enjoys 2 suits and advantages in the club realm. Ace king 4. 2nd pair, checking over to the Broadway gutty. See Patrick, or Phil rather, casual flick.
Yes, ibuprofen or I don't know.
Ellis gonna peel here. Gut shot straight draw in the other direction acquired now for Ivy. Tens and sevens do the trick. Barrel number 2 ends the matter. What kind of festival has Ivy had? Kevin, we saw him making some runs.
Yeah, Ivy doing well to finish 4th in that 150K for 1.5 million. If I remember, he was short throughout that final table.
These are proper box. The 6 max.
Had a couple of cashes earlier in the series as well.
Are we 6 max or what?
Hey,
Final 2 table run in the 50K and the 30K.
Patrick and me. We signed at the same time, no? You signed up just now?
As I recall, there was some heartbreak for Ivy as he stone bubbled. I don't remember if it was the main event or the invitational, but
I haven't used it.
When did you register?
A long time ago. Oh.
not looking any worse for the wear.
Okay.
Okay. You want some more time banks? Phil?
Think about the sheer volume
Nowadays.
I mean,
of poker Phil and Patrick have played throughout the years against one another. Cash, tournament, online, live.
I think you can use both whichever it is easier for you.
Ah, okay.
Am I right?
I don't care.
Yeah, I know when I was first learning the game, these were 2 of the guys in a very small group of people who you considered at the very top.
That's a call.
Rail Heaven participants from back in the full tilt days.
Could occasionally see them battling the likes of Ike Haxton in some 300, 600 no limit or 500 1K perhaps. There were big games happening back then.
I think 2K, 4K limit was a thing back in the day as well.
Yeah. I admit I paid less attention to the games in the other lobbies outside of No Limit Hold'em.
Oh, they were very spicy. Greco providing the seasoning here. Actually, he limped. It was Ike that took us upstairs. Queens don't love seeing an ace and a king. Haxton, however, loves the ladder. As the pre-flop opener finds middle set here. And just get a look at what Tollerine's dealing with. He's got bottom set and some real issues.
Bottom set with an ace, no less.
7.5.
Additional evidence that we have the best hand. Misleading in this situation. Ace can be a bit problematic though, as it cuts into your full house outs.
Did you mix the time banks or no? With these? Did you mix them? Because I only played, I think I played only 1 level before, or 2 levels.
7,500 the lead. Tollerine doing well for the time being to flat it. Greco does have the wheel gutter.
Ideas of taking a good price with a clean 4-outer.
Investment made. 48.5 in the pot. Now the nut flush draw to go with that bottom set for Tollerine. This is increasingly problematic for Ben.
Greco being in the pot, maybe going to protect Tollerine a little bit from losing too much, at least on the turn while he's behind here. Because if Ike comes out firing, don't necessarily want to raise into a couple of players where one could have top set and the other could have middle set. There's a few different ways Ben could have the worst of this.
Ike approaching things with care.
Yeah, of course, a complicated spot to put together bluffs. Ike going to be so conscious of his overall range, even when he has what might seem like a straightforward value betting hand. He has to consider how he would find bluffs here. Full pot, 3 ways.
48.5. Bet. Call. Greiko out of the way. Tolerine drawing live. You see 28% equity. He does not want the board to pair. Clean spades on his mind. And instead, it's a 7. Now, given the action, you're not concerned whatsoever about Ike producing a straight here. And with a set of 5s, the pre-flop raiser comes with something healthy as you're playing north of 1 SPR. You do have to question how much ace, king, king is afoot, but the interference with the former holding, given the ace of spades, precarious moment for Tolerine potentially.
Well, I do wonder what this run out does to Ike's perception of how strong 3 kings is. Of course, unlikely for Tolerine to have backdoored a straight, but getting called for such a big bet out of the big blind, you start to think, well, you must have had a couple things going on in your hand, right? Not, you know, maybe 2 pair plus a redraw. We can see here set plus a redraw. The ways in which Ike's set could be behind are starting to add up. Does that make us choose a different bet size on the river? Or maybe even check sometimes?
No.
Full pot.
This is a pretty gross spot. Blockers have gotten the best of us in trouble. That ace in particular.
The ace, a really great blocker at this point in the hand. Mostly serving as the draw earlier, but now making it far less likely for Haxton to have what he's claiming to.
Time bank's going to be used here.
Has to try to put together the same problem that Ike was thinking through on the turn, which is where do the bluffs come from in this line? What kind of cards is Ike going to have after potting out of the small blind pre-flop and being willing to bet 3 ways from out of position? Once we know that our set of 5s is a pure bluff catcher, it's just about how these side cards matter.
Ike, stoic, not looking to give anything away.
He's made the call.
Yep.
Kings.
Ouch. That is a massive pot early on here in the main for Haxton to be hauling in. And it comes at the expense of Ben Tolerine.
Yep.
Can't really fault him. That ace of spades not in his hand. I think he can find a fold in the face of that action with much higher frequency, but
yeah,
King King was perhaps the one he was more concerned about. But he said, show me. And Ike quite happily did.
You moving?
Tolerine now down to just 30K. 15 bigs. Spins are going to be required for him, as Greiko no longer occupying the bottom slot on the leaderboard here in the 100K main. Do want to take a moment to shout out those of you that are still with us. Fans of 2Card in particular, who are trying to gain appreciation for pot limit Omaha. So much nuance. Such a complex, layered game. Worth making the investment in learning and appreciating, especially when you have the opportunity to observe the best in the world at it. If you like what you've been seeing so far here in this Montenegro festival, best way to let us know is by clicking the like button in the YouTube streets and clicking subscribe while you're at it to ensure that you don't miss any of what we have on offer here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, in particular, not just during the festivals, but in between them as we continue to produce a wealth of content to give you guys your fix. Small ask in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment, which comes your way free of charge. Queen, queen, 10-7 coming Ronnie's way. Kaiser of Switzerland. Raising it up. 7,000. New arrival. Announcing himself early.
30 total. 6.5 behind. Okay.
Tollerine's ace jack 9-8 double has decided to 3-bet. Kaiser says, all right, let's spin. 34,000. Can Tollerine get a rebate as we see Ding Biao arriving in the background?
Together we have a straight.
Super straight. No, we don't have super straight.
$63,000 chip pot in the fate of Ben. Hanging in the balance, king 5-4 board. Queens performing very well as they ascend to a 4-1 favorite. No heart on board. Backdoor clubs could be a thing. Take that off the board. The jack, however, replaces the aces with jacks and eights as the options for Ben to wrestle this one away. But the 4 hearts, and it all comes apart in a hurry for Ben Tollerine here in the main as a 100K bullet is polished off. I don't think Tollerine volunteered to be the welcoming committee, but here we are. Mr. Kaiser, liking the feel of this feature. Of course, Tollerine is going to be all right. I think he's liking the feel of the 3 million and change that he picked up in the 150. With Jason, they did make a deal heads up. Played for about 130,000, reducing the variance.
Have to think also Tollerine, one of the most comfortable in deep stack spots like the one where he just lost that big pot to Ike. Just being willing to deal with the consequences of having a cooler.
I confess, I wish there was a little bit more likelihood that he would take that plate of fruit and just hurl it like a pie across the room after that 1-2 punch. He's not the guy. You know, I get these visions. We don't encourage, you know, food fights out here.
Just you're rooting for more characters.
Yeah, I miss Sam Farha, you know,
Sure.
out there dangling the cigarette, talking trash, you know. Although, to be fair, Kasuf, not so much one I miss. You know, Cabrel is a pot stirrer that I don't really have a taste for.
Okay.
I confess. There are some characters that remain, but, you know, it's different. Best way I can say it. Phil Ivey's King with clubs, different to the Jack-High clubs of Parsonen, which are in a bad way here. Ivey got after it from the small. Ellis defended, now faces the 5K follow-through. Makes the call. Parsonen hits a 5 and now has a wheel gutter. Already had it, apologies, but 4s, 5s. These are paths. Jacks and 9s. Also would work.
20.
With a check in front of him, suddenly he brings forward 20 into 24. Phil doesn't hesitate to make the call. Second queen on the end. You could see a very credible representation of an ace here from Parsonen, who once he gets called on the turn is not feeling like this 5 has any showdown.
Might need to represent better than an ace now with these board developments, but I do agree when we've got this little, we're hoping for that low wheel draw to come in. Instead, we turn the blocker. Bluffing as though the bottom part of this hand was 3-4 perhaps. Not an easy spot for Phil. Having missed clubs himself makes it even harder for Ellis to be bluffing here.
$38K. Ivy's kings haven't hit the bin. He recognizes there are holdings that he's going to be all right against. In particular, as you mentioned, Kevin, the need to represent better than the ace is what left him chewing on it. But in the end, Parsonen sending the goat into the bin.
Was a bit distracted there by the Dingby out multiple phone grind happening to Ivy's right, I admit. Had some sort of video playing, I think, on the first one, and then the moment it went away, just another phone emerged from the other hand. Re-immersed in some new project on the second device.
You never had the two-phone grind?
I have.
What's going on?
It was, it's, you know, if you're playing poker on a phone, it's hard to field text messages, so you know, having a second device is handy if the phone is what you need to use to play, but I hate playing on my phone. It's just not. I just misclick like every fifth hand.
And what's your screen name?
And I forget. I'll have like 3 games open and I'll just forget about the other 2.
Yeah, it's a lot to manage. That's for sure. Ivy looking a little bit dispirited, by the way, by some of the recent developments, but obviously his stack doesn't need to panic.
That's quite a hand for Parsonen.
Yeah, double suited ace, ace, king, queen. This is absolutely top shelf liquor. And Ivy wants to see 3, round 2. Parsonen outperforming mightily, heading to the flop, which is Jack 7 deuce. Just that duckling connecting with Ivy. Spade free board.
Just half pot. Admit I wasn't sure Ivy would stick around with the deuce, but some clean 2-pair outs.
No such luck on the turn as Parsonen now connects with the queen and the royal draw.
Having that backup clubs certainly going to make Parsonen more comfortable to keep building this pot from out of position. He shows off just the beauty that was.
Yeah. I don't know how impressed Ivy was.
I don't think Phil was impressed, no.
Geyser appears more moved. Parsonen liked it, of course. Okay, a wry smile there from Phil. He's a hard guy to read, and I'm not just talking about the poker. You know, I don't think I've ever in my life, and I've known this man for 20 years, walked into a room and gone, I know exactly what mood Phil's in. You know?
He's a method actor of sorts. Just living in all moments of his life the persona of poker table Phil Ivey.
You know, I just find it so effortless, though. I don't think there's any energy being spent on the affect. It just is as organic as it gets. That's Parsonen. Nothing artificial about the ace-king 9-4. Worthy of the button open. Axton ace queen 9-5 defends, finds top pair against the Broadway Gutty. Slides it over.
That's 10,000.
Okay. We await Ike's response. Couple of blue biscuits flicked in. Second diamond on the turn. Neither party with the backdoor flush draw, but that ace of diamonds grows in relevance. As does the 9.
Yeah.
Picking up the gutter of his own.
Elis interacting a bit here with the gut shot. Couple of straight card interference, but without a diamond, he's just going to try to improve.
Check back from Parsonen. Now Ike has queens and 9s and the best hand, but with a 4-liner out there, maybe he decides to lean on that ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I find these interesting when you have both the key bluff blocker but also a somewhat showdownable hand strength. It's rare to have the ace of diamonds, but like doing what I suppose we'd expect, starting with the fact that we have showdown value, then maybe in the face of a bet we'd start to utilize that ace of diamonds for its bluffing potential. Well, we might get a chance to find out because Parsonen's bluffing at this one.
Well, interestingly,
just 1/3.
I almost think, Kevin, that the ace of diamonds can be leveraged harder as a check raise in this spot than it can as the lead. You agree?
Yeah, I do agree. Give the opportunity for Parsonen to open the action with a straight or a lesser flush. And as we would with some nut flushes. Oh, wow, Ike's just going to call.
Queen.
Parsonen says 9 as though he ever expects that to be good.
You do see him just kind of, the way I often do over here, but fortunately no one can see it, kind of squinting at all 4 cards. Like, can I make anything of this?
Sure.
Is this more than just a 9? You get the sense like, there's like a 5% chance that it's like, oh, actually I have a straight. Well done.
I confess that when he reaches down and then finds the ace-9 and shows it in the cash game streets, you'll observe a guy take the ace-9 of his own. Kind of be like, me too. And then the queen with a little bit of a cheeky slow roll.
Perhaps the only thing I'm envious of in cash games such as that. Those little moments are fun.
They tend to elude us here, you know, 100K buy-in pot limit Omaha tournament.
Yeah, not the light mood.
No, it's a little more acidic out here. Still so early, though. The guys are so deep. I don't think anyone's feelings are going to be particularly hurt. But you got to know a guy if you're going to lay one of those on him.
You can see with the pace of play here, day 1, deep stacked. Players are relatively comfortable.
2 becomes 9 and gets flatted. As these kings have company. Parsonen heavily involved here. 8-5 turns into a gut shot for Ivy. Overpair for Parsonen. Same story for Ronnie.
15.
Oh, and Ivy wants to take a swing at this as the defender.
Yeah, Ivy limp calling here. Perhaps thinking that the raising range going to be interacting significantly less with this board.
But is it credible as the limp defend?
It does feel reasonably credible. Maybe not every nutted hand going to be leading out and, you know, freezing the ability to create a huge pot, but
look what it accomplishes insofar as the kings find the bin, obviously aided by the presence of another party behind them. Is Phil.
That being the biggest concern, I think, not a heads-up pot there, and both ranges interacting better on that board than Ellis.
Raise and take this time for Parsonen. Such a stellar pot limit Omaha player is Ellis, and I got to tell you, I really appreciate both the players in the No Limit Streets who maybe in the pursuits of the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award decide that they're going to dabble in the pot limit Omaha program, but maybe even more so what I think is the more rare occurrence, which is somebody who plays pot limit Omaha then turning their attention to No Limit. Where do you think the deeper learning curve is? Is it apples and oranges?
I've been told, as I don't consider myself an expert in 4-card, that the path from No Limit to PLO is relatively straightforward once you've developed big bet logic, let's call it, and technical expertise in a big bet game. But just because of the path towards popularity, I don't personally know that many who have traveled the other direction. Not to say that it's any more difficult, but just that it's less common.
Well, this is a similar direction where Ivy and Parsonen find themselves interacting. Ivy's flopped the nuts, c-bet, and taken it down. I feel as though, you know, I'm not one that dabbles in any sort of, you know, recreational pharmaceuticals, but if you're a PLO player, you know, you start out on that drug. Looking over at the No Limit game,
yeah,
does feel like you're working backwards in terms of stimulants.
Not a case of grass is greener on the other side. You look over and you're like, their lawn needs some help.
Right. The grass is actually oregano. Oh, wait, you meant literal lawns. Yes. Yes. Kevin, you're right. All spades. No deterrent to Ivy. He's come to play. He's generally not the favorable holdings.
Button raise, though.
Sure.
Reasonably connected. Ivy looks prepared to play some pots here on day one.
Is that the read?
Yeah. It's got to be the most.
Just based on the hand there. Not
And
like
not
you're
even-
looking at him here and you're thinking,
No,
this
no.
man's prepared to play pot. I have no idea what this man is prepared to do. He could be prepared to walk out of here and spend the next 2 orbits with an empty chair. I don't know.
Fair. You just get the sense that someone who's played as much of every format as Phil, when you get the chance to play in these moments, you're like, oh, this is the stage where my edge is the biggest. This is where I get to have fun and do all the things that Ivy does best.
You know, here he is, ace, king, queen, 10, getting after Ding Biao, who shares 3 of the 4 cards. It's my deep hope that Phil is still able to find joy and, you know, a measure of happiness when he's out here and doing this. And he's not simply doing it inertially because it's what he's known for so long.
Expensive.
Swiss watch.
Parsonen peering over for a look at the
Goes
wrist
good
wear.
with your shirt. You should buy it off. Goes good with your shirt.
This one expensive.
How much this cost?
Only 200.
Only 200.
Monte Carlo 400.
Okay.
Ding Biao suggesting that the Triton shirt is actually pricier than the watch in consideration of what's required to get one. Apparently, it's a $400,000 T-shirt.
Invitee jersey. Is that the read there?
I believe so. You know, our loot bags are not stuffed with such things.
Doesn't exactly make me feel like the watch is affordable though.
No, that's
when
not
he's
a
like,
Pops
"Oh,
watch.
the watch isn't that expensive because it's less than 200,000."
Yeah, Ding's kind of what is and isn't expensive is definitely going to be a little bit different than the average person. Should he choose to proceed with these two kings, things could get expensive, considering that Parsonen, who started this party with the 9854 double and his flop trips, is betting 6,000. No, forgive me. This is Kaiser who decided to bet the 6,000. I was so sure that Ellis would simply follow through here.
Yeah, being out of position against Kaiser. Ellis starts this with a check and is now maybe somewhat concerned that the 8 is no good on the flop. Plays it cautiously, check call, no redraw.
Kaiser's nut flush draw fails to come in. We don't love this 10. Nor do we love a second one on the end. If we're Kaiser, who did take a free pull. Now, Parsonen. Maybe a little bit unsettled by the second 10. Checking once more.
Yeah, a number of ways that a straight draw could have turned into a better 3 of a kind over the course of this hand for either player. Difficult spot for Kaiser to consider bluffing. He does give it up.
Yeah. Felt like maybe something a little bit more flammable was on our hands there, but the flame extinguished by the board development and the operator's reluctance. Not a critique, of course. When you reflect, Kevin, upon the early stages of your, foray into poker, do you remember the ignorance was bliss kind of part of the program? Where you didn't know the numbers and you didn't know the math and you just kind of were out there doing your thing. You chased every draw, whether the price was right or not.
Yeah.
Do you feel as though at times you kind of miss that unadulterated, joy that you were able to kind of experience?
I mean, to some extent, but it's funny because when I'm thinking about how I played then, I'm also thinking about how much of a tilter I was then.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And I don't know if my ignorance led to bliss. I think it was more a matter of ignorance is frustration.
Interesting.
As I'm out there guessing and not playing very well and not winning very much either. Maybe it would have, could have been different.
But you were playing no limit, right?
I was, yeah.
So obviously, the lessons can get a little bit more expensive than they were in my limit counterpart days.
Yeah, I don't remember an era of winning ignorantly.
I was a limit stud player. $4, $8 when I first started. And it was so much fun to chase every single spot. Get there, squeeze. Fun coming in the form of a gut shot and top pair for Haxton here.
I feel like there was, going back to my own story as Ding Biao turns the jack high flush, there was a epiphany that my roommate Henry and I had early in university playing online poker.
Not Kilbane.
Different Henry. Where at some point we just realized that semi-bluffing with every flush draw against every action was not a genius idea. I think it was after, I don't know, 20 or 30 buy-ins lost by check raising all in on turns with 9 high flush draws and 6 max cash.
Well,
But
you
eventually
know,
we took the time to investigate, like maybe, just maybe, moving all in with every flush draw in every spot is too simple a strategy to win in these games.
well, Ivy thinking maybe, just maybe, I can slide one through for 9,000 here. Does clear one opponent, but of course the Jack High Club's not going anywhere. Pair on board. Not Ding's favorite development, but you see Ivy one and done.
Yeah, that was a single street ambition from Ivy. Just trying to feel out how disinterested everyone was in that one, but I don't think Ding Biao was going anywhere. Slow as he played that flush.
Well, for Ding Biao, who sits fourth of 5 runners, Kevin, he went 0 for 11 in the no limit portion of this festival. Didn't cash the 25K. He is on an 0 for 12 streak here in Montenegro. And if you zoom out to the back end of Jeju, he went 0 for 3 in short deck. So not since finishing second in this very event at our last festival for $1.6 million, that being the 100K PLO main in Jeju, has Ding Biao found the money. Desperate to do so here today. Obviously no desperation when you're 125 big blinds deep, still in the early portion of this event. 45-minute levels. I confess I'm curious, would love to hear those who are out there streaming us live kind of weigh in. What was your first experience with poker? Was it online? Was it live? What kind of card room? What kind of characters? How'd it go for you? So many different journeys, including here at just this table that we're taking to bring these people to this point. Truly the pinnacle of the game or sport, whatever you want to call it. What they're enjoying right now. Jack 9 deuce. Advantage Parson in here. Blind versus blind. Tough assignment for Ivy, by the way, to be to Elisa's right. He's up to the task, it would seem, as he just swings for 11. 0 equity. Sort of spot. Backdoor spades, maybe some backdoor straightiness. How about the gut shot? That was the immediate path, and it slides right in for Phil. So oversight on my part. It wasn't quite 0 equity, but it wasn't great. He does end up checking it, mindful without a heart in hand.
Ellis as well, no heart there, and the Jack. Jacks and deuces, rather, hoping to show down the winner.
We're not thrilled by the arrival of the 8 if we're Phil. I'm going to turn this into a bluff.
It's not looking like it.
Straight.
Was waiting for the whole hand to get shown. And
I was following the eyes of Parson
Yeah.
to see how long a look these 4 were going to get.
What's that? The 8, 7, 4, 3. Okay. All right, now I know.
Blind's going up. 2.5K.
Small blind staying static at 1K.
Fold. Fold. Cool. 25.
Pretty one for Ivy now. Plays this button as a limp. Parsonen flicks in half a big. 1,500 rather. Kaiser closes it off. Button versus blinds. 10K in the middle. Jack 8-5. Parsonen. Bottom pair. Not really much else.
Yeah, nobody with a flush draw.
Nah.
Be
With the
announcing
overpair
that
and the jack.
strong limp.
Well, Dan in the YouTube chat says, my first experience with poker was when I was like 7 or 8 years old, and my dad would play online on Full Tilt. He ended up winning a tournament for $20,000, and I was like, damn. When you're 7 or 8 years old, 20K feels like the whole world.
Yeah. That's more money than you knew existed when you're 7 years old.
Hugh says he started playing in college in the uni halls. No one had any clue. They used to immediately deal flops, because everyone thought, what's the point in seeing cards without any info on the flop?
You guys invented bomb pots.
Yeah, perhaps. Three kings doesn't make your hand better. It makes it worse here in Pot Limit Omaha, as we see Ivy once more demonstrating a willingness to limp here. Double suited ace-8, 7 deuce. Parsonen limps behind him. Cut off button. Axton will C3 for free.
The limps, of course, a big part of the game with big blind ante. Every hand running so close can play quite a lot of hands if you introduce limping.
Jack 9-4, 2 hearts. The lone flush draw belongs to Ivy. He's got the gut shot as well. You see the wrap for Haxton. Both he and Phil checking over to the gutter in the overpair, which sends 8K forward.
Feels like Ike has options. Pretty strong draw here. Does just call.
Phil not interested in what may be inferior hearts, let alone the wrong side of a straight draw, which he would have made on this turn, but note that Parsonen would have had him in a way. So nice choice there from Phil. Parsonen now with the nuts. Queen 8, second nuts for Haxton.
Haxton contemplating leading options, perhaps. Calling ahead of Ivy here. Common mechanic you see. Is that calling range out of position has to be quite strong in the first place, and now a lot of those weaker draws have improved. When Parsonen bets full pot, though, and we have second nuts with no redraw, feels like continuing the passive route is the only option. Wow.
Wow.
Just gets away early, not just passive. Folds the turn.
Full pot. Too much heat for Ike. And I got to tell you, one of the things that you'll figure out pretty early on if you have your no limit goggles on when you enter the PLO waters is second nuts has to say goodbye way more often than you'd like. Great choice there from Ike. If perhaps a little bit surprising, but turning our attention back to the first poker experience discussion, Matt says underage, sneaking in the back door with a fake ID to play 50-cent $1 poker. Pot Dragon, 3-6-7 stud in Atlantic City. I can't imagine that game didn't include a tremendous amount of smoking, although it depends when. Because when I started, Kev, you could still smoke in the poker room. I mean, you'd come home, you would stink. I mean, it was just chain smoking from a lot of the people.
There was a reason I stayed online as long as I could.
Shout out to the late Casey Castle, by the way, who was instrumental in getting rid of smoking in the poker rooms. Something that anybody who wasn't around for that takes for granted without question.
280.
Parsonen taking 8-6-5-4 and making it 8,500. Double suited ace high. Ronnie flats, and now Haxton wants to see what's what. King 10-9-8 double. Serviceable kit. Out of the small. Looks pretty strong.
Yeah, good chance we'll see our first 3-bet pot here. Couple of strong, playable ones. Still lots behind. Starting stack of 100 big blinds. The effective stack of Ronnie Kaiser here.
Ronnie first joined us late 2024 in Monte Carlo. Played just PLO, 6th in a 25K Turbo Bounty Quattro. His only cash. Did not cash the 25K. And has not really hit this board. Jack 5 tray, bottom pair. More than we can say, however, for Haxton. But the story that Haxton could continue to tell is one of ace-ace.
Yeah, having such a weak hand in this spot makes it almost more comfortable to bluff and represent the aces.
34.
Worst thing that could happen is we get called and have to make additional decisions, but getting raised is no big deal for this holding.
$34,000. So many ways to pick up backdoor equity and maybe some immediate winners against an overpair with something sneaky. Given the presence of the 3, it's all on his mind here.
Yeah, Ronnie really thinking this one through. Couple of turn cards that give him the nut straight draw. 10 and the 9 shared between both players. Oh.
My goodness. If Ronnie could have reached into the deck and picked one, I feel like this would be tops on the list. Trips on the nut flush draw.
And again, dangerous if Ike wants to continue telling the story of aces because they've improved. Or at least they feel very comfortable with this card. But we've just got absolute nothing out of position. No interaction.
Well, he is going to pump the brakes here. I don't think that he's reaching for a cape in the face of a barrel here by Ronnie.
The only thing that could make matters worse for Ike is if Ronnie finds a check with the board relatively locked up. Ace high hearts covered. But very common in this game, of course, to just build pots based around equity, and he's got, well, about as much as you could hope for.
$154 and change in there. And 36,000. Anna Kaiser shaking his head. I think he was hoping he could get some action, especially at that price.
You had jacks?
Good 3 or?
Oh, wow. Haxton recognizing that a 3 could have been a part of things.
Saw the disappointment on Kaiser's
Yeah.
face. Well, if it's not jacks. Really did go through a roller coaster there of, I guess I have to call this pre-flop too. I'm really hating continuing this flop. All of a sudden it's how do I get paid? I've got number 1.
I confess that every time I say Kaiser, I'm reminded of the great film Usual Suspects, but it wasn't a surname, it was a first name. Kaiser Sose,
yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
Kevin Spacey. Turned out to be a diddler.
Yeah, back when we were allowed to be fans of Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Hell of an actor.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider the way he acted like he wasn't a diddler his whole life. He had us all fooled. I'm just saying. Ronnie giving it a diddle with the ace, king, queen, 9. A legal diddle, Kevin. This one's allowed. Ike with the flat. Are you scared to venture onto this branch with me? There's not a lot of support.
No chance I'm engaging with that any further. That's the end.
All right, I'm done. Maybe. 36-5 in the middle, 4-way affair. Lug nuts coming loose in the booth, maybe. Slow roll flop here, 5-5 jack. Ivy likes it.
That's a pretty good amount of equity. 4 ways on the flop in this game.
That is spot on analysis.
99.8. You know, it could be 100, but.
Love the breakdown. Very simple, straightforward stuff. If you're Phil Ivey, bet and hope somebody's got a 5 or an excuse to continue. Not this time, though.
No, I didn't. I have car phones here. Is WSOP allowed to play online?
Am I?
No, WSOP.
Yeah.
Allowed to play on the table online. Okay.
Can Ding Diao getting his bearings?
No rules at all.
Yeah.
I think he's Vegas bound, and he's trying to figure out if he can play online while he's sat in an event.
It's asking the important questions. Trying to figure out how many phones can I have on the rail mid-hand
One of these
play
days,
whatever gigantic game he's playing on that phone.
Somebody's going to wheel in a rig with like a power generator and just have like a full-on mobile office.
Wasn't it? I think it was Dan Shack, who I always used to see at the table with the full laptop, like clearly working away.
Yeah, but isn't he working like derivatives and like, you know,
stuff that seems way more complicated to keep track of than a simple, you know, at least it's poker and poker at the same time.
Yeah.
But
Ace Jack 5 here. 8K button open from Ding Biao. Finds himself second pair. More than we can say for Parson in post defense. Easy check fold out of Ellis. How about Sean Deeb? You know, he always gets after World Series of Poker Player of the Year honors.
Yep.
You'll find him playing 2 live events.
Yep.
With a tablet in his hand.
Yep.
Playing an online event whilst running between the 2 tables after, you know, you play a pot, you look at your hand, just booking it into the other room or the other tournament area, and then trying to play a hand. Really, nobody tries harder than he
Maybe not
does.
from Nevada. I'm actually not sure.
And he's done it enough that he's got like
I never play out there.
advanced strategy around how many hands to play in which area.
Some places in the States, for sure. But maybe not Nevada.
Even figuring out which rooms, you know, if the events are going to be close enough to allow for multi-tabling.
I'm surprised he hasn't brought one of those electric scooters, you know, just to expedite.
That would help.
Just run up on the table,
Yeah.
skirt, and then play your hand and then right back on it.
Especially if you've got one tournament in Paris and the other at Horseshoe, that would be.
Okay, now that's insane. I don't think he's doing that.
Probably not.
That's too ambitious. 2.5K. Limp pot all the way around. Top set with the gutter for Kaiser. Pairing the open ender for Parsonen.
This is a lead from the small blind. Three-way limped pot. Ronnie's not a believer. And, I mean, he also had top set with a redraw.
5 becoming 15. You see Parsonen stepping aside. And it's not that we don't have equity with the 3-4 there, but on the occasions in which we get there, it's quite face up, and maybe down the way, we're not going to be able to get the value that we might need to justify continuing.
No way to make the nut straight as well. Small concerns of drawing to the worst of it.
Sure. I mean, that's the big blind that could have the disaster.
I think it was, I don't know if it was the first year I played at the World Series, but one of the first years that I did, Tom Dwan had some big bracelet bets. And it was very well known that he was jumping around the room, registering every single event, running between tables, multi-tabling and such. And it was to the point where it was almost like you were rooting to have him at your table. Because you knew that those 3 hands he spent at the 1500 no limit were going to be just fireworks. Like, there's no... You don't run over and grind your short stack.
I got to say, I'm always so impressed when you do come to find out just how big some of the side action some of these players are willing to get down on bracelet must-win bets can be. I remember he had a number of people breathless
fly private?
one year with a real sweat.
Wasn't it like a...
How do you fly?
Was it like 3 in the same year, or was it 3-1 just to win 1?
And Kia, we're together.
Oh, long flight.
Yeah. You with Jason?
No, by myself. Just me.
Only you? You play with play?
Play World Series, yeah.
Jack 9 deuce.
We all go to dinner.
Check, check.
I'll take you to dinner.
Where?
Vegas.
Okay, thank you.
Club on the turn.
Vegas, lot of good food.
Yeah.
Ike doesn't have a club in his hand. Parsonen was unwilling to bet the open ender. Now he's got a wheel draw added to the mix.
Yeah, too hot.
Plenty of possibilities for Parsonen. And with no pair, no showdown value. Seems like the time to take this one down.
He agrees. 13K gets it done. I believe Ivy has just booked dinner with Ding Biao during the summer, offering to take him out.
That's right. It was 3-1 odds on winning 1 bracelet, and I think Tom got heads up during that bet. Like,
but a lot of people had that action.
Oh yeah, this was like
for big numbers.
This was 7 figures easily. 8.
Thank you. Here,
if he would have won the bracelet, you know, the Tom Dwan story might have been a little bit different. I guess as long as we're on the topic of Tom Dwan, obviously it's worth mentioning that
There's a dinner break after
We were
24
left,
minutes, right?
obviously, concerned for Tom. Some of the recent things that he was posting in social. And rumor has it that he is recovering from whatever it was that was going on. Hope to see him back healthy. Guess that's as ambiguous as I can make it. Feel free to Google away. Think focusing on something other than poker for a little while might be good as we focus on Ivy's ace-ace limp. So he's showing that some of these limps are traps, and Parsonen, the man, is being clamped down on here with Ding Biao caught in the crossfire. 11 was the raise and the flat. 45 is the demand.
Still playing quite deep here. Although that first raise being inflated after the limp. Going 3 ways to the flop, there's going to be 140,000 out there already.
Queen, 3, deuce. All 3 hands.
Wow.
Looking up at this. The gutter for backup to the 2 aces. Ivy says pot. Just look at that ace 4 of hearts for Ding Biao. This is what I'm focused on. The overpair of kings here with an ace for Parsonen. Yet he respects that Ivy shouldn't be doing this light. And look at Ding Biao ready to go racing. As they start their engines, 537,000 flows forward.
Ace 4.
Ace 4, yeah. But you have a deuce.
Pretty important that the 5 would be no good
King.
for Ding Biao. But note that he is a 9% equity favorite with 2 to come. Hashtag PLO.
Fish call me.
They're here to gamble, Kevin, and it's allowed. Board pairing queen, and now the equity
For you.
Yeah.
swings back to Ivy. Ding Biao needs a deuce or a heart here, and instead, it's a 7.
Yeah, I think so.
And the struggles continue for Biao. I suppose you could say he got his money in good once he demonstrated the willingness to call the limp 3-bet, which of course he was closing the action with Parsonen's chips in there as well, Kevin, but we've been seeing far too much of this. Ding Biao. Gonna head for the rebuy desk.
You. Ace, king, king.
May have been very different there for Parsonen, had Ding Biao not taken the gamble pre-flop. As it stood. Got away easily.
Big pickup there for Ivy. He's now 2nd in chips overall behind Jonas Kronwitter. Parsonen handed the aces that held moments ago. Paxton flats with a suited ace. Heads up. 22 in the middle. Not one, but 2 6s on the flop are going to put Haxton so improbably ahead of Parsonen, who had ace-queen of his own along with these aces, and he's taken the check line with the ace of spades in hand. I can't imagine this is a man scared. This is a man looking to gain a customer.
Yeah, but even so, the way that we see this game get played, it feels, even in what it currently looks like a cooler situation, these players are able to navigate around committing too many chips. Ace of spades is interesting.
You have yours booked?
Makes it harder to get paid by worse if we check raise.
Where you play that night?
Sorry?
Sort of way ahead, way behind situation for Parsonen.
I don't think there was one.
5K.
A 5K?
He's just going to call.
Really?
Yeah.
PLO?
No, no.
10 on the turn after the extra 28. Brings the pot to 50K. Now, when there are 2 flush draws on board, Haxton's going to feel like charging a price, I assume. You're not just checking back here and waiting for the safe river.
Oh, you're talking about Vegas?
Yeah.
I suspect so.
Saying play here the last day before I leave.
Are you going to land in Vegas and play?
Oh, okay. No.
You're going to take that off.
Yeah.
37.5.
Ike also with the best kicker here.
What is it, a 5K? Yeah, no, I won't play that.
Not that Parsonen's often going to have a 6 himself, but seems relevant to how much we want to get value across 3 streets.
I mean, what kind of story is Haxton telling as a flat caller on the button pre?
It's very much trips are better. Big sizing.
So this isn't king-king ever.
Play a lot.
With equity, perhaps, to shut down river.
So something like kings with at least one of the 2 flush draws on board might be doing this as quads now for Haxton. That is the most disastrous river in the deck for Parsonen. Brutality on tap.
This is wild.
The trouble is, pocket 10s isn't really supposed to have done this. And quads are just hard to produce.
Yeah, Ike was betting sizable straight away from the flop. Don't think 10s feels like a major threat.
Yeah, look at Parsonen. This is brutal. Credit to him for giving it a think here.
Does really just feel like Ike has it, doesn't it? Ignoring the obvious that we can see the cards right now, but putting together a bluff of this magnitude is no easy feat. Parsonen knows that when he calls a big turn barrel, he's declared significant strength. It's always hard to know how someone like Ike especially perceives this spot.
Parsonen using these time banks to kind of look over and see if he can make anything of Ike. In the end, though, he cannot avoid making the call, and we cannot criticize it.
How much was it? 120.
What a dream setup there for Haxton, as Parsonen is going to be reduced to just 13 bigs.
During a break, your table will be moved back to main room. Your table will be from right side, third table, whatever.
Want to pay some bills, Kev? It's your moment to shine, Kev.
Thanks, Ali. Well, I'll take a moment to thank the official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
You're off to a great start, Kev.
Thank you. Jacob & Co. has a Bugatti watch, were you aware? Pushing the limits of watchmaking with the extraordinary Bugatti timepiece. Inspired by the raw power and precision of Bugatti's hypercars, this watch is a testament to innovation and craftsmanship. By the way, in the No Limit main event, gave away a lovely timepiece to the winner.
Yeah, our Triton Epic X collaboration.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
It's probably somewhere on here.
I confess that the copy that you were handed for that particular passage was a little bit meatier than the window of time allowed for.
It's like...
And a little bit redundant.
It's like It's like 4 paragraphs. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to wing it.
I was thinking about, main event here, PLO. Wasn't sure if we give another timepiece for this one.
Well, what do you say, chat? Grade on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yes,
Kevin's
please.
Jacob & Co. promo read there.
I'm looking for my first evaluation of the series.
Parsonen is looking for a spin and a pound of flesh here, and perhaps he's got it with trip 5s against Haxton with the big pair this time. Unfortunately, his upside is capped by not bringing nearly as many soldiers to the battlefield as the last collision provided. $8,500, the open from Haxton, big blind defense from Parsonen, who check calls the 4,500. Now he finds a queen high diamond draw for dessert. Haxton picking up an open ender.
Almost raises a bit of suspicion when someone this short decides just to check call 0.6 SPR. Like, does just flick in the value bet. Maybe feeling like, not really sure what I'm going to get called by, but money kind of has to go in regardless.
Well, 62.5 feels like a far cry from what was torched off by the quads. But Parsonen will take it, absent the ace or the king. On the river, ace of diamonds. Okay. I panicked for a moment.
I think it's a flush. 16.5. How much? 16.5. 16.5.
These chips are going to look familiar to Elias.
Just give me 10 back.
Saying, I'm not done quite yet. Well, Kevin, you'll be pleased to learn that your promo read was apparently so strong that Poker Chat Pro says he might just buy one of those watches.
Oh, that's
now,
the username, Poker Chat. Okay.
Yeah,
I see.
respectfully, PCP. And I don't want to, make these sorts of assumptions, but I would find that somebody who's out there actively participating in the YouTube chat and our stream, as you often do, may not necessarily be capitalized in a way that would allow them to purchase such a timepiece. Just
I believe you, Poker Chat Pro.
a little bit of a read.
I know Ali doesn't.
I'm
but
a
I have faith.
natural skeptic, though.
And make sure to use promo code Kevin at checkout.
That'll bring it down to 500,000.
I get 5% back.
By the way, I saw that watch in London, that Bugatti piece.
Yeah.
It's got a working W16 engine in it. I mean, not that you don't put petrol, but, it's pretty insanely amazing.
Can it drive you from tournament to tournament?
Not unless you were Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I don't think it can do that. But, the future is here. robo-taxis, air taxis, who knows? What we do know is that Parsonen likes the open-ender in the club draw enough with the 8s to fire 4,000 in this limp blind versus blind confrontation. 7s and deuces, though, the product of that turn, leaves Kaiser intact. King on the end. Not the one we had in mind. Just playing a pair of 9s is Parsonen, and he's all done. Bottom 2 pair. You can get caught with your hand in the cookie jar a little bit with holding such as this in PLO. Kaiser fires 12.
Parsonen looking suspicious as always, but certainly can't love all those cards in his hand that aren't the 9. Making it quite difficult for Kaiser to be bluffing after calling the turn bet.
Well, Poker Chat Pro has weighed in to give us a glimpse into whether or not my read was accurate. He says, or she, I think it's a he, I can sell my house and place a down payment on the watch, then move in with my ex-wife. It's doable. Well, I like a man with optimism, and for that matter, a sense of humor. Well met, Poker Chat Pro, and for that matter, everybody in the chat who's out there right now. Definitely helps the time go by in a more entertaining fashion as we try to engage and interact with you as much as we can. Keeping an eye, obviously, on the action. Jacks here for Stephen Chidwick. He slid into the fresh stack category and the 1 hole. Here's bullet number 1, didn't go his way. Limping in here. Parsonen. 3 suited Broadway cards and a 6 dangler. Pot declared.
Kings for Axton in the big blind. Parsonen still quite short. Started this hand with 22 blinds. Plenty of short stack playability for the Kings. Single suited. Mike's going to force Parsonen to play for all of it again.
In doing so, he forces out the jacks. Is this the one? Apparently durable enough for Parsonen to commit over half of his stack. Headed to a flop. King in the window. Top set here. Haxton can quite comfortably ask for the rest. And Parsonen is going to feel held over.
Need some help.
Interfering with the backdoor spades. Does have the Broadway gutter, but 2 jacks, as we saw,
nice.
are in the muck.
You think Stevie's going to tell him?
I don't think so. That's not Stevie's MO. 4 jacks listed, given that Stevie's cards were unseen, but those in the know recognize this is a 2-outer and nothing further for Parsonen. And that ain't it. First bullet in the main. Polished off by Haxton, who finishes what he started, and in the process emerges 726K. And yet, still not enough to keep pace with Jonas Kronwitter. Sherman continues to occupy the top slot. Poseidon Ho, 3rd overall. Nacho Barbero, 4th. Phil Ivey, 5th. That's some very deep stacks are taking shape.
Does seem Ivy's been quiet since that double against Ding Biao, but potential for gigantic pot between Ivy and Haxton. Over 200 big blinds in play for each.
There's what Chidwick's working with after checking back. 10s. Best hand right now. Deuce interaction as well for Haxton. Same story for Chidwick. I'm so ready to get back to Vegas and play mix. I'm staring at Stevie's hand and thinking 8-6 Badoogie. Let's go. Except when you're playing 100K PLO main, then let's not. Involuntary participation here. Haxton checking. Chidwick happy to check back.
Strong. Didn't even take the 2-minute break.
3rd spade here.
It's a real pro.
That's a real.
I just told him for one hand.
That's a real pro there, right? Like, I think almost everyone would have just came back after the 2 minutes.
I don't know anyone else who would.
I didn't even realize.
Two checks in front of him. Stevie felt like he thought about it for a second.
Yep.
Pair of 8s and deuces for Chidwick now. That's a winner at Showdown, which feels very much like where we're headed.
This is a 3-day tournament? 2, right? They start at 4 p.m. They're going to finish.
Ends?
You see a inquisitive tone on Haxton there at Showdown.
8-2.
Uneventful. In the end, I think the guys were giving Chidwick a little bit of a hard time because he brought that fresh stack in, and we're just moments removed from a break, and I think they were thinking, I don't know too many people that are going to come back and try to squeeze a hand or two in before you had to break with a rebuy.
Yep.
Most would have just taken it easy.
I know I would have. I might have just packed it up for the day. And still enter on day 2, right? Actually not sure if that's true in this one.
I can tell you one thing I know about Stephen Chidwick. If there is poker available to be played, he is going to play it. And he's going to play it better than just about everybody he faces in any given spot.
Confirm registration is open till the start of day 2.
Yeah.
For those so inclined. Maybe we'll see some people max late regging at the top of day 2. Not impossible, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially in PLO, I feel like guys like to bring that shorter stack in and just
Long trip, bro.
find a spot. If they double, great, dig in. If they don't, good night and good luck.
Yeah.
Which
2
day?
kings.
Advantageous.
Been here a long time.
For Phil Ivey, defending the big blind, 8-6 deuce with a couple of diamonds, over pair, and the flush draw, connecting with the 6 as well. Just a gut shot for Kaiser, who started this mess. He'll check back. On the turn, he'll hit a jack. Phil still not betting. 12,000. Check called. Deuce on the end, improving the kings.
Ace Jack, I didn't think would value bet many rivers, but I wonder if this is one. Clean as they get.
Yeah, nothing fills in. No.
Just going to show it down. Be a little disappointing for Phil, but a nice pickup nonetheless.
Pleasant punctuation point to what was an epic frame for him. Most of the acquisition coming at the expense of Ding Biao, for whom this festival gets more and more expensive. Haxton, though, outperforming even Ivy, 241 bigs as he claimed the pelt of Ellis Parsonen, sending him to the rebuy desk. 723 and change, good for second overall. Ivy's 593,000 at last check was good for fifth, and it continues to be that. Prize pool, of course, not set, given that registration, as Kevin mentioned, is open until the start of day 2 as we continue to work our way through this 100K main event. Day 1 coverage. Ali and Kevin back with you here at the desk. And, well, it's the Haxton-Ivy show in terms of that frame.
Yeah, absolutely. Haxton starting things off early with that kings over 5 set versus set hand against Ben Tollerine that sent him to the rail for the first time. Couple of big pots for Haxton and Ivy, but mostly, you know, people getting warmed up to the early day of this PLO main.
Yeah, listen, maybe people can get topped up because unfortunately it is a 30-minute break that we need to take now, dinner time, and not a whole lot of delay available for us to excise. However, grab a snack, do what you need to do, whatever you do. Don't miss out on the remainder of today's coverage because Henry Kilbane's coming your way as I'm going to cede the desk here. Randy Liu will be along at some point as well. But for now, we're going to put a pin in our coverage. Still plenty more to come, though, in about 30 minutes' time as we return to Montenegro after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest. King, Jack, Jack 9. Benny Vidi with the clubs and some connectivity.
deciding to flat on the button. Double suited in the unintrusive portion of the deck here for Haxton.
Haxton not in as comfortable a chip position as Dirk on the button. Not surprised to see Ike avoiding this one.
Well, how about Sean? You know, pocket kings, pocket aces are very real things when people open up front. Not going to get overly excited about a couple of queens, but you are going to play it when you already have a big blind invested. So in goes the extra 90, three-way affair. Queen 9-5, top set for Rafael.
Customary recheck here with just pot behind. I wonder how risk averse Rafael is feeling. He's going to check and try to induce some action.
This is not the board that Foxen had in mind. Just a lowly pair of nines. But he'd say sharing the 9, playing the jacks with a gut shot. Second check.
Perhaps a hand that would be ready to run bluffs at deeper stacks, but looking at Rafael and just 9 blinds behind, can't be excited about getting in this hand as Dirk.
Well, a little bit more excitement will come courtesy of this 7 of clubs for Veni Vidi as he picks up the king high flush draw. Now Rafael surely must look to charge a price to anyone that would seek to complete a draw.
Does feel like with clubs coming in on the turn, time to protect our top set.
Full pot is virtually all of his chips. Release will be easy for Foxen.
For Dirk, I'm not so sure. Second nut clubs. The pair kind of bothersome. Fewer live 2-pair outs here, even the king. Not a clean 2-pair out.
Well,
Deems
he's
it
going
enough.
to run it. Making sure that final quarter gets flicked into the machine, as it didn't take long for Sean Rafael, our short stack, to spin. A 10 or a club, that's where the treachery lies. Almost 1.7 million in there. And there is the club. Oh my goodness. Runner, and a quick trip to the lockers for Sean Rafael. Top set, what are you going to do? Forced to accept his fate as his final table lasting just one hand, Kevin.
That's a rough feeling. Go through all that prep. Get the walkout and everything. One hand at the final table.
Well, for their man. So a shout out to any of you who are out there regrettably forced to engage in the hobby of poker below board for the time being, but who are cheering on Punat. We see you, and our hope is that at some point regulatory evolution and some changes to the current laws in Thailand would enable us to pay a visit to that beautiful country with the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. I don't think anybody would complain about that stop.
No, that'd be a fantastic addition to the tour.
Take your pick. Maybe we can go to Krabi.
There you
Crab,
go.
just
Yeah.
in honor of you, you know? Koh Samui, Phuket. Maybe we go up to like Chiang Mai and do it in the jungles.
Yeah. That would be my favorite.
Oh, for sure. Amazing country, warm people. Plenty to love about Thailand. 886. Not a whole lot to love here for either of these guys who have hit the 6, but really nothing else to get excited about.
Stacks have consolidated a bit. You can see Punat Maybe just ahead by a big blind to start this hand, but almost level with Dam. Does seem that both players are seeking showdown in a blind versus blind spot. Not sure if the heart will change much for Punat's assessment of his hand strength. He does have one heart for removal effects.
2 if you count the one of a champion that beats in his chest, but even that fails to motivate, understandably. Case 6 says hello.
Oh.
Now, this is the first opportunity for those maybe less familiar to Pot Limit Omaha to understand this is not a chop pot, guys.
Correct. Both two cards from the hand needing to participate.
Ace-6 for Dom. The best hand. Quite comfy that he's not up against 8x or hearts. He will go for value. 120 into 240 is half pot exactly, and this is not the sort of spot where Punat has raise on his mind.
No one perhaps piecing together where he stands in bluff catching territory, but given the line, feels like quite a big hand to get away from. Getting 3-1 makes the call with the weaker 6.
Yeah. A little bit of a costly cooler on the end there, if we can call it that.
Simultaneous bust out happening. He walked away with 75,000. Artur Martirosian in 9th for 55K.
10 seconds extra time bank. I'm going to try to run to the bathroom. Do you mind? Thanks.
Foxen negotiating with Punat to have him take a little bit more time than he would otherwise before playing his hand. It's interesting, he didn't bother asking Martin. I don't know if it's a product of perhaps having more of a relationship with Punat, but it seems like Dom is on board. As clearly an open with Jack 10, 9 deuce is available to him, but he's going to wait till the last possible moment. Sporting there. Appreciate that.
You don't need to limp just to make time for him. It's a bit.
Time back limp for the
Nice
guy.
thing to do for him.
So, he's too nice.
Oh, that was fast.
What?
The look on Martin's face. It's like, how is this humanly
He's actually
possible?
panicked.
He didn't do anything. I did all the work.
He's got like probably 3 more minutes before, well, this might get taken down pre-flop, so I won't jump to conclusions, but.
Punsri. A punishing 360 here from the button.
Oh.
Just keeping an eye on Dom's limping range perhaps and assigning a lack of durability in the face of this kind of heat, but Haxton the short stack. Let's see how durable he feels like Ace Queen Jack 9 with spades is.
Yeah, Punsri just the single suited, kind of disconnected ace. Don't think he'd be thrilled facing a committing raise here from Ike, but of course Ike's got to be worried about the top of Punat's range. Does fold the best hand.
Punsri performing very well thus far.
It's a tricky one for Ike there because I think Punat also has overlimps in his range with some of the kind of medium strength stuff. So when he faces that pot raise, it's kind of like, I'm imagining it's a somewhat polarizing situation, as polarized as you can be in this game.
Maybe Dom feels as though this is a hand that performs reasonably well against the upper crust of that polarity. He has flopped himself the diamond draw, but with an ace and 2 4s on the board and no ace in hand, we are concerned about drawing dead.
Yeah, not just against pocket aces, which of course is quite a big part of this potting range, but No guarantee that the jack-high flush draw is the best flush draw.
Yeah, great point. And this is Punsry just telling a story now. 225,000 is precisely the sort of downsizing that we would expect from aces full. The check back is a little bit sus.
Martin's going to stick around.
Boy, this is a bit hazardous. Note that Punat has the best hand, doesn't know it. Little Broadway gutter added to the mix for Martin, who is quite fortunate to have this 30% equity.
You'd think if Punat slows down here, kind of difficult even to put together how often Martin could have totally missed on this board. Although I'm not sure how many ace-kings you assign in the limp calling range from the cutoff.
Now for Punat, we potted pre after the limp. Our man called. He check called that board texture on the flop. How are we feeling about where we want to take this ace-jack? Apparently not good enough to barrel. Ooh. The king of diamonds on the end. Dom gets there. You know, you could see some ace-king also associated with Punat's range that wasn't full before, but now has us in a bad way. I don't think... You know, I defer, Kevin. If you have jack-high diamonds just because of your opponent check back on this turn, are you suddenly looking to get chips into this 1.3 and change?
I think if we do, it has to be small. I mean, putting Punat on just an ace is not unreasonable, but like you said, certainly possible to run into ace-king in that spot.
Snap check back. Aces. First time we've seen that here at the FT. Unfortunately for Punat, neither of them are suited. But of course, he's happy to play him. And he's going to play him as a limp jam. Or limp repot, I suppose.
Yeah, this is what we've come to expect from this hand class, especially with short stacks around. Opportunity maybe to force a weaker hand to commit pre-flop rather than getting flatted by a deeper stack and having to navigate a pretty uncomfortable one with aces no suit.
Benny Vidi and Ike have both called. A lot of queen 10 interference between those two holdings. Now Foxen, ace king 8-4 in the small. Seems like an extra 40 is well worth it. He agrees. Snap check back from Dom.
What was that about a family pot?
All five still involved here. King 9 deuce. Foxen, top pair, top kicker. Of course, Punsry with the aces and the only diamond draw. Well in front of the field. We see some gut shots for Dom, Dirk, and Ike. How do you feel about this check from Punsry, unblocking a lot of the Queen Jack 10 stuff?
I mean, that could go in both directions, right? By unblocking, it means that when the Queen Jack 10 does come, your hand is so bad. And this is problematic for building the pot potentially against hands that could include that inside wrap themselves. So I think understandable for Punat to try and keep this pot on the smaller side. His hand is good, but it doesn't love turn cards.
Well, a non-compliant Haxton with 4 checks in front of him has decided we're not going to let it stay this small. 120 Quarter pot.
Yeah, Haxton with great removal on the top of range. 9 blocker. Couple of 10s. Wrap interference. It's awkward for Foxen with 3 players behind. Yes, Ace-King could be the best hand in an absolute sense, but how do we play that one out of position against the field? Would imagine Poonsri comes with call.
Yeah, unlike the pre-flop sentiments, where he would have looked to shovel some more chips in. Now, he's trying to stem the tide. Is flat, providing the easy exit to Dirk. Not that he would have been proud absent Poonsri's call. So Ike does call the herd. Deuce on the turn.
I was already happy that I didn't bump him over.
Could have just sent the rack to Dirk, but I'll let them. They'll figure it out. Not the turn card I would think that Haxton was dreaming of when setting up a bluff.
Another one.
Could, of course, have improved on a 10 or a jack, but also probably liking his hand as removal opportunities on a diamond, maybe even a queen, but he does keep firing. Poonsri's hand has improved, ahead of King 9 now.
I mean, the deuce is actually about as good a card, I think, that absent an ace, Poonsri could be hoping for.
Yeah.
Even the diamond he doesn't like as much as this.
Yeah.
Wants to think it over. I could have King here, couldn't he?
Certainly, I
kings?
think bad kings are going to be an overlimping candidate on the button. Don't expect the deuce to be particularly relevant, although there's always a chance that he just had 3 good cards. Or on the top of this board with a deuce dangler.
Poonsri flatting and finds the ace. Ace is full. He can breathe very easy now, and at this point, he's hoping it's King over there for Haxton, or maybe big diamonds that had some sort of straight wrap as well.
This is looking dangerous for Ike. I don't know how clearly we can read Punat into having aces, and if he does check it over, which doesn't seem guaranteed at the moment. He has checked. With diamond removal. Absolute no chance of winning the pot. Does Ike want to try to continue representing pocket kings? I suppose there's nothing stopping Poonsri from having some sort of ace-king hand strength as well that we can be hoping to clear.
Haxton chewing hard on this spot here. I mean, really, King X is the only thing that he could target, but we're not sure how much of that would have stuck around to this point.
Feels more like King 9, Ace King, or potentially something with just the weak diamonds. You know, imagine Poonsri had like King Jack 8-6 double and gets here with the medium flush. Can we ask these hands to fold on the end with a jam? Gives it up.
Great decision, obviously, as we can see. And Ike Haxton makes more of those than he does the bad ones. This much we've come to of who's benefiting and who's suffering.
Well, one would have thought coming in that Martin Dam would have a pretty tough time with Punat to his direct left. He has found himself navigating around that dynamic pretty well with some, you know, smaller limped pots, managing to be on the right side of those for now, but...
Well, Haxton putting his short stack to work, declaring pot, queens and clubs.
Ooh.
3. We hate the third of a suit in our hand, but the ace, queen, and 10. See how he feels about it.
Pretty good one for our chip leader against a short stack.
But when Haxton is willing to open pot, we don't feel as though we can get out of line, do we?
No, certainly not. And the plan here is just to figure out if our hand is the right strength to take a flop before we commit chips, or if we just run it right now and force Ike to be at risk the entire time.
Haxton ensuring that all the chips get forward. Are you surprised by this decision, just given that we don't sense there's going to be pot and fold in Ike's future? Or is that something that Punat knows? He's just looking at the strength of his hand and saying it's going to perform reasonably well.
Exactly. I think Punat knows, and there's even the reverse where it's like we don't necessarily want to get a flop that's so good for our hand that Ike ends up getting away later. There's some of this that happens if he draws slim, but safe one for now.
2.4 million in the middle. 664 is cozy. The third 6 does seal it for Haxton. Oh, that is a very key pickup there for Ike. After he tried to shed put, might make presumptions that him being first to the pot would leave Punat dissuaded to get involved. Not the case, especially when you look at that last one with King 5-4.
Yeah.
Aces again for Punsri, and these are good ones. And what's really great about this is, given his stack has been more in motion than any other, you start to feel like someone might ask questions about the durability of his kit.
This one looking like a candidate for Ike. 22 blinds to start the hand. Getting the sense that there's plenty of light opens and light 3-bets from Punsri. He's going to walk right into it.
He says pot. Punsri says, give me all of it. Obviously the ace, queen, jack, deuce with the diamonds. This is a real hand. Do you feel as though any of the influence to come at it this way is associated with what we were just touching on? Is that Punsri VPIP?
Yeah. Just a short stack, quality hand. Trying to run its equity, clear out the weaker opens. Faced with the quick and sporting jam from Punsri, who has number 1, just giving Ike a second to calculate, and decides he needs to risk his fate here.
Top 2, no waiting, but look at Punsri's danglers. They give him the straight. Could have been worse for Haxton. No diamond on board, but queens and jacks do the trick. 4.6 in the middle. No club draw to speak of for Haxton. Nothing changes here. Can Ike hit the 4 outer and keep the dream of title number 1 alive? No. The image that we see far too often, once again, will be on display. And I'm not referring to Punsri picking up a pot here, Crab, but rather the departure of one of the GOATs who can fight no further than 5th. Flat top two on that board, chips are just going to come flowing in, I would imagine, in one fashion or another. With Punsri having flopped the joint.
Am I seeing this correct? Ali has not been dealt aces again?
Oh, yeah. No, the aces button has been pushed. And
feels a bit unfair.
Is working. Yeah.
But, I mean, if I knew there was an aces button, I'd probably press it as well.
Well, listen, many ships have found the bottom of the ocean in the PLO waters at the hands of ace-ace. It's delicate cargo, dare I say. 69 bigs. Punsri, the razor. Dom defending. King, queen, 10-9. Had higher hopes for a board. Jack, deuce, deuce. Lots of backdoor equity available. In terms of the straights, no flush draw will be in his future as we see him checking over to the aces. They're unbothered on a board like this. $250,000 if you do.
Do wonder if a backdoor straight rundown such as this, with no real equity against the big hands, is being considered as a check raise bluff. Try to clear out some ace-x. Unpaired hands. Big blind, of course, could have a number of hands that contain a deuce. More than any other position, at least.
Dom wants to ask questions of Punsri here. Coming with the check raise, and again, I turn to perhaps perceptions that Punsri is simply starting to lean and is a bit out of line.
I mean, not only that, but just that he's going to have a normal range and not be dealt aces every hand, Ali. You would think that every now and then we're just going to run into the ace-10, 8-7 and just get one through, but...
Well, for what it's worth, deuces are really not supposed to be associated with Punsri's opening range, even with added breadth available to him.
Punsri recognizing if he makes the call here, just over pot behind, it's starting to get uncomfortable. So we don't expect Martin to be fast playing some hand that we're crushing necessarily.
Now it gets a little bit weird as this pot sits at $2.25 million, and it's because of Dom's actions on the flop. Punsri is the Reaper, covering him.
Martin's picked up just a little bit here. That nut got shot with the 10-9. Single heart.
Yeah, it seems like he took his swing at things here, and Punsri's willingness to remain intact on that board texture does signal some alarm.
Not even sure that Punsri will bet at this pot. I mean, it's a disaster if we get check jammed on.
And it's within Dom to take that line, too.
Yeah, one would think it's totally possible to have some deuce with hearts, potentially. We improve equity on the turn and check it over, setting the trap.
Check back from Punsri, keeping things clean.
Now just absolute nothing for Martin. How often do we want to activate and try to represent one of those traps? Ace deuce, full house. Not this time.
And at this point, it does feel like value is highly available to us. Given we have a queen and 2 aces in hand, maybe something like a passively played king-king. Oh, he's just going to check it back. Having a tough time finding hands that are going to pay him off, maybe?
Yeah, I can understand it from his seat, just trying to figure out, am I really going to get check raised in this ICM dynamic from a naked Jack X?
Being taken, you know, the reality is as technology continues to improve, and with so much at stake here.
Oh, yeah.
Every possible measure that can be taken should be taken.
It's mandatory, really.
To ensure the integrity. I think the players very much appreciate it, obviously. They like grinding the Triton Poker Plus app, maybe in between hands, being able to chat with some friends or keep themselves occupied, but I think it's a small price to pay to shore some things up. Preemptive, of course, not alluding to the idea that there was something that would have triggered any concerns whatsoever. 8-5-5. Dom, nice one. Got shot for Punsri. Martin was able to sneak through a limp for once.
Yeah, finally. Gets to see a flop and has the best hand for now. Still not thrilled on a board like this to
You won one, right? This series.
get chips flowing.
Nice. Congrats. Huh?
I still need a PLO one.
You're having a decent shot now.
Yeah.
100K and 50K as well.
Yeah.
Both parties checking the flop. The 3 now provides an additional avenue to Punsri.
Yeah, they added 100K.
But
it felt
3's
like they
full.
were,
Dom's got this one
trying to
locked
find-
up.
Yeah, the PLO schedule in Vegas is pretty sick this summer.
Punat's been willing to
I think I was looking at it, it's like
put in delayed aggression,
barely close to $1 million in buy-ins.
but Martin does lead out half point.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. It is main event time in the 4-card streets. Randy Lou and myself stepping in for none other than Ali Najad and Kevin Rabichow. And Randy, well, we wrapped things up last night with that epic 150K No Limit Hold'em showdown. And now for the 4-card fans, we've got a real treat in the form of this $100,000 buy-in main event. I see a certain Jonas Kronwitter currently leading the pack. 31 players remaining in this one, 41 entries so far, of course. Late registration open until the start of day 2. And end of the series, Randy, just a bit of a trip saver for some, just try and spin up a stack and hopefully go on to make a big FT.
Yeah, and the thing is, we also have the Ivan Leal Player of the Year race going on. We see some of the players that are entering this event chasing, like Artur Martirosyan, Punat Punsri, you saw just won the event the other day. We'll see if he jumps in his 100K main. So, a lot of different characters playing the PLO main.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, because one of the players that is chasing points is none other than Fox, and he currently sits 2nd overall behind Martirosyan. So a deep run here would help him pick up more points, which he did in that 25K, came 3rd in that. Martirosyan came 10th. So just trying to narrow that gap as much as he possibly can going into the last stop of the season, which is going to be in Jeju. But surely at the start of this, we're coming into level 5. Thoughts of POY points, not on the forefront of Foxen's mind?
Not on the forefront, but, he has to give himself the opportunity to perform here and get that chance.
Well, let's see. We've got a really fun table. Poseidon Hose in the mix with Lethem Foxen. Daniel Cates, Mr. Jungle Man, making an appearance late in the day here, as well as US's Raphael. As we throw it down to the floor once more. One entries.
So Dan Cates with a fresh stack. 45-minute clock in this one, Randy.
Okay.
Got that Jacob & Co. timepiece. Go into the eventual champion.
Pretty excited to watch this. Daniel Cates, Jungle Man. You know, he's the one that just likes to chirp, not only with the chips, but, you know, at the table.
That is true.
I don't like that idea at all.
Huh? That is true.
Private tournaments?
Well, I'm trying to imagine a situation that incentivizes like less seriousness. The problem, like if you play a tournament, there's no reason to do anything ridiculous at all.
It sounds like you should just make everything PLO, because PLO tournaments are a lot less serious, or they suffer from a lot less of the problems that you're
Are you
referring
saying that
to.
everyone's terrible?
I'm saying that everyone has less to think about at the moment, so that inspires some bit of looseness that doesn't exist for No Limit.
I don't know if I agree, man. I remember.
What they should do.
Is limping already?
What they should do for Triton
is
give us free booze.
Oh, sure. I could try.
Andrew
Sit
Leatham
on the TV.
coming with the real.
It doesn't seem like people
Some
are
feedback
drinking
for Luke Vivaldi and the team.
you seen
Just
this guy?
give out a bunch of free booze to the
It
players.
would make
That will
better
really
TV,
make
I'm
things entertaining.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll drink everyone drinks, but it doesn't affect me. I'm the same person if I have a drink or not.
Yeah.
Then what are the downsides?
Drink if
What do you
everyone
normally
else
do?
drinks.
I normally drink like cocktails or. Actually, I have wine quite a bit. But I don't really care. I'm totally indifferent, to be honest.
Poseidon taking a stab here on the
I
963.
find I'm different depending on what I drink.
I got a funny
beer makes
feeling
me
Andrew Leatham can drink everyone at this table.
Oh, God.
Under the table,
Like the sugar and
bar none.
How do you hit a set?
I mean, Randy, there's 4 aces in the deck. Don't be too surprised.
12,000.
I'm steaming.
Absolute airball, Poseidon.
Can we get the
Randy, I feel like you're a 2 drinks and done kind of guy. I reckon if I fed you some vodka shots.
Not 2.
No?
1.
1. That's very honest of you. Just looking at Andrew Leatham's
Can I get my masseuse?
Triton track record. Joined us for the first time in Vietnam 2023.
Do you know your ranges?
Showed up in Montenegro 2024.
Of course.
He's here now for his 3rd series in 2025. 1 title. He only has 1 cash, Randy. And it comes in the 25K Turbo in Vietnam that he won for 670K.
There we go. And it looks like he primarily plays a No Limit Hold'em. So just enjoying some good old 100K PLO main.
Maybe.
That's pretty gangster.
Poseidon Ho. He's playing Paul M. Omaha as well. Didn't know he played.
PLO specialists.
I'm not a specialist. I'm like a wannabe specialist. I don't even know. Half the time I don't even know what good I am. There we go.
Have you had a look over on the Triton Poker Plus app yet, Randy, at some of the hands that have been playing out, by the way? It's been a fun day in this 100K so far.
Yes. You know, I've seen some splashiness out there. Say that.
Poseidon's going to take this one down.
Oh, I'd like to learn that.
Well, the old helicopter. Can you do the helicopter, Randy?
I don't know, never really got into that
Never given it a
style
go?
of folding. You into it? You get some height on it?
I don't think I can do it as high as Foxen can, but
Yeah, cards would just go off the table.
the nice thing about having 4 cards is there's more weight
He
to it.
managed to
you
throw
know?
4
Yeah,
cards
compared
up
to
in
like
the
2
air,
cards.
and then still not.
That's 10 years of practice. Though,
Yeah, they all landed still in the same.
You do it 150,000 times.
3-2 straight, try suit. Raphael, he's in.
Yeah, Randy, there's zero need for theoretical analysis at this stage of the tournament. Okay, this table.
It's a splashy one.
It's a splashy one.
Chatty as well.
It's also the back end of the series, event number 15. People are definitely going to be playing a bit looser than they normally would. We'll hear top 2 for Foxen. Sean's got top pair, some back doors.
You have it?
Foxen just has a check call. TBH, but let's see what kind of
75 is usually good enough.
play style he's going to approach these spots with.
There we go.
Poseidon's in there with the non-nutted
Yeah,
gut shot. You'd love to see it.
It's not that hard.
Fucking hell.
What do we have here?
I don't know. I feel like it should help someone, but it doesn't. Like Foxen still has the best hand. He now has a gut shot as well on a 3, but that would have worked for him. That is a pretty brutal run out for Sean. Foxen's boated up. He's never up against aces. I say never, I mean very unlikely he's up against aces. Maybe up against some ace-jack, no backup, but also feels unlikely given that the turn texture was rainbow.
True.
You want to charge hands like 6, 7, 8.
Full pot. So trip jacks, king kicker.
Foxen playing his image. Sean Raphael with nothing but a bluff catcher. He knows it. He needs Foxen to be taking a hand like 4-5, with like flopped bottom pair, or maybe like an ace-5, turning it into a bluff.
Foxen's betting into 2 players as well, which should scream a bit more strength.
Yeah, it's going to pay him off. Jack 5 is good, my friend.
Yeah. Beats 3 of a kind, right?
That's okay.
Does he have 2 tables, man?
No, I just misheard.
Could have sounded like Jack 9.
Thanks? Yeah, a little bit.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's not your fault.
Jungle Man Dan. Randy, I know you're always up to date on a lot of like the ongoing heads-up battles and disputes,
I was
and
very confused how I was about to lose
yeah,
to like a side
you know
call.
you're informed.
Okay.
Has anything come of the challenge that Jungle Man put out a couple of days ago? It's like, look, I'm here in Montenegro. I want to play cash against some of the best in the world.
Yeah.
I think he even said he wanted to play cash against Veni Vidi on the Triton stream.
Did he?
He did.
Is it happening?
I'm asking you. You're the informed man.
I haven't heard, but we would all love to see it.
If you ever
I'd
want
love
to
to
raise
see
it
that
with Ace
battle.
5, you better be raising with Ace Jack.
Yeah, that's true. I could really disrespect you and raise with ace 5 and not ace jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just fold mine.
Some more limping.
I think this is just what we can expect for most of today at this stack depth. A lot of limping, taking it post flop, trying to catch enough of a piece to build a pot and cooler your opponents. Not happening here.
Does anyone have anything?
Poseidon's got top pair, backdoor clubs. Raphael's got an inside straight draw, a bad one.
Not flush draw
Nathan's got
squared.
Not flush draw to go along with his bottom pair. That should change something, but again, it doesn't.
So the pair of queens is good.
The king queen is good. See if Rafael now thinks that he has a mandatory bluff here. He knows he can't win at showdown. Just try and fold out an 8, a 4, maybe even a queen.
Could work.
I don't think it ever does. Turn went check, check. Poseidon's got a 5.
I mean, it could work from his point of view. You don't blame him. There we go, Poseidon. Is he?
No, Sean just mucked. That's
Oh,
fine.
okay. Don't see that too often.
I've seen it a few times this trip, actually. But yeah, you're right. It's not. Doesn't happen that often.
Are you going off to the World Series after this?
Yeah. I'll be spending my summer camp. Told my mom I need a summer camp. My mom didn't know it's World Series of Poker.
And Poseidon must love the
Hopefully a bit
game.
nicer than summer camp.
Yeah. But it's very hot, right?
Yeah, it's a tough frame.
I think the heat's more bearable than people tend to make it out to be because it's so dry. It doesn't.
To what extent? How long does this last? How long does this last? To what extent does your vow, like, do you appeal the vow?
Rapid fire.
Okay, that's good to know.
Or 2, dude, for me.
To limp?
Yeah, the average is like 104 big ones.
What did he say?
Thank you. Sorry.
Randy, can you
No, it was
translate?
more- I mean, I guess somewhere between a troll and a needle, but also
A lot of
just
different
pointing
conversations
within
going on.
stack depth and average.
Can you translate what Jungle said?
Hmm?
Something about average stack being 100 bigs, I think.
Maybe I could just be wrong. This could be the difference right here.
You could also be right, and that could be the difference.
Sure. This part of the tour. So you're the tour of players. You guys are supposed to be right.
He's just going to take his showdown as a nice bluff catcher. Sean has something that wants to bluff. Blocks Jack 10, blocks Deuce 3. Has 10 high.
Yeah, let's see if he stabs.
6,000.
Is he going to get caught once more in this
Yeah,
check down
no,
pot?
100%. 100%.
Beat them with kings and 4s. Oh, folds the best hand. Take that one, Sean.
I wonder if he knew he had 2 pair.
Unclear.
Because sometimes, no, seriously, like sometimes you peek down and you're like looking at the blockers and you're so focused on the blockers, you're like, okay, well, block the straight. You forget to look at your side cards.
Right, because you thought maybe you just had a pair of kings.
Yeah, he's
Didn't
like,
tell
I
you
got
that.
king, jack, jack, and then he, yeah. That feels like a pretty clear-cut call, at least in my shoes.
Every year I see it. We go to Vegas.
87% confidence.
Never quite good.
Yeah, big commitment.
It's just
I think you're actually more confident than I am, so.
a month or more, you know, in the desert.
Stop talking.
Yep.
Start limping. Just throw you off now.
I wouldn't, my brain would melt.
When you get full circle, you make bad plays. You make plays that are wrong in order to be good. For the big picture, play a little bad. To win in the long run, something like that.
Pot.
Full circle level.
15,000.
You lost me at some point, but I'm gonna play this hand first.
I'm saying when you come full circle, when you get to a certain level at poker, and when you get to the ultimate level, sometimes you play bad for like the really big picture.
Oh, okay. To come off a certain way.
To win in the super long run.
Yeah.
Focus on the super long con.
I was gonna say they called that the long con at some point, so I'm glad you called it out. Yeah.
the longer the cost, the more it looks like you're fucked up. It could just be a really good con.
Man,
Just
jungle
style.
really is something else. 8-6 deuce,
Just
couple of
long
spades,
con.
one heart.
It's a long con, for sure.
Interesting to see Raphael
How
to
much
check
is
this
the
one
pot?
over.
39.
Well, Poseidon has nothing, and
Bet
he's
25.
gonna bet.
Wow. This might work, you know.
There we go. Aggression paying off.
This might just be a great strategy to PLO.
What?
Poseidon's strategy. If you sense any
Sounds like a
passivity
mistake.
or weakness,
Sounds like a mistake.
pounce.
Long con?
Yeah.
Aggression is generally a good strategy in poker.
You know, some of the spiritual stuff is into the long cons.
There's some serious exponential decay related to the length of the con, though.
Yeah, you have to
In
be
terms of
so
value.
good. Are you still conning jungle?
Yeah. I still am. Still in the cons. Expensive decay of the cons. I need to think about that one. It depends on the con, really.
But you're conning.
Huh?
But you're like mid-con. Multiple cons, I guess.
Yes, that is correct. Say that.
Mid-con.
Jungle put out a tweet 17 hours ago saying, man, tournaments are boring as F in comparison to cash games. And now here he is in Montenegro, 17 hours later playing a 100K tournament.
He's played 0 hands.
You've done half of that so far.
He's playing the long con.
Well, I guess you've kind of done a little bit of both.
If this was a private tournament, you'd be out. 0 hands.
You're right. It's not private. That's why you gotta make it private.
Check.
We need the Randy Lou Invitational.
Private tournament.
Check.
What do we got here? Queens being the best hand?
Queens being the best hand.
Checks it back. Kings are the best hand now.
Check.
Somewhat surprised to see the queens check back on the button.
Yeah, it's actually one of the really good boards for 2 queens when you don't hit a set.
Yeah, and it's one of the hands that I feel like you want to bet. It's really difficult. On future streets, you just give a free peek to a king or an ace, as we saw here.
Letham's not complaining. He'll take it.
People asking about Phil Ivey. Well, my suggestion, as always, is to download the Triton Poker Plus app. Get his table up. You can watch every hand he plays while enjoying the stream. He is currently 5th in chips. 43 entries in this one.
It feels like we'll get a lot more rebuys as we get later into the day. Here, everyone's just so deep. Ace 8, 77.
Pot.
Says
Did I
pot.
change your mind?
I can do both. I never said I would restrict myself.
So I can still 3-bet you.
Sometimes.
If you have a shitty hand, you show it.
What's that?
You have a shitty hand.
I should show it right now?
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I got a game to play jungle. I got a short con of my own. It's on like an hour-long delay.
Yeah, I guess you're right. If you show, everyone at this table will know.
I know. And I'm
And
very.
everyone over there and all those other tables will know too.
I'm normally very secretive about the way I play cards. So.
I try to remember.
I
Randy, is
write
this
them
why you don't
down
play on
in
stream?
Database, actually. I got a whole database.
I'm sure you do. That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, you're smart, actually. I was trying to swindle you into the database.
I know about the long con.
Randy, what is this long con that they keep talking about?
I know
You never heard this term?
on the cutoff.
So what, you play
better than I know
poorly
myself.
on stream deliberately
I believe
in
it.
order to then get invited
I was
to
you
private
10 years
games?
ago.
That's an example, yeah. The long con.
That's what they're talking about, right?
I mean, not that specifically, but yeah, it's kind of basically that.
2018.
You know
You're
my
playing the
likes
long
and my
run,
dislikes.
basically.
Well, not that far.
But
I
tricking
don't-
people in the
I don't
meantime.
Get that data. That would be bad.
Like me, I don't play anymore. You want to play
get a
Heads
new
Up for
data
Rolls?
guy then.
Huh?
You got to get a new data guy.
I
then.
don't trust you, Randy.
It's the long con.
No, this is the
Pay
thing.
him enough.
Maybe you're right.
It's
You
like,
think he
even though you
doesn't
might
have
not
an
have been
iPhone and
playing,
a Twitter account, you know.
you give it away in other ways.
You start, like,
You know, with some of your
looking
insights, you'll
for
come in and you'll be like,
orders,
well, you know,
like,
Henry, this
favorite dishes
particular
and
sizing
stuff.
that's being used. I'm like, ah, see, Randy, you've been in the lab.
No, but I don't play anymore.
Mhm,
Sometimes you get lucky.
I
That's
heard
the
True
long con.
Tellers
Then I invite you to my
asking
private
for a
games.
rematch.
Surprise benefit. I want to play hands, but I can't. Just talk shit.
I mean, you're giving us something, Jungle. We'll take it.
I mean, nothing's stopping him from playing hands, Randy.
One day I won't remember.
Frederick asking what the lowest buy in Triton event was for this series. Was it 25K?
I believe it was 25.
Yeah.
Oh no. Fuck.
India superpower.
Oh, sounds like Santos is joining the table.
Oh, he'll shake things up.
India.
How's it going?
Don't bust me, Santos, please.
Don't bust me.
I've never busted you. You busted me.
Tournament? No.
Huh?
When? No.
You busted me, remember on Hustler? You don't remember this hand?
Oh, that is cash
Yeah, you
king.
remember that one?
Cash
Yeah.
king is different.
Yeah,
This is
it's a lot
tournament.
worse. It was way the fuck worse. I'd rather you busted that. I definitely remember that shit. That was fucked up.
Randy Frederick in the chat saying Randy Lou is the GOAT grinder. Biggest grinder I've ever seen from back in the day.
Try and butter me up?
I mean, no. I know you destroy me. Tarek saying, why does Randy not play anymore?
Exactly.
Exactly what?
So let's go play some Heads Up for Rolls. These are two decent hands. Look at Poseidon's hand.
Don't get too excited.
Oh,
Now you can get excited.
This is very exciting.
King, Queen, 8. Top set for Fox and top pair and a wrap. For Poseidon. Backdoor spades also working for him. We could see stacks fly in. I mean, SPR 10. O's come with pot.
Fox in trappy of top set, open in a straight draw.
I think if Foxen doesn't have the Jack 10 to go with it, then maybe he raises it up here.
Okay.
But he's not scared of an
28,
ace.
5.
Yeah, it's just going to come with cool by the looks of things. He's not scared of an ace or a 9 rolling off, right? So he doesn't need that much protection. And
Right.
he also has hearts behind.
So if there's a flush draw, he's more likely to consider raising?
I think so, yeah. I think if he didn't block some of the straight stuff, wow, that is an insane turn card dealer.
Nut card for Ho.
Ho's going to be like, pot? Now Foxen gets to announce himself because he can get all the money in. He's facing pot.
just
be
wants
5-5, right?
he just basically wants to get all the money in against King Queen right now. Queen's 8's just a hand that Poseidon would potentially fold on certain runouts.
Right.
Like say Poseidon has King Queen and then the river's like an 8.
Mm-hmm.
Or the river's like an ace or a 9, like he's not going to get paid. I think now we just ask for it all.
And obviously equity shifts heavily in his favor of 1 card to go. His opponent potted twice. Does look rather committing from Poseidon.
All in.
There we go. At this point, there's just too much in the pot.
I don't think we're ever potting to fold this. I mean, not thrilled about it. Spades could be dead, but yeah, we got a wrap and second nut flush draw.
That's dangerous.
Any 9, 10, jack, ace, spade that doesn't pair the board, obviously.
Any ace? Spade. Any 9?
Ace we chop. I have the
Any
that hand.
Any
Wow. Yeah, this is
any
wild.
jack? Any spade?
Got there.
9, 8.
596k in the middle,
Spade is
200
fine.
big blind pot.
I think a red 3.
Red 3 is what's been called for.
7 works.
Just the second nuts for Foxen.
255.5.
How does he do it, Randy?
I don't know, but he's got the magic.
That's a sick one.
Yeah.
You have like
This setup
absolute
and-
monster.
Yeah.
I mean, so do I.
On the
I
flop,
the straight
on the
draw
flop.
and the and
But
top
the
set.
turn,
is sick.
I feel like it ends in my, yeah.
The turn is a good one for you.
Yeah, definitely.
This is completely set up and you can't
Yeah, it's
exit it.
I'm glad Santos chimed in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes as like a newcomer to PLO, which Poseidon self-admittedly is, you can kind of kick yourself and think, well, you know, was I supposed to stack off there? I think once you come with pot on the flop, or sorry, pot on the turn rather, we just have to call it off.
Okay, just priced in at that point.
Yeah, I think there are some different ways that we could have kept the pot a bit smaller, in different sizes, but you know, it would be nitpicking on my part. And a massive hand. And as Santosh said, sometimes it's just a setup hand.
Mm-hmm.
So Daniel in the chat is saying, how exactly do you watch Phil Ivey on the app? That's a great question. So Daniel, seeing as you've got the app, what you do is you click on the home page, you then click on Montenegro, or you can go above where it shows Montenegro for the watch live part. But let's say that you click on Montenegro, then you then click onto the in progress 100k PLO main event, and you'll see the seating chart. And then you can go through the seating chart, go through all of the different tables, and find the table Phil is at. Or alternatively, you can just click on Phil's name, and you'll see all of his hand history. So depending on how you want to view it, you can either click on Phil's name and go through all of the hands that he's played so far in this tournament from the start of day one, or you can click seating chart, find the table he's on, and watch the hands play out in real time whilst you have the stream up.
A+ tutorial.
Thank you, Randy. I do try.
You lived first. It wasn't my fault. My fault.
See, Santosh is doing what you should have, Jungle. A limp, you rich.
I'm playing it safe. I'm letting you guys knock each other out.
Trying to ladder up.
You really are.
Trying to ladder up. You already got through a quarter of the field.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, Jungle's trying to ladder up.
It's been like
Yeah, just plays higher. Doesn't need ITM, just wants to not be out soon.
Just about, just over.
Man, Randy, you know I get all sentimental and a bit, bit emotional towards the end of these series.
You're already sad. It's not over yet.
I know, mate, but it's been such a sick series. Holy shit, dude. Come on.
Every single no limit
Dude, it's
finale.
been insane,
It's been
man.
good.
This has been one of the most insane Triton stops. Are you kidding me, bro?
Loved it.
Now we got this.
I mean,
100K
Jason
PLO.
for 11th title to finish the no limit portion.
Come on, let's recap it. Come on, come with me down memory lane. Event number 1, Schwanlu.
Yep.
Insane, bro.
Mm-hmm.
6-1 chip deficit against Daniel Dvoris. Nothing going on here. Foxen's with the best of it. Then it was the second event. Foxen? I think Foxen in the other 25K?
Yep.
Picks that up. By the way, in that event, they were getting close to the end of late reg in the 30K of event number 3. Nacho gets eliminated in 3rd in that 25K event number 2. Max late reg is the 30K. And then 24 hours later, he's lifting the trophy back
I
for
know.
his 3rd title. I don't know, man.
Then it went over to Lonus.
Yeah.
Winning his mystery bounty tournament and getting, what, 800K in bounties.
Yeah. I think he cashed for like, 1.4, 1.5 million.
Bounties were more than his first prize, which was amazing.
That was insane.
Followed that up with a Seth Davies win where...
What, in the 50K, man? That was special.
Yeah, the short stack into first title for him. Love that. Kiat Lee winning a turbo. Then Pavi, the one from Montenegro, winning the Invitational 200K. That was phenomenal in terms of final table performances. Just super fast. Was fun.
Made that aces versus king's hand 3-handed, you remember?
Oh, yeah, no.
90% of the chips went in king on the turn, 2-outer. Biggest 2-outer in the history of tournaments, by the way.
What's crazy is that we actually got Lonus showing another title later that week. No Limit main. Just been so good, and it's not over yet.
I mean, the fact that Foxen FT'd that 25K earlier today, came 3rd in that one.
What do you think, he's going for the 2 titles in 1 stop as well?
Well, I mean, he can definitely do it. He's definitely got what I like to call the he's got the goods to do it, you know. He can zhuzh it up late in the day.
Good game in India. They play? Huh?
Yeah, but
Hot.
yeah. Apparently, actually.
Just really afraid you have Kins again. Kins PTSD.
Not too afraid to pot though.
Yeah.
The problem with India is they take 20% cash.
Yeah, that one only two, not the cash game.
Not the cash game.
Not the cash game. Yeah, really.
Still.
Like, it's so stupid. But the game's good, actually.
A small game. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna play big with me anyway. I have to keep dumping hustle.
I'll play big with jungle. I mean, I don't know what big is for him, but
pot.
I'll play like 500 1K.
I thought I convinced you. Pot.
Second time as well. That was a long con. That was the second time I did it. You let me get away with one. That is a long
So pot, repot.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the long con in action. This is poker coaching you won't get anywhere else.
How much?
Raphael's not going to go anywhere with the 8. 6-5-4. Single suited. I mean, never thrilled about the proposition, obviously. Out of position.
Repot.
Diamonds could be dominated.
If you want to repot again.
But he knows exactly what kind of board texture he's looking for. Here we go. Jungle Man. Try suited aces.
Always at.
Is 500 1K too low stakes for jungle, do you think, Randy?
He'll play it. But he's played bigger, I'll say that.
Too many brain cells for me.
Alright, onto a flop. Inflated. Top set, looking good for Kate's. It's not bad for Raphael.
I I mean, you say it's not bad, but
30-ish%.
6 high diamonds.
You check?
He checked
Yeah,
already.
checked.
He checked, yeah.
That's
Never really thrilled about it. Could just be close to dead. I mean, obviously, he has that inside will draw.
I guess the good thing is with
Cool.
the ace of diamonds out there as the flush draw, if Kate's had,
Alright, I'm all in.
you know, 3 aces, he can have
I have aces.
bigger flush draw as often. Here we go.
If you win, good job.
Got the shot on a flush draw, right?
Deuce and diamond.
Yep, it looks like
Yes,
you
gosh.
weren't lying to me before.
Oh, what?
Can I have your cards, please?
Did you pop my big blind under the gun with this?
Sorry.
I did.
Can I have the cards, please?
I'll give him.
I have 3 diamonds.
I feel a little. You have 3 diamonds. Oh wow.
Everyone revealing
Me neither.
the cards that they're blocking.
I could have limped.
Well, you win.
Turn 7 will
I'll
be.
be happy.
Turn 7 will be.
All excuse. Alright, everyone
you-
has my action. I have top set here. I got it in good.
Oh, straight.
You've seen it all before.
Wow.
You know, I can still win.
I'd like to win this. I'd like to win
That's not
this.
that sick. I'm used to it.
You played some cards before.
Played cards before. Alright, good
Dude,
job.
jungle.
I got off the
Sean just drills the nuts on the turn.
Yeah, it's a funny thing.
This game, man. Completely set up.
Really?
I love Jungle's Needle. He's like, I got outplayed.
Was that a setup? Foxen?
By jungle.
What do you mean? I mean, they both flopped really good hands.
And the slot
he
continues?
Really
Hold the flop?
I felt he really deserved that. Because he really
For
forced
disrespecting you?
it. No, he really forced it.
He deserved the bomb most of the time. I can agree with that.
It's
The long con
Jungle's
got punished.
first hand lay down.
Really?
First hand he played.
He's been playing for like 30 minutes, and that
Yeah.
was his first hand.
His first hand he played.
And he opened with, if you open, I'm going to 3-bet you. So I just started limping. And then that's the second hand I opened. And
You're
now-
Malaysian, right?
No.
He also said I decided to show up and talk a bunch of shit and pretend like I was going to play
Filipino.
aggressive and then
Oh,
be
yeah.
really tight. And then just didn't play a hand for 30 minutes until he got here. So, honest.
Yeah. Very honest.
As honest as become the jungle man. The new jungle arc.
Thank you.
Jungle is quite the character. It's a shame to see him leave us, as he was bringing a lot of flavor to the table in the form of conversation. Top 2 for Danny. There's a monotone texture. Poseidon's got an interesting one. Queen of clubs in hand, top pair, gut shot.
He knows it.
Kind of like this, but I don't like the size. But I do like the bet.
Top 2 comes in.
But then again, I guess if you can get Danny Tang to put money in with top 2, you can continue barreling. Nice, snap checked. Snap checked. DT's got the check mark. Danny's just going to try and take his showdown.
This is turning his hand to a bluff or a value bet?
It's turning his hand into a bluff. I feel like the bluff should have come on the turn. Danny's got a fun one here. Blocking kings, blocking jacks, jack 6, king 6.
How much is pot?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it wrong for me to think that raising is better than calling? Try to push out like a medium flush.
90?
I agree. Especially after the turn goes check, check. There's levels to this game, my friend. Danny Tang is on another level.
Yeah, don't mess with Danny. Sure, he did with the best hand, but he was targeting small flushes.
He definitely thinks that he got Poseidon to fold a flush of sorts. Do you think we're going to see Jungle re-enter?
After his massage is complete. He did say he wanted to resume that when he exited the table. Good news is we can always check on the Triton Poker Plus app when his name shows up again.
He put out another tweet, Randy.
No.
Yeah.
Did he?
Okay, it's all in caps, by the way. Try and just read this in Jungle's voice. Okay, I played the PLO main event 100K and played one hand. Lost with top set. Bye-bye money.
That's it.
That's it. That's the tweet. He did want to, you know, emphasize. He said, look, to everyone that bought some of my action, I've got it in with top set.
And he's out with top set.
Everything else is out of my control. Danny Tang opening on the button. Yeah, understandable to see this one go check, check. Fun turn card. Gives Danny some opportunities. Take this one away.
Hello.
See what he comes with. Something between half pot and 3/4.
Foxing going to try to represent the straight.
Danny Tang making the call on the turn. Looked a bit suspicious. Just throwing a glare Foxen's way. 32K in the middle. Foxen now shutting things down. Danny's got to ask himself, you know.
Smells like a trap.
Oh.
Not a trap.
We're going to regret that. Losing to the queens.
It's good. It's actually good.
Smells like a trap. Or perhaps it just smells like I've got air, so I'm going to check back. And then you get shown the queens, you're like, well, that beats me.
No thanks.
Kind of fun to watch Foxen and Tang battle, as they're most known for their no-limit hold'em expertise. Give them 2 more cards each.
Oh, maybe Danny's been inspired by his good friend.
What tea is that?
Up in 3.
With 2 ice cubes. Thank you.
I feel like we've seen more and more of these no-limit hold'em players join the PLO streets as we made PLO a staple here at Triton. Almost the same hand, these two. But Doogie 7 through 3. Are they playing like triple draw or something?
Interesting to see that Danny's opted to raise this from the cutoff into Poseidon's big blind. Foxen, open ender, middle pair. Danny Tang, gut shot, middle pair. Poseidon with a whole lot of nothing. Jack of spades turn. I like to see Foxen bet out here. It's tough though. I mean, it's tough getting any pair to fold, like tens. Don't think of folding.
Foxen's gonna try.
Queens, kings, aces, not folding. There's gonna be some Jack X that pot controlled flop as well that have now turned trips. But outside of that, it's getting to fold out some equity. Nice little pick up there for Foxen.
Nothing's changed for Foxen. Betting machine.
He is currently 7th overall. Artur Martirosyan's in 6th. Let's check out those Ivan Liao Player of the Year implications. So Foxen is still 730 points behind Artur, but he still hasn't been given the points that he won from the 25K third place finish. So I think
closing the gap.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to close the gap by about another 100 points or so, maybe a little bit more. So I'm very excited to check that out tomorrow. I'm curious to see where Punat is after that win. I mean, Punat currently in 6th with 2,660 points. It would not surprise me if he moves up to 3rd. And then we head into Jeju with a real race on our hands.
Trip kings for Suvarna. In hand, of course.
Top 2 for Poseidon. Sean's got top pair and a gut shot. I'm going to check it on over. Trying to think what the most exciting turn card would be. Oh, maybe we're not going to get to see it. Foxen's got one of those, blocking 7s, blocking a7. And he can turn a set. Can turn a straight draw.
Raphael's got a little gut shot, backdoor nut diamonds.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Let me see if I have some.
Oh,
what a card for Raphael.
Santosh would have turned a set of kings.
The one out set of kings.
Now Foxen on this turn after getting called. I'm going to pump the brakes. Does so wisely.
Aces and 7s, still the best hand.
Yeah, the only thing completing on this 5 of hearts is the 4-3.
Check.
Nobody has that, yeah. Everyone happy to take their showdown?
Wow, Santos checking kings in the big blind, huh?
Trip kings.
One note.
Painful.
Really?
Jonas Kronwitter, still tournament chip leader.
Call.
Mike Haxton, second in chips. Ben Tollerin's in fourth. Wow. Didn't even know Ben Tollerin was in the mix. I haven't seen Jason Kuhn in there yet.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Tollerin didn't join, given how good he is at PLO. But Jason Kuhn is still celebrating his win.
Yeah, that
join
makes
later.
sense. Yeah, Max Late Reg. Enjoy the win. Whole lot of nothing for Sean.
Sean limp called pre. Still nothing for all. Queens is best. You like the way Poseidon plays with his cards up mid-hand?
I mean, it's a good way to make sure that you don't miss anything, you don't misread your hand. Sean's got nothing. He's just going to wave the white flag.
Queens.
Queens are good.
It's a very good starting hand. When I see all the flop are black, I'm like, oh.
Without the queen of spades as well. Yeah. All club.
Yeah.
All black with queen of spade, queen of club. Okay.
Yeah.
Patrick Antonius just won a massive pot. Multi-way. He's now tournament chip leader.
Who did he do damage to?
Well, he eliminated Tom Bedell, but Bedell was down to 30k, which is just 10 bigs. But there were 3 players that called Bedell's all-in pre-flop. Jonas Kronwitter and Maxi Lemansky. And yeah, Patrick rivered the nut full house.
Couple limps incoming. Foxen start the party. Santosh over limps. Lines in there as well. Ace, King, Jack, Rainbow. Do see a Queen 10 for Raphael.
Wow, well spotted. I was looking for that, but I couldn't see it anywhere. Santosh turns a king high straight. Wow, Raphael's just going to give Foxen a free look with his clubs. A lot of passiveness from what we've seen so far.
I mean, if you got this far with this straight, maybe you just hope someone bets instead of calls with worse.
Yeah, I think it's almost, I don't want to say it's impossible to get called by worse, but
4-way is pretty hard though, right?
feels like it's impossible to get called by worse, especially in a limped pot. Aces and kings, strong queens, ace king, you'd think you would have heard from. I'm not sure why Foxen is in the tank here.
Let's see if Santosh, the only one that could potentially pay off, comes along.
Nice.
Doesn't believe it.
You call, I don't need to call.
Flop a straight. Flop a straight.
Maybe Sean was getting paid in another spot there. Danny Tang with that 2 pair. He's Was glad to see Santosh call.
It's like you keep him honest.
Yeah. Protect my bank balance. You do it for me. So that's how things stand here. Sean Raphael is the chip leader at the table. He's 5th overall after eliminating Jungle Man Daniel Cates. That was a fun dynamic. It's a shame we couldn't have run it twice, Randy. Give him a chance to chop the pot. Yeah, Sean doing the dirty on Jungle Man. That's been pretty snug out there.
Of these 5 players, though, Sean is the most fresh, right? He came in just for the PLO, whereas everyone else has been here for No Limit Hold'em, full schedule.
Certainly seems that way. Sean looks fresh as well. He's just raring to go.
Very tilting, cannot play. You cannot play button, it's super tilted, right? No?
Monotone, gonna get pressed on by the 2 aces from the big. Poseidon's got pocket 9s.
Yeah, Poseidon just wants to limp call. That seems to be a strategy.
When you are coming to Vegas?
Straight away from here.
Oh,
Are you going? Are you flying with Jason?
No.
No?
No.
Oh wow.
I'm Vegas. I'm coming June 2nd.
Oh, June 2nd. You go back India first.
No. I'm going
London.
to Malta. Some
Malta?
meetings. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Then LA.
Oh, cash game?
2 days. 31st and 1st.
Hasala?
Foxon with the C bet.
I would.
You fly with Jason.
No, I know.
No?
I had everything.
You
No
had
money.
everything? No.
Ace.
Sad. Yeah,
I was hoping you had a club.
Yeah, he asked me to. But I said I didn't win 4 million, so no. I said you win 4 million, maybe you take me.
Yeah, now he won. No, so
Randy, if you won 4 million, would you let me tag along?
I'd let you tag along, buddy.
Thanks, man.
I know you do the same. Then we play heads up for rolls.
On the plane.
On the plane.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that the World Series is here. You know? Dude, there's still a non-zero chance that I fly over and play the main, but
I always tell myself I'm going to do it next year. I
I've
just
never seen
show
you
up.
play my life, to be honest.
you're like me.
Makes
I
sense.
usually play fast on day 1.
Nah. You mean PLO?
In PLO.
Yeah, Hold'em, yes. Slow.
Hold'em's different.
PLO is a bit. It seems a bit faster.
He's needling Foxen for taking too much time.
Yeah, sounded like it. Needles are allowed on day 12. Or whatever day it is.
Top pair, top kicker. Check again with the clubs. Aces and 6s.
I mean, Foxen has stone bottom. We know what that normally means.
That stuff?
A6.
Poseidon's just playing people like a fiddle, mate.
It's a dream turn for me.
It is. Trapped me.
Like it.
So when was the last time you played the WSOP main?
7.
Like 10, 12 years ago?
It's a recorded cache. I actually finally cashed
Yeah?
main event.
6.
So I'm sure someone in chat knows, but if I had to guess,
You don't even know. That's insane, bro. I love it.
Are you allergic to
7 years ago, maybe.
You think 7 years
Keep
ago?
having for the button.
Might be completely wrong.
Randy Lou poker. I love how the first thing that pops up is Randy Lou net worth. Randy, what's your net worth? Tell us.
No.
We get updated.
It's whatever the ending mob says, you know?
5 more, right?
Right, so
4.
that cash came And I'll have to scroll back. 2017 WSOP main event.
Yeah, so that's about right.
159th, okay. A fun run.
Hit and run. When's the last time you played it?
I've never played it.
Never? Oh,
Never.
you have to play at least once.
That's what
right?
everyone's telling me, yeah. I don't think it's going to be this year.
Okay.
Got stuff to do, but maybe one day.
Live the pain at least once in your life.
Right, Randy, your first cash was in
21.
June 2010. Do you know how old I was in June 2010?
How old are you?
I was 15.
Nice.
15 years old. Top 2 for Sean here to go along with his second nut flush draw. Savannah is in a rough way. Gut shot, weaker spades. Bad two pair draw.
Yeah, the weaker spades is a huge problem.
It always is in this game. Don't go chasing non-nutted draws. Very simple rule. Will help you a lot in PLO. Don't do it, Santosh. Could very easily be dominated, as he is here.
And you're right. Stays away.
So when is it?
When is what?
You know what I'm talking about.
The main?
Yeah.
It's usually like the beginning of July.
Okay, then I definitely can't go.
It's around my birthday.
Yeah.
When's your birthday?
3rd.
3rd of July.
So I kept on wishing that I'm going to win the main,
Is
and
there a
it just
big?
never
Is
happened.
there going to be a big short deck schedule?
So I stopped
or is it going
going.
to be similar to last time?
You
If
got to speak
anything, it'll be
to
small.
Yeah. Okay.
Espen.
So it's not.
But we might pump it back up just because you guys have to do it.
July 3rd. I'm going to put you in my calendar, Randy. Nananoko's birthday.
Oh,
Probably
thanks.
Just win anyway.
Huh?
Probably just win anyway.
That's not true.
Not in the long run. I mean, in the short run.
Yeah, a few people asking about the 25K. The Triton mod saying rewind the stream. You can see the previous event final table. You can do that. I would recommend doing that later on and staying with both myself and Randy for this 100K main. Get involved in the chat, ask questions, engage in the conversation. We're here for the next, what, 3 hours or so, 4 hours?
Yeah, and then on your downtime, didn't go dabble and watch the
Yeah,
final table.
this is a really chill day. These next 4 hours, people are chatty, a lot of limping. Limping is pimping.
Little baby flush. Trying to get paid. Paired board as well. Boxing with full house blockers. Contemplating making a move.
Potentially. We
So
saw
much
Danny do it earlier.
passivity on the flop and turn. Doesn't believe Danny's got a big hand.
5 seconds.
Fold.
Fold.
Ah. Could have worked.
Likely would have.
That's not good.
I beat you, man.
6. Okay, dude. Good. 6s.
Sixes.
I had a 6.
Then bluff.
Huh?
No bluff. Bluff.
King 6.
Why are you Why are you lying at this conversation right now? You can see the cards.
No, there's a delay. Oh, Danny.
Raise to 14,000.
Hijack open. 14K. Quickly called by Subarna.
Man, I love Sean, bro. He's in the mix. Queen 10, 9 deuce. Send it in. Let's see, 3.
Oh, maybe because he knew he was going to hit 2 pair.
Well, he needs to be careful because even though he does have 2 pair, he is only a slight favorite on this board.
Check.
Foxen with a nut flush draw to go along with his over pair.
And also a 3 to block some sets.
Checks through. I love the fact that the turn's a brick. So I think Sean's going to need to look for some protection. Doesn't need to go big. Something like half pot, 24K. Maybe size up a bit, closer to 2/3.
15,000.
He's got a really small. I say really small. Just under 3rd pot.
Call.
Call from Foxen.
Call.
So 9s and deuce is still the best hand. Guess we just check down and hope.
I think it checks down, yeah. Although, you know, Alex did pop pre.
A little value beat.
20,000.
After. Sought after by Raphael. It's a pretty cool bet.
This is a pretty cool bet. Yeah, he seems to know exactly where he's at against a strong overpair.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't rate Foxen to have that stuff that hits down there, just given the pre-flop raise.
9 deuce.
Raphael is playing great.
Spicy little value bet that. Sean up to north of 800K.
Hey Alex, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Let's say you give me 5% of the free roll of this tournament right here, 100K.
Okay.
And let's say 100K. Forget about the rate, 100K. Now you cash for 150K. Are you giving me 50K of 5%? Are you giving me 150K of 5%?
I would think that it would be 5% of the total cash for amount.
Yeah, total payout. 5% of
Right.
Unless like otherwise specified. That would be what I would think, but I think it's just something you clarify beforehand. Because I've heard of people doing it both ways.
It doesn't make sense for net profit. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If you account for the downside, like, and then, like, you're basically buying.
Not buying, you're freeing.
No, but you're buying 95% at 1.0 whatever, you know.
When we say I give you 5% free roll, it's 5% of whatever payout, including mystery bounty.
That's what I think it should be.
Including everything. It shouldn't deduct tax.
Call.
Randy and I were just whispering on the side there what we think. So Randy, same scenario. I offer you a 5% free roll and then I cash for 200K in, let's say, a 50K tournament, you would then get 5% of the 2K payout, is what these guys are discussing, right? It wouldn't be minus taxes, it wouldn't be minus the buy-in, it would just be 5% of whatever the cash is.
That makes sense.
Yeah?
Yeah, that makes sense.
How much?
10.
Well, I think we're going to be going 3 ways to a turn. Somewhat surprised to see this lead here. Was a limped pot.
Five seconds. And a call.
Let's see if Sean wants to try and run one. Turn his hand into a bluff.
You and Raphael on the same page?
Yeah, I like it. Very nice.
Yeah, he
Very
down
nice
2
execution.
eights. There's a reason these snipers come out. I feel there's a lot of edge to be had, especially in post flop.
What do we know about this guy, by the way? I've never seen him before. Have you, Randy?
I've only seen him here at the Tritons playing just PLO. It's American of Filipino descent.
Currently tournament chip leader.
Mm-hmm.
Played 4 events in Jeju, cashed 1. Hang on, it's saying he came
Just like
6th earlier on today. Final table.
Me and you swap 100K, like 5%, 10% in this, right? It's whatever you cash.
I would interpret a 5% free roll to mean you have 5% of the value of the tournament.
Right, yeah.
It's whatever it shows on the payout board.
Just like if we swap, you don't give me the net. You just give me whatever you cash. Right.
We have a call.
Pot.
20,000.
Come on, Poseidon.
Call.
Piece him up.
Call.
Yeah, get him mid-conversation.
Big pot.
It's going to be a big pot.
This is a big
First
pot.
big pot.
84,000.
Huge.
Good luck, everybody.
It is huge. SPR is like nothing for him, you know?
Yeah.
Santosh can't wait. That is fire for Poseidon.
Pot.
Top 2.
84,000.
Nut flush draw.
Backdoor nut flush draw as well.
Yeah. Wow, let's see if Santosh wants to just... No, let's see.
What is Danny got? Gut shot, a flush draw. I mean, given that Poseidon was the pre-flop raiser, it could be very possible that Danny's 2-pair outs aren't good. Could easily be up against Ace King or set.
Yeah, he could just be dead here. He could just be up against kings with king high spades.
Yeah, just looking for the
5 seconds.
5 is only good out.
5 is a clean out, yeah. No back doors.
That's boring. It's king 4.
So boring.
Show
I
him.
did a 4, 6,
No,
7.
no king would have been good. Did you have king high flush draw as well?
Yes.
And the backdoor diamond.
Top flip here and then not flush draw.
GG.
Whoever calls is called in for a funeral.
I'm GG.
Yeah, you
Queen I
bet
flush.
third, I'm dead.
GG.
You bet half pot, I'm dead. You bet pot, I'm just...
I'm dead.
I folded ace with a gut shot and a flush draw.
And the flush draw is not your outs, yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know that.
I have queen I plus. I have four. Maybe no spade.
So many spades.
No backdoor, nothing.
Lucky, man.
Just taking a look, Randy. Sean's first cash, 2013. The $1,500 millionaire maker. But then everything since 2017, it's all PLO, baby.
So something clicked in between 2013 and
Something
17.
clicked, yeah.
Oh,
Started
me
playing
first, sorry.
10Ks and
Yeah,
25Ks back in 2017.
Yeah, I had no idea it was me first. I was still thinking about the hand. So.
Pretty cool cat.
It's a wild fold.
Huh?
It's a wild fold.
Yeah.
Just picked up his first live victory as well.
Yep.
In Portland, Omaha.
Yeah, EPT high roller in Monte Carlo just before venturing out here. 25K, took it down for $430,000.
Check is good.
Set of 4s for Suvarna.
Cider with the nut flush draw. What's Foxen got? Foxen's got nothing.
Just the ace.
How much is the pot? 50.
Oh, baby.
How much is the pot?
Savannah's going to spin it. He doesn't love it. He honestly doesn't love it with bottom
Great
set.
time to bet.
Could be up against a set of 7s.
But he's in great shape here. We've seen quite a few diamonds folded.
Set.
Not flush draw.
King.
King's
would be
also
good too.
working. The Curse of the Kings.
Curse of the Kings. Sounds like a movie title.
Curse of the Kings. Two cards to come. Safe turn for Suvarna. Just needs to fade. King or a diamond.
Game, Sanchez.
Ayah.
I thought a queen high flush draw. Running good.
No more curse for the Kings.
That one's tough. When he had 3 diamonds in his hand, Danny had 2. Santosh had 1. Wasn't drawing very live.
Think Poseidon's enjoying some Portland, Omaha now?
Yeah, welcome to PLO, my friend. Up to 47 runners. Sean Raphael is the chip leader. Grufford Jones second. Ben Tollerie's third. Ike Haxton is currently sat in 4th. Patrick Antonius in 5th. So we wind things down here in Montenegro after what has been an epic showdown.
Pot.
14,000.
10 looks all right. Foxen. Queen, Jack, 10, 10, 3 spades.
Ooh.
That looks like a Foxen flop.
It does. Danny might have some ideas here of floating with that ace of spades. Although, I mean, it's really tough. There's nothing else really going on.
So we got the open ender, a pair, and a flush draw for Foxen. Checks back.
Foxen's still with the best of it.
Yeah, but not the turn card he was looking for.
Sean's picked up nut clubs to go along with his gut shot. Danny's actually got full house outs now. Sean's going to come out firing. This size isn't going to get anything done though.
Yeah, just enough for Foxen to continue his draw, but needs to tread cautiously. Paired board.
Yeah, he has to.
Jack 10 makes a straight.
Kind of fun one, because Sean did raise from early position. Had Has all of the ace, king, aces, pocket kings, king, queen. If he decided to go polar here, he's going to take his showdown. Would have been really cool to see him find a big bet. I guess when you're blocking clubs, you're blocking some of the hands you'd want Foxen to call turn with and then fold river.
See Foxen thinking of, can he get paid by worse? Paired board.
Fox has got great card sense.
5 seconds.
There we go. Let's see, shootout. 57.
Randy in before check raise.
Check raise would be insane, right?
He's letting it go. Let's try and get queens to fold, mate.
What is this out here? Next featured table?
Here we go. Nachito.
Dirk?
Mr. Veni Vidi. Cerulli, two-time champ. Shark Davies. That's going to be a very fun table, Randy.
A Nacho featured table. He'll be chatting away with Dirk.
Dirk Diggler, baby. He's filming a ton of content here as well. Fresh off that FT. Doing a bunch of socials. It's just going to be Nacho and Dirk talking about poker and all sorts of shenanigans. Mr. Yuka jumping in the mix.
Looks like a fresh stack for Yuka Minen. Should be a re-entry.
Check.
Mystery hand.
Mystery
Given that he
versus-
raised from the hijack.
Which one are you taking? The mystery or the big blind?
I'm going to take the mystery hand. Although king high does look appealing some of the time.
14. All right. Mystery wins.
Sean's been very interested in defending his big. Happy to take it to the streets. Navigate in these open pots. Up to 50 runners in this one now. Prize pool standing at $5 million already.
Let's go.
Big old sign there from Danny. Hates folding his button. Got any flops best?
What's Poseidon got? Ace high comboed with the nut low. All right, now he's picked up the nut flush draw. Open-ended now for Yoni.
Check. Okay.
Quick check. Yoni's got the best hand, although hard to know on this board run out.
Check and check.
Ace high. Good.
Ace high, no good.
looks like a straight if I can use 3 cards.
Looks like
can
a
only
good
use
08
2.
hand.
Yeah. Like 1, 2, 3, 5.
So bad.
Thank you.
Randy, post-COVID, since Madrid,
okay.
Top of your head, first thing that comes to your mind, favorite Triton moment.
Favorite Triton moment.
Yeah, since Madrid 2020, that's where you and I first met.
First thing that comes to mind was recent when at the Triton Bahamas event when Foxon called down Joao Vera in the heads up.
Yeah.
With what, bottom pair?
Yeah.
That jam, that was a really good one for me.
Ultimately sealing the deal for the main event victory there.
Yeah, what about you? Something come to mind?
I remember in Madrid just being very starstruck, you know? You remember that grand ballroom, you go up the stairs to the floor, and then you just, for me at the time, it was my first exposure to Triton, and then just bumping into Chidwick in the hallway, Jason Kuhn in the hallway.
Surreal, isn't it?
It was so surreal, and then we had that little private room in the back we'd walk through. I remember you being tucked away in like the corner of the floor, doing some voiceover stuff like the cash game stuff, and then we had the back room where we had the commentary set up. That for me, going back to that day, or that series, that was really cool.
First day at work, always a special one.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Sean opting to try and just thin the field out here. Power position on the button. We already know how powerful the button is in Hold'em. It's just as important, if not more important, in PLO. As he turns bottom set. Having the 8 is nice as well, right, Randy? Like he's blocking a lot of the really strong value hands. Like
True.
ace 8.
How much is in the pot?
Pocket 8s.
Yeah, lots of straight draws in. There's a flush draw out there now. Raphael might put the size up a bit more. What do you go with?
Half
35K? Just half?
Yeah.
Snap called by Side and Ho. He's looking for a 6 or a jack.
Hello.
Jack.
Hello.
Someone looking at cards. Nodding head. Check. I don't got it.
Man, this feels really thin.
Wow. Nice check back. Nice check back.
Yeah, I think betting a set there is too thin on the river, Randy.
Look at Poseidon rubbing their hands.
I was very close.
Excellent read by Raphael. Too many straights out there.
Yeah, even blocking the 6-4 and 9-6. Patrick Antonius has retaken the chip lead. He dropped back down a few spots, but he's managed to grind his way back up. Man, I'm really excited for that next feature table now. Got Benny Vidi.
It'll be here shortly, don't worry.
Goritze, Nacho Barbero, Seth Davies. Who else was over there? I feel like I'm sleeping on someone.
Was
it Griffith Jones?
No, the different guy. Forgot his name.
That's all right. We'll check it out when we get back. Jack 10-6, top 2 for Poseidon. Rap for
Samuli.
Sean. That's right, Samuli.
In the pot limit Omaha main event, competition hands are on. All pairs on a 15-minute break. All pairs in the pot limit Omaha main event, 15-minute break. Remind all pairs to sell.
Sizable bet here from Poseidon. 20 into 34 gets called.
Yeah, he just let out on the flop. Straight.
Turning the Broadway. Both players do need to be mindful. The fact that that King of Hearts also completed the front door flush, Randy. May see some passiveness from both. We may see Sean like bet small and then check river. But I'd like to try and just get this one to showdown. He agrees.
Oh, Jack 10.
The old Uno reverse card being pulled last minute.
Oh, he's trappy.
That's good.
Poseidon is.
It's not a good turn for me, but
good river. Got there in the
dream
end.
flop for me.
It's a big flop.
Wow. Poseidon's been on a bit of a tear as of late. It's going to go into break. I think 5th in chips overall after winning that one. Do apologize, 6th in chips, just 1K less than Sean Raphael. Not bad for a first PLO main. He's enjoying himself right now.
Getting his feet wet. Doing a
As
great
is-
job.
As is Patrick Antonius. Patrick Antonius is currently chip leading. 50 runners in this one so far, Randy. 5 million in the prize pool. We're down to 31. I say we're down to 31. Obviously, late reg is still open. But I think the fact that we're just 6 levels in and we've had 19 players bust already just shows a little bit of a difference between, you know, the 2-card streets and the 4-card streets. People are a little bit more gambly in this one.
Yeah, it's Paul and Omaha and the early goings. We still have registration open. They can splash in a bit. And all these guys are... You don't come to a PLO event with 1 bullet. So if you need to go into the pocket, you will.
Well, let's see who's going to pony up an additional 100K. A few people already eliminated on the outside looking in. Randy and I are going to step away for 10 minutes. Don't go too far. When we return, continuing coverage of this 100K PLO main from Montenegro.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Definitely going to be playing a bit looser than they normally would. We'll hear top 2 for Foxen. Sean's got top pair, some back doors.
Four.
You have it?
Foxen just has a check call. TBH, but let's see what kind of
75 is usually good enough.
play style he's going to approach these spots with.
There we go.
Poseidon's in there with the non-nutted
Yeah, it's
gut
not that
shot.
hard.
You'd love to see it.
It's not that hard.
Fast. Fucking hell.
What do we have here?
I don't know. I feel like it should help someone, but it doesn't. Like Foxen still has the best hand. He now has a gut shot as well on a 3, but that would have worked for him. That is a pretty brutal run out for Sean. Foxen's boated up. He's never up against aces. I say never, I mean very unlikely he's up against aces. Maybe up against some ace-jack, no backup, but also feels unlikely given that the turn texture was rainbow.
True.
You want to charge hands like 6, 7, 8.
Full pot. So trip jacks, king kicker.
Foxen playing his image. Sean Raphael with nothing but a bluff catcher. He knows it. He needs Foxen to be taking a hand like 4-5, like flopped bottom pair, or maybe like an ace-5, turning it into a bluff.
Foxen's betting into 2 players as well, which should scream a bit more strength.
Yeah, it's going to pay him off. Jack 5 is good, my friend.
Yeah. Beats 3 of a kind, right?
That's okay.
Does he have to table his hand?
No, I just misheard.
Could have sounded like Jack 9.
Thanks? Yeah, a little bit.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's not your fault.
Poseidon, backdoor spades also working for him. We could see stacks fly in. I mean, SPR 10. O's come with pot.
Foxen, trappy of top set, open in a straight draw.
I think if Foxen doesn't have the Jack 10 to go with it, then maybe he raises it up here.
Okay.
But he's not scared of an
28-5.
ace. Yeah, it's just going to come with cool by the looks of things. He's not scared of an ace or a 9 rolling off, right? So he doesn't need that much protection. And
Right.
he also has hearts behind.
So if there's a flush draw, he's more likely to consider raising?
I think so, yeah. I think if he didn't block some of the straight stuff, wow, that is an insane turn card.
Nut card for Ho.
Ho's going to be like, pot? Now Foxen gets to announce himself because he can get all the money in. He's facing pot. Just wants.
5-5, right?
He just basically wants to get all the money in against King Queen right now. Queens, 8's just a hand that Poseidon would potentially fold on certain runouts.
Right.
Like say Poseidon has King Queen and then the river's like an 8. Or the river's like an ace or a 9, like he's not going to get paid. I think now we just ask for it all.
And obviously equity shifts heavily in his favor of 1 card to go. His opponent potted twice. Does look rather committing from Poseidon.
All in.
There we go. At this point, there's just too much in the pot.
I don't think we're ever potting to fold this. I mean, not thrilled about it. Spades could be dead, but yeah, we got a wrap and second nut flush draw.
That's dangerous.
Any 9, 10, jack, ace, spade that doesn't pair the board, obviously.
Any ace? Spade.
Any 9?
Ace we chop. I have the
Any
that
pick
hand.
that.
Any
Wow. Yeah, this is
any
wild.
jack? Any spade?
Got there.
9 8.
596k in the middle,
Spade is
200
fine.
big blind pot.
I think a red 3.
Red 3 is what's been called for.
7 works.
Just the second nuts for Foxen.
255 5.
How does he do it, Randy?
5.
I don't know, but he's got the magic.
Could be
Oh,
dominated.
yeah, G1 to repot again.
But he knows exactly what kind of board
Yeah.
texture he's looking for.
No.
Here we go. Jungle Man. Try suited aces.
I always ask. I always ask.
Is 501k too low stakes for jungle, do you think,
call.
Randy?
He'll play it, but he's played bigger, I'll say that.
Too many brain cells for me.
Alright, onto a flop. Inflated. Top set looking good for Kate's. It's not bad for Rafael.
I mean, you say it's not bad, but 6 high diamonds.
He checked. He checked, yeah.
Never really thrilled about it. Could just be close to dead. I mean, obviously he has that inside will draw.
I guess the good thing is with the ace of diamonds out there as the flush draw, if Kate's had,
I'm all in.
you know, 3 many aces, he can have
I have aces.
bigger flush draw as often. Here we go.
If you win, good job.
It's got the shot of a flush draw, right?
Deuce and diamond.
Yep, it looks like
Yes,
you
Santosh.
weren't lying to me before.
No, what?
Can I have your cards, please?
Did you pop my big blind under the gun with this?
Sorry.
I did.
Can I have the cards, please?
I'll give him.
I have 3 diamonds.
I feel a little. You have 3 diamonds. Oh wow.
Everyone revealing
Me neither.
the cards that they are blocking.
I could have won.
Well, you win.
Turn 7 would be.
happy.
Turn 7 would be.
No excuse. Alright, everyone
you-
has my action. I have top set here. I got it in good.
Oh, straight.
You've seen it all before.
Wow.
You know I can still win.
I'd like to win this. I'd like to win
It's not
this.
that sick. I'm used to it.
You played some cards before.
Played cards before. Alright, good
You
job.
did, Jungle.
I got off the base.
Sean just drills the nuts on the turn.
Yeah, it's a funny thing.
This game, man. Completely set up.
Really?
I love Jungle's needle. Well, I think, Randy, that is a prime example of how brutal variance in PLO can be.
Just getting on top set and being out, playing exactly one hand of poker.
He sat there for 30 minutes, folded, 3-bet pre with the aces, flops top set, and he's out the door, Randy, in a 100k buy, and he's going to have to pony up another 100,000 if he's going to re-enter.
He is, and looking at the graph, it doesn't look like he re-entered just yet.
No.
But he has, what, 4 hours or so remaining?
Yeah, he has until the start of day 2. I'm looking at the bottom there. Biao Ding, also someone that we will likely see re-entering. He doesn't strike me as the one bullet and done kind of guy, especially in the main event. Zhao Simao, Latara Guerra, Santosh Savannah, all currently on the outside looking. So that's a potential 5 additional entries. The top of the chip counts, Patrick Antonius reigns supreme. Griffith Jones, Artur Martirosyan. It's just insane, man. I mean, I know it's very early in the day, but already just building a stack, posing a threat. He's #1 on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race. He wants to create some further distance between himself, Foxen, and the likes of Jesse Loyce. And of course, Punsri perhaps closing the gap to what, 500, 600, 700 points after winning that 25k earlier?
Yeah, and the thing is, doesn't Archer have a PLO title as well?
He does.
That ring a bell?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Was it 1 or 2 stops ago? I can't remember. I believe it was one of the side events. though.
Monaco, yeah.
Monaco.
I think it was
there we
two,
go.
2 stops ago, yeah. I mean, the guy knows how to play 4 cards. And then Ben Tollerine, fresh off that 2nd place finish just the other night in the 150k. Let's take a look at the table. Table 5, we've got Nacho Barbero, Seth Davies, Dirk Goritze, also known as Veni Vidi, Samuli Cipolla, 2-time champion from this time last year in Montenegro, where he took down 2 titles, and Jonas Kronwitter. This is a star-studded feature table, Randy. I think the style of play is going to be slightly different to the one that we just bared witness to. Let's throw it down to the stage once more for continuing coverage of this 100K PLO main, live from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Here we go.
So only fans of the 4-card in this room.
Only fans of 4-card? I think there's probably some people in the room that hate 4-card, and they're just here out of spite, Randy.
Out of spite.
This is going to be a fun table.
Yeah.
I am very much looking forward to this.
Yeah, and like you said, should be a bit different in terms of play. We have 3 PLO snipers that came out just for PLO at this feature table. Then we got a little Nacho Barbero, table chip leader. You know, he loves good PLO and loves a good chat at the tables.
Nachito. Seth Davies in the mix. Clemens Reuter. Fresh stack, I believe, had to re-enter if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, it looks like Clemens has been playing PLO every festival.
What?
23,000, please.
Immediately, we got a
My
pot.
coach, some
23,000?
Rona, you want me to ask you on TV in front of everybody?
Huh?
How are you, bro?
Fine, and you?
You want me to ask you in front of everybody?
Yeah, we've been fun in the first time.
Sure, okay. I try then. 23? Oh,
Do you want me to bust you in front of everybody on TV?
I'll try my best.
Nacho limping and then calling. Trying to bust Clemens and number 1 of the feature table.
Clemens has absolutely nothing on his board.
59,000.
Wrong color. Not even a gut shot. Sight.
Oh, baby.
Trip 7s.
Nacho's loving that.
Nut kicker.
How much in the what?
59,000?
She just told you. She literally just told you, Nacho. Oh, you don't listen when someone else asks?
Wait, let's see if Clemens asks how much is in the pot.
Come on. Just do it. For us, Clemens.
Checks through. Barbero boats up.
Still 59? Just checking, maybe change. Oh, no betting, nothing?
I like this guy.
I mean, I know you're not gonna call, but I bet something. Here.
It's funny because he fell on a really good sizing as well. Like half pot's really good. I like it.
So obvious. Nachito played the game. No funny?
That was pretty good.
I think it was very funny.
Yes?
Yeah. I woke up very funny today.
Every day you're funny.
I know.
Every day.
I practice.
With me?
Yeah. I practice a lot. This guy practice PLO all day. I practice being funny. You have different ideas in life. Many video all day, like posting videos, playing poker online. One day I want to be half the Instagrammer he is.
Gone. 5,000. Gone.
Do you think it's something that can be taught, Randy? Or do you think Nacho just born with that?
I think he's naturally funny.
Just naturally funny, right?
I hope he really doesn't practice in the mirror at home. You never know. 4-way limp pot.
I heard myself when
Jesus, this guy.
Very tough table.
How about this for a flop? A little something for everyone. Bottom two, second nut flush draw for Dirk. Reuter. Top pair, but nothing really going on outside of that. Nacho with a gut shot, bottom pair. Nut flush draw. Join us with the bad end of an open ender. Say it, Randy.
7.5.
What's in the pot?
Right.
Dude, if Nacho asks.
What are you hiding? Not sure.
What?
You hiding?
But I'm always hide. I like to hide. My favorite game, hide and seek. What are you seeking here?
Diamond.
Good question.
Did Dirk say diamond?
He said diamond.
That's hilarious, because Nacho sat there with nut diamonds. The board has paired on the turn. Note how Nacho's gone silent now.
Ooh.
Fuck, you got there.
$41K in the middle. Look at Jonas staring Nacho down. Trying to get a read.
Yeah, how can Barbell not check it over when he says you got there?
Not flush.
Nice check back.
I have a flush.
Wow.
Too good, Nachito. Too good. Bad trap. Hmm?
King 9 of diamonds. King 9 of diamonds. Yeah.
That's what we track. Why, you don't bet, bro? You scared? You scared of what?
How long is it?
Don't be scared on TV, bro. They're gonna run you over, these kids, after on the tournaments.
You don't bet? You're scared?
Oh, well, he told me he wanted diamonds, so I say maybe he bets.
Nachito's on fire.
Oh,
Only
man.
against you, I'm not. We all agree he's the guy that runs the best in PLO. By a mile.
Of course.
Not even, the second is not even compared. Not
I
even
have some
close.
good memories on this table, Nacho.
The second,
Some great ones.
the second is not even close to you. You are the Sherry Miasmus of PLO.
Has won quite a lot.
Benny Vidi playing the game, checking like a super pro. Nice, well, nice hand, bro.
This is exactly what we
Will you
needed
repeat the level?
for this 100K made. Just this
Will you repeat
lineup.
this level? Oh, no, you're right, sorry.
I approve of this table. Easy for us.
Call.
Great entertainment for you guys. Jonas, 8776, double suited. Looks nice on the button.
Pretty looking hand, especially when you flop middle set and an open ender. He's going to have to fade though. Clemens has spades. They share the both. They share the both. They share the same straight draw.
Even better for Clemens is that he has the open and a straight flush draw, just in case he is up against a bigger flush draw. Two very clean outs to a straight flush.
36,000.
$106K in the middle. Would have to assume Jonas is going to look to play for stacks here.
Well, Jonas has decided on 57,000, about half the pot.
Yeah, just going somewhat geo, right? By the looks of things.
Yeah, his hand is so strong, he doesn't want some kind of hand that's drawing very slim to lay it down. Clement's going to make the call.
Yeah, against that price. Obviously, we can see he's only got 17%.
Quadzilla.
Daily quads for Mr. Kronwitter. He's going to be playing 600k.
I mean, given the action, it's so hard for him to get called by worse. But gotta try.
Obviously, impossible to get paid there.
Jonas, you playing the game? Playing the game.
Playing the game. How about playing along? Over on the #1 learning app for poker players, GTO Wizard. You can literally take spots that you see from some of these final tables, these stream games, fire up GTO Wiz, and see in real time if people like, you know, Steven Chidwick, Nacho, Espinyorstad are playing. Well, if they're playing as GTO Wizard would, you can head on over to GTO Wizard socials, get involved in some of the giveaways. Good luck.
I lost a lot in Bahamas too. Sometimes I lose, you know, because to remind me I'm human.
Fair.
Otherwise, bro, you kind of win every time, right?
You really just
Every
say
day
that?
I wake up, I look myself in the mirror.
It's still the same?
I'm winning already.
Yeah, because it's still you.
It's still me.
I may have shown Nacho the bingo card that I made for him.
Can he get all of his lines out?
That he's trying. I'm going to post it to Twitter so people can play along.
It would be so boring to be like Chesilonis, you know, winning every tournament.
Will be boring.
Yeah, at some point you're like.
I wouldn't mind. That. I wouldn't mind that kind of boring.
Nacho opening things up. Getting called by Seth out the big. Alright, I'm going to post it, Randy, because he's at the feature table.
There really is a bingo card?
Yeah, I made it. Did I not show it to you?
No.
Oh, I'll show it to you.
How much is it now?
44.
Got to fire out C-bet. Blocking ace-3. It's one of those hands that just wants to get folds right now.
There we go.
There we go.
Down to tens. To ace-4.
Richard, welcome. No, not allowed. Yeah. They cannot be telling you from the production what cards we have, bro. It's unfair.
Everyone having fun everywhere.
What?
Except for here, huh?
No. Fuck.
Oh, we're going to lose.
Wow.
Going to lose Doug Diggler.
Man,
And
can you
VD.
give me coin poker? I need a new spot.
Out of here. That's what they're playing for. Main event trophy.
Extra large.
Something happened with
Extra
that?
large.
No,
Jacob and Co. timepiece.
Nothing happened anymore. We just took a little break.
Yeah.
Yeah, I needed vacations. But I'm still betting on betacr.eu. They have very good lines. Fold.
Right, Randy. I've posted it. So this is the Nacho Barbero bingo card.
18.
Yeah. Nice.
Over on my Twitter.
I like betting on tennis.
Let me show it to you so you can see it. I
Tennis
showed
is
this
not
to
a bad
Nacho.
sport to bet, actually.
There you go. You see it?
But I don't like watching.
I found it.
Nice.
I feel like it's
So
boring.
you can play along.
Yeah.
Whenever Nacho's on a feature table at the Triton series, you get your Nacho Barbero bingo card up, and you see if you can collect all 9.
Score and Rome score, baby. Baby, Nachito is happy. Woof. I need Rome big bet.
For those of you that don't follow me, it's Henry Kilbane1 on Twitter if you want to find that.
And Venezia against Juventus I have.
Randy, you can retweet the tweet, by the way, so
others can see it.
So others can see it.
For you, my friend.
I hate that they moved us here. I was so happy at the other table, gambling,
Danzos.
betting on sports. Here I have to fucking entertain the public. Watching Barcelona. Here I have to pay attention. No cell phone. Connect with people. I like you're good to connect with.
Poker Chat Pro saying he likes the bingo card. Pretty good. Yeah, I feel like there's probably a few that I'm missing, but for the most part, I think.
I was with one week without
I think I
fun
got a few
in
of them.
Japan.
You were there with
No fun for 1 week. Bro, it was insane. It was the best experience in my life. I was talking to everybody. I would go to a bar, and I always there with my phone, you know, like scrolling or like betting or like looking at girls on Instagram, whatever. And now there, suddenly you don't have your phone, so you have to talk to people.
You have to look at girls at bars.
Yeah, you have to like actually connect like with people. It's so weird. So weird. Like you're there by yourself. It's really crazy being without the phone in a country that half of the people don't speak English.
Yeah.
It's super fun actually. It was a detox, but now I came back super strong. All day the phone again.
So when he's at the TV table, if my understanding is correct, he gets a bit of a phone detox.
That's right.
And when he's away from the feature table, he's watching Barcelona, betting on sports, and he's got his headphones on.
Next time kick me so I leave.
Next time kick me. You know, your bingo card could probably do 16 squares next time.
Yeah, it's true.
Hey, Nacho, off the phone, man.
You know what they say, limping is pimping. At the moment, it feels like we're just seeing a ton of flops, limped pots. Everyone trying to cooler the other.
What's the best piece to Clemens? Bottom pair, nut flush draw. Naked top pair for Samuli. Over pair for Jonas.
I mean, Jonas has an interesting one here. Jacks with the jack of spades. That's going to clear out Samuli. Out of the small blind. Out of position against two players. Nuts for Clemens. 50k in the middle. Now we're going to get an idea of what Jonas's plan was. Was he betting to barrel off on straight completing turns, having those two key blockers, or was he looking to set something up with this jack of spades on a flush completing turn? Looks like it's the latter.
Yeah, Kronwitter trying to represent the flush. Up against a nut flush, though. Slow play seems pretty nice given what he's got remaining. Can still get pot in on a river if necessary.
Call.
Slow play in case your opponent's bluffing.
Yeah, he has exactly pot back.
And usually like two pairs aren't really looking to bet the turn, so you don't need to protect against a board pair.
Yeah, I mean, there are some, right? There are some, like, sets.
There's the board pair.
Some sets with, like, a middling straight. Oh, sorry, middling flush, sorry. Jonas now waving the white flag.
How much is in the pot?
84.
He's got it exactly 84k back.
Samuli would have gone runner nuts, by the way.
King 10?
Yeah, I just saw that.
Deep in the tank for Clemens. I mean, it looks like a good spot to go for value, doesn't it?
I think that's what he's trying to figure out is how much would he get paid by like a queen high, jack high flush, if at all. And if he only feels like he gets called by better hands, full houses,
44.
then perhaps just better to check back, but does fall on 44, burns through a time bank snap fold from Jonas.
A 2 time bank burn, but still found a bet, which is what he needed to do there, the nut flush.
Poker Chat Pro saying the chip race thumbnail on Henry's Twitter is very funny. I thought it was an episode of Survivor, who's going to be eliminated next week. Yeah, I was once told that I have a
That we know already.
face made for radio, Randy.
Gotta look at your thumbnail now.
Good fall. Pre-flop.
Face made for radio. I don't have many photos, you know. I'm not out there
Would have been a bad spot in that hand.
getting photos taken.
Discipline. Discipline is key. I'm a very disciplined guy.
But yeah, chip race
Can I
did me
get
dirty
service,
for sure.
Please.
Chip
Service,
race did me
s'il vous plaît.
very dirty.
Grazie, velo.
Randy.
Just a
what's-
cold water. Cold water.
Ah, I found you. We're not following each other. That's very nice. They sit next to each other for hours on end.
Samuli, my nemesis.
What if
I
we
will
are
have
now?
so many more Tritons without him. Call and pray.
That's how I usually do it.
Call and try to suck out.
Call and try to suck out announced. Could be fireworks here. Big blind defend. Nacho, bottom pair. Gut shot, jack of diamonds. So he's got 4s. Blocking the 4-5. Go along with his nut flush draw.
Samuli is blocking the very best hands that Nacho's repping. 4-5. Nut flush draw, of course, great for backup.
Thank you.
That turn card not giving Nacho much improvement to attack with.
Yeah, he just has to slow down now. Size that he chose on the flop was a healthy one, gets called, and now the turn completes 2 more straights, 10-8, 8-5. Checks through. Samuli just happy, trying to realize. Both players bricking their draw. Samuli would struggle to absorb almost any form of aggression, to be honest with you.
How much is now?
The check back on the turn looks very weak from Samuli. Maybe Barbarell tries to rep some kind of thin 2-pair value bet. Down to 9.
I like it.
50.
It's cool.
Around 2/3 pot. If Samuli sniffs this out, this would be very disrespectful, but he has a pretty cool hand. I mean, he's blocking.
I mean, he was blocking the nut straight, but no longer, right? Because of the 8-5 and 10-8. There we go, Nacho.
Chito playing the fucking game. Yeah, right there in front of everybody. For
Guys,
the whole world to see. Woo.
Get your bingo cards out.
Complicated, complicated hand.
Problematic hand.
Problematic, yeah. Good fault.
Randy, I got that one.
Did you?
Playing the effing game. That's one of my bingo cards squares ticked off. What does the winner get?
Chito playing the game.
Did you get it twice?
I mean, I don't know if I can get it twice, but I think we're going to struggle with ICMs for poor
I got
people.
heads up with Shannon Shore. I had no time banks. A hero goes so bad on the river. complete punt. So I learned the lesson and say, fuck it. Now, whatever I think I'm going to do, I'm just going to do it, whatever. Well played, Shannon. You play great, though. Pretty hard to play Shannon with no time banks.
Who's joining? Who's joining these festivities?
Get to listen to Nacho.
Okay, but nobody's gonna talk to me. I'm just gonna go to my phone.
No, someone talk to Nacho, please. Don't let him detox. Kronwitter's hand is quite interesting. Bottom 2 with blockers to the nut straight. Heavily blocked with 2 queens.
This is going to be a fun one. Richard, a lot going on here. Top pair, gut shot to Broadway, blocks Queen 10, blocks Kings, 2 backdoor flush draws, although we can see the backdoor spades.
What's up, bro? How are you? How you
Very
been?
good.
Amazing. Living the dream.
Wait, did I have that one?
Living the dream?
That's got to be on the bingo card, surely.
Top 2 pair for Greco. Let's see if Jonas feels like he needs to turn his Jack-9 into a bluff with the nut straight blocker. Did you hit it?
I didn't. I feel like I've wailed off here.
Okay, you need to update that bingo card then.
I agree.
Living the dream is definitely one to add to that.
42.
42K is the bet from Jonas.
So Jonas now, I'm sorry, Randy, I'm going to call him Jonas.
Oh, Jonas, fine. Yeah.
Jonas is now turning his hand into a bluff, right? Like just recognizing that he needs to bluff at this with those queen blockers. Trying to get a hand like this to potentially fold. 1, 6, 7 in the middle. Jonas does have some emergency outs. Jack-9 or a 10. Doesn't find it. So it bricks out. 1, 6, 7 in the middle. Does Kronwitter put Richard Greco to the test for his entire stack?
It feels like he knows he's up against 2 pair quite a bit, and he really needs to push all of it in to hopefully get that hand to fold. There we go.
Yeah, Jonas very aware where he was at on the turn. Following through in style on this river. Putting Richard to the test for all of his stack. It's a tough spot for Richard, I think. I mean, ace-king is kind of the same as aces and kings, right?
Yes.
But he may feel inclined like, okay, maybe I call with aces and fold ace-king, although, you know, losing to... I'm stretching a bit here, like losing to jacks and 9s, but it's like, does Jonas go 3 streets with jacks and 9s? I don't think so.
Thing is, he knows that Kronwitter's the type to go ham with a 2 queen blocker, and there we go.
Yeah, sir.
Great call.
Great call indeed.
He knows his opponent doesn't even need a single queen blocker to block the straight. Well played. It's a different game with this field, to this table.
Yeah, well played by both.
How much? 158. Playing the game.
I thought it, but I wasn't going to say.
Playing the game.
I did hear your voice in my head.
You know what we said in my country? The surgery was successful, but the patient died. I said, it was very fun to play with you.
Seth didn't reciprocate.
Seth leaving without saying a word. Probably feels like, thank God.
Shut up and register the tournament, please, boss.
Do I have a seat card?
Yes, bro. You have me. You forget about me? Or, yeah, you forget about me. It's okay. This is mine.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
We got some people jumping in.
Thank you, Miradin. You're the best. Next 2 big blinds.
Jumping in late.
Perfect. They were not fun, those 2.
You were convincing.
61 runners now. Gambled all, Randy. Has 424K, 85 bigs. Some people jumping in with fresh stacks. Dan Voris, Biao Ding, Stephen Chidwick, Mad Samot. Jungle Man Dan's re-entered.
Finally?
Yeah.
Samuli versus Jonas.
Samuli with top 2. Jonas with a whole lot of nothing.
He's got a gut shot with a flush draw out there. Very weak draw.
Yeah. Daniel Stern coming in with some excellent commentary. So I think Graiko's spot with the 10 is a good blocker. He doesn't want to have a queen. Blocks the queen bluffs, which is the only place bluffs come from in that spot.
Sounds like he nailed it.
Yeah.
It's good. Very good.
Great observation. Thanks for that, Daniel. Ice Cold Spear. Saying, does the app update how many meals Antonius has had?
Is that what you want for the next update?
Leave it to me. Let me speak with the team. Mia saying Seth has to be down the most over 5 years. What are you talking about? He's literally won $6 million in the last 7 days. Like, what are we doing here, people?
How could he be down? Dude just had to play $1 million tournaments daily.
The dude, he shipped the 50K for 1.5 and then what, 4.2 million in the Invitational?
Yeah.
We'll see after the hand.
A rundown for Nacho. Let's see what he gets on the flop. Ooh, spades in 2 spots. Top 2 pair and a nut flush draw with his kickers.
Yeah, it's
on him to improve.
Whole lot of hand. Wants to start building.
Yeah, like the smallish bet. He has so much hand. Try to let an inferior flush draw come along.
A hand like this.
Now, Samuli also blocks the second nut flush draw that can chase. Couldn't get Nacho to bite.
So I'm only playing the game. Made a big fold.
Good fold?
Yeah.
I need to update the bingo card, man. In South America, it's a big fold. So here we go. Nachito is playing the game. Chip leader at this table. Very early goings here, of course. Just entering level 8 of the day, I believe. America's Sean Raphael is chip leader with 1.2 million. First player to cross the million chip mark. He's just been crushing. Cruising along.
Looks like alongside Archer Martirosian.
Yeah, Sean eliminated Danny Tang and he's just been chipping away. Big pot after big pot. Won a big one off Poseidon home. And yeah, as Randy mentioned, Artur Martirosian is currently his second. And I don't know, Randy. I mean, I know we've got one series left, and Jeju's going to be massive, massive fields where, you know, if you win one and final table one, you just get 1,500 points kind of thing. But it feels like he's going to be impossible to beat.
Divorce looking for the limp re-raise. BVB.
Check.
Samuli checks it back. Ace King 9-5. Aces with the nut flush draw. Divorce. Very connected board though. Some straights do exist immediately. Ace Queen Queen 9.
Cheeky flop.
Doesn't mind building the pot a bit in case he makes the flush.
Samuli turning the best hand. Forrest may feel inclined to bet here if he thinks that he has an ace-queen advantage. But getting a king-high straight to fold feels near impossible.
Vienna?
Where you go after?
No, after this?
Gonna go with your game plan, full pot.
No, Kitzbühel.
That close?
Seems like he can down this King 9.
Never been there? Most famous ski race in the world. It's taking place there.
Oh, really?
That's pretty gangster from Daniel.
That's strong.
Yeah, you told me that you live there. Sorry.
June.
Oh, sorry, you told me you live there. My bad.
When are you going to Vegas?
On the 30. I go to Madrid today. I have a wedding. My good friend from Panama. I don't know where he's doing his wedding in Madrid. Don't ask me why, but
I mean, why not? Madrid's a great city.
it's gonna be fun. I love Madrid. It's my favorite city in the world.
Mine too.
Really? Wow, it's crazy. It's the best.
Yeah, don't give your pride back on TV.
What about Runa? What are you doing? What's your plan?
Directly straight to Vegas.
To Vegas?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want to miss the mixed PLO hold'em.
When is that?
2nd of June. Yeah. There's a couple of more 25Ks.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Nice.
Haven't done the full schedule ever yet, so try that once.
Where are you gonna stay?
1 week
set here for
on
Jonas.
Horseshoe and then just Airbnb with friends. You?
Nothing for Mads. Mads has to be
Where
one
do
of
you usually stay?
the most impressive PLO players. Is that daily quads twice, Randy?
My friend's house,
Mm-hmm.
because we have a house there in Vegas. I have my stuff in Vegas, so pretty much.
Nah.
It's like, I'm never there, but it's like home. But I'm gonna stay 1 week.
You go there like once a year, or?
No, I go maybe 3-4 times. For the poker goes and
Oh yeah. Always on the road, huh?
Always on the road, yeah. I'm always on the road, yeah. But so I usually stay at Daria. Because it's across the World Series. But I don't know if this year I'm going to stay at Daria.
How long has it been since you've been to America, Randy?
There, but I think the game is moving to Bellagio.
Last year, due to the Paradise.
Oh,
Took a
okay.
little stopover.
Oh, you went to visit. You went to visit the family.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't like the gym at Wynn.
I like being off strip, you know.
Yeah.
I like the gym at the Win. The gym at the Win's pretty solid for casino gym.
What's above average?
Yeah, really good. I think the spa as well. I'm a fan. I do miss Vegas. It's been a long time, you know. Been a while. What was it, 2025?
Is Clemens doing the Apple thing again?
Yeah. Do you think he has like a bet?
On stream, he has to be eating an apple or he loses.
I'm all about that. That fiber consumption.
Check. Sorry.
Me and Randy, #1 thing that pops up when I type in great sources of dietary fiber, apples, especially with the skin on. So Clemens is dialed in. He's dialed in on the fiber foods.
So Nacho makes the flush here, although Kronwitter's got nothing to really be interested with.
Jonas was just taking a one and done here, trying to take it down. Nacho turning the second nuts. No time wasted from Kronwitter.
Snapfall. Wow, you were playing the game.
Randy, open that photo that's been sent in our group chat. In the commentary group chat. What is it?
No discount for you guys. No discount for you.
Wait, have you opened it?
No.
I'm afraid.
You're very lucky.
Can you
bro.
do it for us?
Playing every day. 100Ks, 150Ks. Maybe you're running bad this trip, but you're very lucky.
Safe?
It's safe.
I can agree on that.
True story.
Raise 18.
Pass.
We need to upgrade the Nacho Barbero bingo card. What did we miss? What was the one he did earlier that you said?
Yeah.
Living the dream?
Living the dream, yeah. How did I forget that one?
Yeah, I
Lines
told
going
you
up,
the story when I
3K,
was a
6K.
dealer.
You are a dealer?
Yeah.
I don't know the story.
I wasn't dealing cards.
Different kind of leader.
Different kind of dealer. Nachito has many.
Sure.
Talents.
Many. He has a hidden past.
Daniel opting to limp the King, Queen, Jack 3 double. I'm up front.
Can you print the bingo cards for us next time? Over in Jeju?
Yeah, I'm gonna...
Cardboard or something, maybe?
I'm gonna get a few. I'm gonna upgrade the Nacho bingo card. And I'm also gonna get some Randy Lou bingo cards.
But imagine if we get the Nacho one and we actually fill it up by the end of the festival. That would be pretty cool.
What we got going on here? A little top and bottom for Dvoris. No diamonds out there. No draws out there. Checks through. Clemens has an interesting decision. Checks it on over. See what Nacho does on the button. Couple of sevens.
Good shot. Blocker to 4-7.
How much you know?
30.
Stephen Cohen saying Henry's bingo card is pausing for 10 seconds mid-sentence.
You didn't get a check mark there.
Well, we knew this was coming. Oh, it's just gonna work.
Nacho.
Just works.
That was good.
Michael saying Ali rambles so much, could even do a bingo card for him. Listen, we all have our flaws. Each has their own style. I like listening to Ali because he is very engaging. Always got the flow going. Even like when there's nothing going on at the table, he'll find fun ways to just engage and make it interesting, which can be tough to do, you know? Sometimes poker isn't entertaining. Like, let's be honest, there are times where, you know, it's super cagey because of ICM or near the bubble, whatever it is, short stacks. And Ali finds ways to keep the flow going and keep it fun. I'm kind of like the opposite, you know? I just chill out with the viewers, with Randy.
It's easy to chill out here.
Yeah, I just let the players do the talking, jump in whenever there's a fun hand going on. Each to their own, different styles, different flavors.
Picked the spot 3 ways so far, unless Dvoris wants to join in as a 4th. Oh, it's a limp pot, so he's forced to.
Nacho flopping trips.
Who's got diamonds?
The non-nutted diamonds for Mads. Nutted diamonds for Jonas. Check round to him. Fire out a bet, 1/3 pot.
That's a 6 as well. Blocking some full houses.
Someone saying Dvoris should fold. He was in the big blind. Limped pot. What do you want him to do? Just muck his hand pre?
Open muck. You ever see that though, pre-flop? In the good old days in the beginning?
I've done that a few times myself, yeah.
They just got like 7 deuce.
Exactly. It's just like, I got Jack 3. Yeah, just fold.
Well, it's the nut flush on a paired board.
Yeah, I think Jonas only does this because he has that 6 of clubs, right? He's blocking king 6, he's blocking pocket 6s. So he's comfortable betting out as it's a little bit less likely that Nacho has a full. Now the diamond looks to extract some value. Barbera looking for an ace, king, jack, or a 3. Doesn't find it, so Kronwitter with the check mark.
Should be more value to be sought. Like you mentioned, the 6 is a great card to feel confident about going for more value. Unlikely you're up against a full house.
That's 26.
Come with block. This is never gonna. Never gonna get anything other than cool. I mean, maybe Nacho turns it into a bluff.
Trying to shut out like medium flush draws and medium flushes. Jack of diamonds in hand. Good laydown though. Didn't he get tempted by the price?
Yeah. Jonas
Playing the game, huh? Playing the fucking game.
sized accordingly.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay.
So if he's just playing the game like 10 times in one frame, do you get like triple X points or something on the bingo card?
You would hope. You would hope. I think we've...
It's his go-to this past hour.
Yeah.
¿Qué pasa, Juli?
That's the mood he's in.
Wow, that hand is gonna look really bad on TV, I think. Gonna look really, really bad.
Actually, it was quite good for you, Barbaro.
Either I'm a genius or I'm an idiot. It's one of those two. I won't ask you what you think, because I know what you think. It's okay, bro.
I don't know what you had.
It's okay, bro.
Or you mean in a general sense?
Nah, it's fine. I don't want to say anything because maybe I get fired.
Again?
Again, yeah. Maybe from Triton.
Samuli looks like he just rolled out of bed.
He's got the best hand in Hold'em and the worst hand together.
Nice. Clemens with the limp call from the cutoff. King, Queen, 10-6.
Looks a little splashy, but here we go. Double suited for divorce. What are we working with here?
I'm trying to figure that out myself, mate. Double gut shot for Reuter. Double gut shot for Daniel as well. Looking for a 10 or a 6. His gut shot's obviously non-nutted.
No one with the backdoor spades. I mean, there is backdoor diamonds. Forget about the spades.
Clemens has an interesting one. It would be a disaster to bet and then get check raised and be forced to fold your hand. And you can just, you know, just turn the second nuts as Daniel turns the set. More importantly, Daniel's blocking Jack 10.
Feels like there's less likely he needs to pot control his 10-6 in this spot. Beat some other straights. He's only got 115 back with 78 in the middle. He's going to check it. So free shot for divorce to hit a full house. Doesn't get there.
Maybe feels like it's just a one street type hand. Also, it feels weird to say this, right? But he's blocking the hand that he wants him to call him with.
Like
that
6, 7,
yeah.
5, 6.
So maybe He feels like this is a hand that he can only look to extract value with on the river. Let's see, because it is going to check round to him. He's faced 2 checks in front of him on the turn, and now 2 more on the river.
That's 44.
So about half the pot. Divorce is sandwiched at the moment. It's a little bit annoying when contemplating hero call.
That jack might get him in trouble.
Blocking Jack 10.
Yeah. And having the 7s as well is somewhat relevant. You know, blocking 7-6 is something to think about. Blocking Jack 10. I'd be asking myself, like, would Clemens ever find a bet here with queens for this sizing?
Adding more hands you lose to.
Yeah. Wow.
It's gonna pay it off.
Yeah, well played, Clemens.
There you go. Got that 1 street of value.
Back up to starting stack, thereabouts. Up to 62 runners in this one now.
I like to see. How you play without sunglasses with this light? It doesn't. Oh,
Yeah, it's just so I wear the hat solo. Yeah,
it's insane. Here
it's so bright. Yeah, I just tuck my hat down so that it like blocks most of it.
Yeah.
You happy with this turnout, Randy? 62 runners so far. Decent sized field. 6.2 million in the prize pool.
I'm happy. I'm always happy, man.
That is true. You are a very happy-go-lucky kind of guy.
You know, I came on in white because Santa asked me to come in white. He told me I always wear black.
You do?
Yeah. I look better in the camera.
Thank you. It's 27 then.
It's true. White doesn't favor me. Only if I'm tan.
Yeah.
That currently I am not. If I would have your tan, it would be good.
Stop playing tennis.
Yeah. I like those sunglasses. What are they? They're cool. Sharks Marie Mash. Never seen them. They're nice.
Clemens once more coming with the limp call. Don't think it'll be continuing here. Should Daniel bet? It depends on size. Typically see something in the form of like 1/3 on these paired boards. It's tough. It's tough, but I think at SPL2 we just...
Check back from Divorce.
Crazy, so long.
Now Clemens has got some interest, picking up the king high flush draw with his pair of tens. Ace is still the best hand, does have an open and a straight draw now.
I wonder if this is enough to start charging. Open-ender, you've been checked to twice. Got the aces, there's 2 flush draws on board. No, he's just going to check it back. Fortunately for Dvoris, Clemens misses the spade draw.
So Henry Kilway made thank you, Henry. The Nacho Barbero bingo. Playing the fucking game. So
Good one.
it's a very good
10.
Aces are good. Seems like the stream's caught up with real-time Randy. Nacho's seen his bingo card that we made for him. Showed it to Jonas. We can do better though. We're gonna some room for improvement.
We might get some more lines right now.
Yeah, now that he's seen it. John's saying, oh man, the game doesn't work if he knows. That is true.
Kind of true.
But he was always going to know. I mean, we tagged him. Shout out Nacho. Always a good sport. Forrest was considering it there. Man, how is it 11:30 at night, Randy? I don't know why, but it feels like the morning.
And we still got plenty of poker to be played for today. Day 1A. Not day 1A, day 1 of the PLO main. Don't know why I said 1A.
As an assistant. I can be
It's okay, mate. We'll forgive you after, 30 days? You're allowed to slip up every now and then. Whoa. Waitresses are launching cups at each other. What's going on? The cutlery and china fight.
Which weapon would you use?
That's a good question. Fine bone china's being thrown around. 6 of diamonds on the turn. This is a fun turn card. Clemens picking up king high diamonds to go along with this overpair. Nacho blocking the nut straight, obviously, with those 2 key blockers. Jonas has top pair, 3 diamonds. He has a straight draw, but of course it's non-nutted.
So Barbero's pressing with those 2 sevens. Downs the 2 kings with the king high flush draw. That's very nice.
I think it's also going to down this from Jonas. Very difficult for Jonas to improve. His draws aren't nutted. Yeah,
there we go.
Playing the game.
What a scam.
You had it?
What?
You had it?
Now he's playing bingo.
He's playing his own bingo card.
No,
that's not fair.
Finally, we got a second one. What a scam. Randy, are you keeping an eye on this updates tab over on the Triton Poker Plus app?
I was not, but what do you see?
Elis Parsonen has just been eliminated. Santosh Savana quite literally just doubled up against Patrick Antonius. Foxon's also doubled up very recently against Poseidon Ho. Biao Ding, someone who we knew had busted early on day 1. He's doubled up now, playing a very healthy 464K stack. So
just to show off, and I only tip the dealers on TV. Down there, never. No. Oh, super pro. No, That's the.
Is that Elis?
5, yeah.
Yeah,
You
Elis
got
has
5, 6?
re-entered.
What seat you got?
They didn't give me the pizza. They just told me to come.
I'm 7, 8, I think. I think I'm 8.
Is action on me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm moving over here then, because I'm
7's
8.
that one, right?
So you here.
Yeah.
This is 7, this is 8.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Ellie, nice hair today. Ah, I like it. Is it lucky
Looks
hair?
like it is. Parsonen.
Goodbye.
Fun couple of hands here. King 10-9, 10-eye hearts. Jonas with the Queen Jack 10-9. Single suited rundown just comes with call. So far, so good,
Ellie
just
gives
as we predicted.
An advantage. She always goes for 1 or 2 very fast. Then he takes all the money. That's what you do, right? That's what I do.
Nice fold by Clemens. I think a lot of people in that spot, Randy,
Very small.
non-PLO pros, see the price that they're getting laid and they feel like they've got some loose connectivity, but could be dominated a lot of the time. That's a boring flop. That's a
Bad
very,
for both.
Yeah, that's a very boring flop for us.
Jones, the British Griffith Jones.
Oh, Griffith.
I'd be happy to take that one down, 2 kings.
I would have flopped the nuts. Well played, buddy. Well played, buddy.
That's me.
I would have flopped the nuts. Wow. I would have flopped the nuts with clubs, the redraw. Wow. What a scam. What a scam. Oh my God. Deuce 3, 5, 6, I had something like that. Wow. Gotta play everything against you, bro. But you're so lucky. You run so well against me. But there's some people that I avoid. They're too lucky, bro. I cannot with them. Some other people that are very unlucky with me too.
Randy, who are you unlucky against?
Feel like it's a long list of names. Don't want to go through it. You got a nemesis?
So you are still playing. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, my nemesis is Patrick Rasmussen.
You used to run bad against me. Who?
Someone
You used
clip
to
this
run
and
bad.
send it
You
to,
used Yeah.
to
Not
Patrick
anymore.
Rasmussen.
I think any
Pat Raz.
We should go back to the previous.
Samuli knows.
Yeah, exactly. What the
Oh,
fuck,
yeah?
bro?
Yeah,
What a
he's
scam.
Samuli's nemesis as well.
How you running normal? You gotta go run like shit.
I feel like everyone's nemesis is Elis Parsonen because he's got 2 aces. He's
He's
going to bump it up.
I love it. I love it.
It's a tough one to beat.
Double suited
Wow,
as well.
imagine busting Ellis on TV in front of the whole world. The PLO god.
Oh, Samuli's going to get out of the way.
How much you started the hand with?
I have a fresh stack.
Oh, fresh 250. How much more I have to call?
87.
Okay, I called. Because I think you're running bad.
I like that style.
I have a feeling you're running bad.
Here we go.
How much?
87.
Hey, nice playing with you, bro.
Is that right? Oh, is it too much?
Let him put some.
I have a very bad feeling about this hand, Nacho.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, baby.
That's enough.
Well,
here we go.
I have it, yeah. On the turn, I have it.
That's lots to fade.
That is a lot to
9
fade.
of clubs on the turn.
Wow, only 1 pair? GG, bro.
That's what I gamble with.
Nine of clubs, please.
Elis asking for the 9 of clubs on the turn. Nacho looking for a jack 10.
Nine of clubs.
8,
Put an
7,
eight there
5.
So I don't suffer.
That's fantastic.
Oh, what is-
Fantastico.
What is this?
Give me a back.
All right.
Okay, you win.
Here, bro.
Wow, what a scout. They're trying to reverse jinx each other. The deuce run out.
As blank as it gets.
It was fresh.
Elis passes and gets the double.
You can't bust the
The
best.
juice is flowing.
Your turn.
Nice one.
I had check 9, 5.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
I didn't
Randy.
want to spoil anyone.
Randy.
I had check 9, 5. That's good for you.
Phil Ivey just won a monster
Would you
207 big blind pot against Gambledore.
Set of nines?
All of them straight.
It's insane.
Everything. Thank you.
If you're wondering how we know all of this, by the way, just head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app.
So that means we got Ivy near the top of the chip counts.
What a scam. Comes a fucking use on the turn. No hope. Dead on the turn. Only 6 outs.
Man, that Ivy hand was insane, by the way. So Ivy's second overall, up to 63 runners now. What we got going on here? Open ender for Elis. Pair and a gut shot for Nacho.
Getting called by the open and straight draw. Best pair is down, which is the 2 kings. Great news for both these guys. Paired board now. Pair of 6s somehow is best.
Checks through, and Elis rivers the best hand with a pair of kings, but does complete the front door flush. Yeah, Nacho is just going to give up. He's going to vomit when he sees that.
I like how you threw it in front of Nacho.
You with the pair. Wow.
So sick. Elis is fired up today, bro.
That showdown took forever.
Fresh off that final table. That's the other night.
Oh yeah, that's the next feature table.
Wow. Jesse Lonis, Phil Ivey with a mountain of chips. Artur Martirosyan, Gambledore. All going to be joining us on the feature table.
Hey. I love this guy. Get to see him soon.
gamble door action. Pushing saying I was about to go to bed, but screw it. Yeah, you have to stick around now. Final frame of the night.
That's a lineup you guys are gonna not want to miss. Onto this flop. Reuter with the best hand, pair of fives. Not much else working. His opponent, Sapila, doesn't have anything on this flop.
$32.
You saw them?
She would have also folded.
Dealer just reminding the players that this isn't a
Un saludo a la
private
gente
cash game.
de Triton
Keep the
Español,
cards down.
con Steve Enríquez, que me están pidiendo las cartas, pero no me pidieron las anteriores. Vamos. Nah, I had to say something in Spanish.
Shout out?
What?
Was it shout out?
Oh, it's like one of those things where like someone watching the stream donates $2 and then you have to.
No, it's for the Triton in Spanish. You know Steve Enríquez?
No.
Yeah, you know him.
Or maybe, but I don't recognize the name.
He's doing now they have it in many languages, Triton. So they do every coverage, but they also do it in Spanish. So they have like exactly the same coverage as English, but they're not here. They're at their home, but they're doing it. And also they're doing it in Portuguese, I think, and
Wait, Randy.
maybe some.
I mean, for sure they do it in Chinese.
In Chinese, yeah, exactly.
So you're
Russian,
telling me
for sure they're doing it.
we could be doing this from the comfort of our own homes.
Yeah, it makes
you
sense.
back
There's
in
so many people that
Australia,
speak
me in
English.
Thailand.
I know it's boring to watch a stream.
You don't like being here?
Understand what they're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking you if it's possible. It sounds like it is. Wow, he's throwing his phone.
Conwitter's hit the straight.
Yeah, not only does he have the nuts, he has the redraw to the nut.
The nut. There we go.
Similarly with blockers, relevant ones, and a live draw. ¿Dónde están los bibliotecas, Randy? I think that's what Nacho said. Well, that's why you bluff with equity, my friends. Because even when your opponent has the nuts on the turn, you can get there by the river.
Makes the king high flush. No, it's obviously not the nut flush, but could consider going for value. Full pot. It seems like his main bluffs would be that naked ace of clubs blocker. And when someone goes polar here, you might be thinking it's the nut flush or nothing.
Nice fold, Jonas. When you've got the straight yourself and the redraw yourself to higher straights, and no club. Makes it a bit easier to find that fold, but still a nice fold nonetheless. So Korsinen just doubled up against Jesse Lonis. Jesse's down to 18K, so maybe Jesse isn't going to be joining us on the feature table.
Yeah, those are.
Still a few more minutes before players go on break.
Yes, I know. Thank you.
I've got aces. Let me think about this for a second.
21?
21, 21. DD's going to get out there. All the way around to Nacho. Big blind. King, queen, 6-4. Suit to the king.
Let's get top, right?
Yes.
Let's play.
See it flop, boys. Ooh. Top 2 for Nacho. SPR of around 4. Clemens, no heart in hand, no backdoor flush available.
We should inflate this pot due to his pre-flop raise.
32?
This is going to be dicey. It's going to be dicey.
Especially if Nacho comes in with check raise.
How much is in there? Thank you.
I don't know if he will. 61, 32. Yeah, I guess he can ask for almost all of it. And it's so tough on a lot of turns to get value.
What?
Yeah. This is the problem for Clemens now. No, he just lets it go.
Nachito playing the game on TV before we move. Nachito. No, it's never a bluff, bro. You know that. It's never. I never bluff, bro. I stopped bluffing when Clemens was born. I only bluff on
34.
TV when we go down there. I never bluff.
89. Okay. Yeah. 39. Yeah.
He's bluffing at
Were
this
you unsure
conversation.
how old you are?
The older you
You
get,
need to make calculations, man.
Yeah. It's easier to say.
I
that.
found it. How old are you? That's what I said. 33. Turning 33.
You have to count?
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, sorry. One.
Nine, 8 suited in pocket fives. All right, limp. Not a bad hand here in the big blind, limp pot.
$24K in the middle. This might be the last hand before we go on break. Samuli has flopped a full house. He has a straight flush redraw, Randy.
He can improve.
Barbero has 0.1% somehow. drawing to runner quads.
It's the one with 0% that's betting.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see a lead. The player with 0%. Somebody's going to raise it up and... Well...
Disappointed.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, take him out, please. Wow, he
If
can
they're
run.
taking Elis.
Wow,
So
he can
Elis,
run.
Elis is getting
I
moved.
need a loose call and I double Elis up. Wow, that's what I get.
Punished. Punished for the loose call.
Good luck. Doesn't matter, I have 15 outs on the flop, always. When I will run good. When I will run good, I swear it's insane. Never. One day will change.
How is the goat coin doing, by the way?
What?
How is the goat coin doing?
What goat coin?
The one that I almost bought in Vegas. Because you were saying like goat, bro,
Oh,
goat.
yeah.
You gotta buy goat.
It's still alive. It's doing all right. It went down a lot from all-time high, though.
But it's still alive.
It's still alive.
Still has a heartbeat.
That could be minus 98%.
I don't. No more crypto, just Bitcoin.
Sounds like he's finally caught on.
Daniel Dobres, what a fucking legend, bro. Wow, so nice to play with you, bro. In TV, in front of everybody. Wish one day CTO Lab recruits me. CTO player.
Actually, looking for that new sponsorship.
You didn't get a response.
You had a flash.
You just found out?
He was so dead. That's so little outs.
True.
Check back set of sevens with the 8-9 out there.
Yeah. Story checks out.
But
Not
as you
flush
said
draw
before,
now for Reuter.
Now I'm running overs this year. So it changed.
You had so little outs.
It changed.
There are a few ways in which we could be going multi-way to a river.
No.
Just 6 outs. Story of my life. Cannot beat 6 outs.
Now Clemens has checked it on over. Forrest blocking the nut straight. As an open-ender. E2 is going to try and see a river as cheaply as possible.
Seems like a pot should be built now with the set of sevens.
Yeah, it doesn't want to just give like a random 6-5, 6-4, a free look at a river, some non-nutted diamonds. Like imagine giving like 4-5 of diamonds the chance to see a river here. Samuli does fire out. I don't think Clemens would be going anywhere.
Draw to Broadway, not flush draws. Draws very nutted.
That means Forrest is going to get out of there. Oh, hello.
Nut flush.
Right when you need it most. Clemens with the 100% check mark on this river. Things are starting to spiral down for him. He's going to bounce back a little bit here.
Looks like he's contemplating lead.
Lead makes a lot of sense.
And when a flush comes in, changes the board drastically.
It's a pot size lead. Goes polar. Samuli takes the shades off. Tough spot, sevens. 7 of diamonds. Guess having the king of hearts kind of working against him.
He's blocking what the straight draws with the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. Something like ace, king, queen with a diamond does let it go. Clement's bouncing back up to 30 bigs. That was a fun frame. Really fun frame.
Love that one.
100K PLO main event delivering so far here in Montenegro. 65 runners. We've somehow lost half the field, Randy. We've got 31 players left. There are quite a few names looking to re-enter. Jao Samau, Gergo Nagy, they'll be re-entering. Lautaro Guerra, Pulpua, Yoni Ukamayan, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I said that Gambledore was going to be joining the feature table, and I'm just looking now, Randy. He doubled up through Lonis, as we mentioned just 5 minutes ago, and since then has given it all back. He's lost a massive all-in to Artur Martirosyan, 800K pot. Just scrolling down here, you can see where all the money went in. And yeah, Artur's 2-pair. Better than Vlad's 2-pair, so he's out of here. But we've got a fun table coming up regardless, so don't go too far. Randy and I are going to step away for about 10 minutes time, but when we come back, we're playing one more frame here in this 100K PLO main. We'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
I had no idea it was me first. I was still thinking about the hand. So.
Pretty cool cat.
It's a wild fold.
Huh?
It's a wild fold.
Yeah.
Just picked up his first live victory as well.
Yep.
In Portland, Omaha.
Yeah, EPT high roller in Monte Carlo just before venturing out here. 25K, took it down for $430,000.
Check is good.
Set of 4s for Suvarna.
Slider with the nut flush draw. What's Foxen got? Foxen's got nothing.
Just the ace.
How much is the pot? 50.
Oh, baby.
How much is the pot?
Savannah's going to spin it. He doesn't love it. He honestly doesn't love it with bottom
Great
set.
time to bet.
Could be up against a set of sevens.
But he's in great shape here. We've seen quite a few diamonds folded.
Enough flush draw.
Kings
would be
also
good too.
working. The Curse of the Kings.
Curse of the Kings. Sounds like a movie title.
Curse of the Kings. Two cards to come. Safe turn for Sivana. Just needs to fade. King or a diamond.
Game, Sanchez.
I
thought a queen high flush draw. Running good.
No more curse for the Kings.
That one's tough. When he had 3 diamonds in his hand, Danny had 2. Santosh had 1. Who's joining? Who's joining these festivities?
Who gets to listen to Nacho?
Okay, but nobody's gonna talk to me. I'm just gonna go to my phone.
No, someone talk to Nacho, please. Don't let him detox. So Kronwitter's hand is quite interesting. Bottom 2 with blockers to the nut straight. Heavily blocked with 2 queens.
This is going to be a fun one. Richard, a lot going on here. Top pair. Gut shot to Broadway. Blocks Queen 10. Blocks Kings. 2 backdoor flush draws, although we can see the backdoor spades.
What's up, bro? How are you? How you
Very
been?
good.
Amazing. Living the dream.
Wait, did I have that one?
Living the dream?
That's got to be on the bingo card, surely.
Top 2 pair for Greco. Let's see if Jonas feels like he needs to turn his Jack-9 into a bluff with the nut straight blocker. Did you hit it?
I didn't. I feel like I've wailed off here.
Okay, you need to update that bingo card then.
I agree.
Living the dream is definitely one to add to that.
42.
42K is the bet from Jonas.
So Jonas now. I'm sorry, Randy. I'm going to call him Jonas.
Oh, Jonas is fine. Yeah.
Jonas is now turning his hand into a bluff, right? Like just recognizing that he needs to bluff at this with those queen blockers. Trying to get a hand like this to potentially fold. 1, 6, 7 in the middle. Jonas does have some emergency outs. Jack 9 or a 10. Doesn't find it. So it bricks out. 1, 6, 7 in the middle. Does Kronwitter put Richard Greco to the test for his entire stack?
It feels like he knows he's up against 2 pair quite a bit, and he really needs to push all of it in to hopefully get that hand to fold. There we go.
Yeah, Jonas very aware where he was at on the turn. following through in style on this river. Richard to the test for all of his stack. It's a tough spot for Richard, I think. I mean, ace king is kind of the same as aces and kings, right?
Yes.
But he may feel inclined like, okay, maybe I call with aces and fold ace king, although, you know, losing to... I'm stretching a bit here, like losing to jacks and nines, but it's like, does Jonas go 3 streets with jacks and nines? I don't think so.
Thing is, he knows that Cronwitter's the type to go ham with a 2-queen blocker, and there we go.
Yeah, that's a
great call.
Great call indeed.
He knows his opponent doesn't even need a single queen blocker to block the straight. Well played. It's a different game with this field, with this table.
Yeah, well played, Buck. Here we go, Randy. Final frame of this 100K PLO main event here in Montenegro. And that little highlight reel just showcasing some of the stuff we've already seen, some monster bluffs being run, and people not afraid to make big hero calls on a stage like this right now.
Yeah, that was a huge call that you just saw in the preview, Ace King versus the Queen's blocker. But I'm not surprised, just given the caliber that's willing to pony up 100K to play this main event, right? There's a lot of snipers that came out, two you just witnessed, and I don't know, we got a new feature table.
We do have a new feature table. Unfortunately, Gambledore is no longer at this feature table. He was about 5 minutes ago, but he lost that massive hand just before we went into break. But still, very entertaining. Phil Ivey, currently second in chips. Artur Martirosyan, currently third in chips. We've got Jesse Lonis, 2 titles here in Montenegro. He's looking for a third. We've got Ike Haxton and Young also in the mix. So we've got, you know, a couple of open seats as well. So time for some of these people who are at the bottom on the outside looking in. Alex Foxon, Gambledore, Yoni, Boss Paul, all potentially going to rebuy and take one of those seats, Randy. And yeah, you know, final 2 levels, people are going to be looking to spin up a stack because they want to go into day 2 with a healthy stack so that when we do announce the prize pool, announce the amount of players that are paid, they can be the ones that are dictating the pace of play, pushing everyone around on that money bubble.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Try to build some stacks and press when the opportunity arises.
Well, let's see who's going to do the pressing here. 2 levels left. Let's throw it down to the main floor for one last time here on day 1 of this 100K PLO main event in Montenegro. Live from the Maestral Casino and Resort is the Triton Super High Roller Series. Oh, good times, good times. It's been a great trip, hasn't it, boys? Let's be honest. We got it good. You see, 31 left out of 65 players, and I'm currently counting, well, 8 players that are looking to re-enter. Question is, will they? Will they pony up the additional 100,000?
Looks like Dean Biel's back in the mix. Phil Ivey.
Yeah, Phil Dog. Phil Ivey.
That's the one we want to watch.
It's so fun having Ivy at that final table the other day. That was huge. 4th in the 150K for 1.5 million. Has just shy of $17 million in Triton earnings, Randy. So cool.
And what's cool is he's got aces.
So cool to see him. Still, 2025. Holding it down. He's going to square off against numero uno on the Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard. They both share the same gut shot on the Queen 9-9. Advantage Ivy with the back door.
So it was raised pre-flop from Ivy and a snap check back. Let's see how Artur responds to this. Feels that it's some kind of hand trying to get the showdown. And a quick check back once again from the 2 aces.
Yeah, pot controlling against a very aggressive, very competent Artur Martirosyan. Ivy aces, ace of diamonds, going to come for a little sprinkle.
Just 10k, hoping to get hero called by a queen.
Yeah, I feel like the bet could have come in on the turn rather than the river. Artur can still have some flushes here. Small ones. Wow, Artur's going to pay him off with the eights.
Take it, Ivy.
Eights, jack of diamonds.
That was a free 10k.
Randy, I love free 10Ks. Have you got a free 10K for me? Korean won?
Korean won. Yeah, that one can do.
Zimbabwean dollars. Right. I know we got some new viewers in right now because this is PLO. I cannot understate how cool this updates feature is over on the Triton Poker Plus app. So right now, I'm watching the stream with Randy. Obviously, we're on the same delayed feed as the viewers. I've got a couple of tables open simultaneously, and then on the right-hand side, I've got the updates tab open, and it is literally feeding me, Randy, every big hand that has been played from outer table, so I can just scroll back over the last hour or so, see Ronnie Kaiser squaring off against Ben Tollerine, Stephen Chidwick squaring off against Savannah. Dude, this is next level. Download it.
Thank you, bro.
Download it and use it.
It's literally there to be used alongside. Vincent Hamilton saying 21 Savage reference. It was about an hour ago, but I'm glad someone caught it. You made my day. Thank you, mate. Human asking, how long does Triton typically play local time? I believe day one, Randy, is always 10 levels for main events. So
correct.
Yeah. 10 levels of play, 45-minute levels.
Dinner breaks and dinner breaks.
Yeah, it's like a 10-hour day? Call it a 10-hour day?
It's a good estimate.
Call it a walk in the park.
I don't know about walk in the park, but
Randy, you hang on. This is coming from you. You're the guy that used to multi-table 24 tables at a time for 12 hours a day, and you think 10 hours single tabling isn't a walk in the park?
Correct.
You're getting old, man. You're getting old.
One table, you got to concentrate.
You're getting old, my
extremely
friend.
hard.
10 years ago, you would have been like, Henry, this is easy. I can do this blindfolded.
15-year-old Henry.
No, not 15-year-old Henry. 28-year-old Randy back in the day.
Raise call. Ivy pre-flop razor made 28K. Best piece belongs to Wai Kin Yong. Little gut shot to non-nutted. Gut shot draw. But he does make that straight. King 10 does beat him. Diamonds for both. Of course, it's amazing for Wai Kin Yong, who has the better diamonds.
Don't think Ivy.
No, he's interested, it looks like.
He's in big trouble, Randy.
Yeah, he thinks the diamonds are good.
Big trouble. Needs a 10. Doesn't find it, but perhaps that river is gonna let him off. River 2 pair, checks it down. Wai Kin Yong pick up a nice one.
Slowly rebuilding for Wykin. More than starting stack now with that pot.
$66 runners now.
Tally's going up.
Yeah, I'm gonna set the line at 80. $8 million prize pool.
I took a peek at the Montenegro last year. Had
Go on.
83 runners for the 100K
Okay,
PLO
so
main.
80 seems like a good line then.
Seconds.
The Archer made it 28K. It's called in one spot. Max an option to close this one if you want to deposit in 20K more. Ace King 9-5. Try suit.
Safe to say, Randy, that this table isn't as chatty as the last one.
All business.
Top two for both Artur and Wykin. Ike's got top pair and a gut shot. Wykin's got a better gut shot.
Yeah, a redraw is much nicer for Wykin.
Yeah, for sure. Ike's in really bad shape here, actually, all things considered. Looking for a 9. An ace would chop it. 6,000 in the middle.
Seconds. 25.
The Archer was a pre-flop raiser. Shouldn't have that many nutted hands on this board. Has to see better unless it's like ace-ace with a 4 dangler.
Correct. And Ike's going to be aware of that. Out of the big. But he's just going to let it go. Not interested in getting too creative right now. 10 of hearts on the turn. Changes nothing. Artur looking for a king, 10 or a deuce. Wykin looking for a 6, 4 or an ace. Otherwise they will chop. He's wisely slowed down. Doesn't want to continue inflating the pot. There you go. Wykin Yon gets that. Second nuts on the river.
Free roll gets there.
Check.
Yeah, it just seems like the main payoff hand that Archer could have is like the wheel stuff with aces, given he was a pre-flop raiser. So got to target that a bit.
85. Pass.
That fold there from Artur. Jan Collis here, why no longer cards open in the app? Not true. It's just cards don't get shown if it doesn't go to showdown. Otherwise they are opened. Pushing saying, I remember on the big game, they said 150 times that Randy was the fastest player on the internet.
Is that right?
Is that true, Randy?
Does ring a bell.
Let me have a little look on YouTube, see what I can find.
What are you going to look for?
I'm just going to type in your name, Nanonoko. Oh, you got 18K subscribers. Did you used to release content back in the day?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I haven't released anything forever. I forgot I had that page.
Dude, you've got an I Am Nanonoko short film. It's got 1 million views, bro, from 14 years ago. Dude, you look so different. Randy, what the hell?
14 years.
Dude, you were just a kid, man. What?
You know, people
Look
do
at you,
age,
bro.
right? People do age.
Dude, if I didn't know any better, you were gonna hack into like some government agency or something. Like
what?
I don't know. You look like one of those hackers. I mean, I guess you were. You're just elite at poker, so you used all of your brain power for that. Oh, this is so cool. I'm gonna watch this back tonight. That's really cool. That's from 14 years ago. Do you remember doing that?
I do. I do. You can give it a watch later. Let me know what you think.
There's another one of you with your now wife. You're playing 500 Zoom, and the title is Miracle Straight Flush 1 outer for Nanonoko. Let's go, baby. Nano's just drilling 1 outers in the 500 Zoom streets. Love to see it. What we got going on here?
We
Bottom
got
2 and a wheel draw.
It's isolated by Jesse pre-flop on the button to 44K. Wykin's got the best piece. And Ivy just shoots out 100K straight.
I mean, roll tide, baby. Roll tide. That 3's not working for him as well. That's brutal. Some of his emergency outs. Stacking off with bottom 2 though. Never thrilling, especially when you have 50 bigs. No backdoor flush as well. It's going to come with call. Jesse gets out of there.
Three pair for Wykin Young.
That's so weird. I feel like that should help somehow, but it hasn't. 3-5-2 in the middle. See if Ivy just runs this, by the way. It's like he's blocking the snap call. Ace 3, 6-3. Now I'm gonna check it on over.
Do we just ask for the rest of it just because this pot's so big?
In Wykin's shoes?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Put 3/4 pot.
Though Ivy did limp call up front. So he can still have sets, although one would assume we would have heard from those. Turn went check. Yeah, Ivy's just going to give up.
Okay.
He's just happy to take a showdown. Might kick himself a bit there.
That was a huge pot for Wykin Young.
So this channel that you used to have.
You seem very interested.
Your description is literally, "This is my YouTube channel!" Exclamation mark. That's very Randy. Nanonoko plays stud high-low.
Yeah, never again.
Nanonoko versus Jungle Man. GPL match 3. I don't know what GPL is, but
Before your time.
yeah.
You trying to get me some subscribers over there?
I mean, your
Thanks,
account's
buddy.
dead. You haven't uploaded anything in God knows how many years, 7 years.
But it's still alive.
It is still alive. Your most recent video is "Let Me Poon You." Inner Psycho said, "I challenge you to play me heads up in your own HG club. Come get some." Wow. I hope you put him in the bin, mate.
Check.
Do we need to go and take care of this guy?
Check.
What's in there?
All right, back to the action.
What do we got going on? What's Lonis got?
28. Pass.
Lotus has got
Gut
something.
Shot? Top pair and a gut shot?
Yeah. Top pair, gut shot.
Cool.
I think Wyken would be folding this if he didn't have the backdoor nut spades. Well, that's a fun turn card. Jesse's turn trips.
Check.
Wyken's got a very weak flush.
Lonis is thinking about betting again.
Check.
Okay, he checks.
Check.
Check.
Check. Go down.
Gonna check through.
Flush.
Both happy to take their showdown. 96,000 chip pot. Going Wyken's way. That's some whiskey saying, "Roll Tide." Henry, you an Alabama fan? No. No, I am not. I am... I can't remember where I heard that. Where did I hear that?
Roll Tide?
Roll Tide.
Never heard that in my life.
Yeah, it is. Producer James Dempsey saying it is the Alabama channel. I know, I'm a big Shane Gillis fan. That was part of his special live in Austin. He posted 3 years ago, and I had no clue what it meant, but yeah, it was...
Sorry, what are we talking about? Is it sports?
Shane Gillis, he's a stand-up comedian, mate. He's one of the funniest people on the planet, Randy.
Well, it's not funny enough to get to me.
Well, that's because you live under a rock, my friend. You are the hermit crab of the commentary booth. Anything about poker will come to you. Anything outside of poker. But no, Shane Gillis is special. Does a very funny bit on American football, specifically the Alabama football team. And I just found it very catchy. Roll Tide, Randy. Here we go.
I used to Roll Tide. Is this a Roll Tide flop? Don't look like it.
What we got here? Top pair, gut shot, flush, draw for Wyken. I mean, he's got a bit of everything. Jesse's going to stab out here.
Jesse loves stabbing, doesn't he? Wyken trying to get some more Jesse bucks. Check calls.
I mean, he's in great shape to do so. Well,
Check.
good luck, boys. Jesse's somehow picked up heaps of equity here. Now has 38%. He's blocking the nut straight. He's blocking like a set of eights. King 8. 1, 2, 1 back.
Check.
What do we got here? Flush? Wyken Young again?
We got a counterfeit 2 pair as well. I say counterfeit, I mean King 9 still plays, but...
How much? 68. 60. Check.
Check. Go down.
And Jesse...
Flush again.
King 9.
Waving the white flag.
Flush.
Flush. King 9 good.
King 9 was good.
Bottom's good.
Randy, it is so quiet out there, you could literally hear a pin drop. In comparison to the last feature table we had, Danny Tang with a fresh stack, 250k. He's jumping in. I'm going to take a look over on the Triton Poker Plus app, look at the updates. Stephen Chidwick just eliminated right now by Patrick Antonius. What else have we had? Gambledore is back in the mix. Wow, Biao Ding has doubled up to 1.4 million.
Oh, finally.
He is absolutely crushing it. Massive 171 big blind pot involving Danny Tang, who was obviously eliminated in that hand, and Patrick Antonius. We're going to have, what, a five-way? 5 ways to a flop, Randy?
Who sat out? Danny Tang?
Yeah, good luck calling this one, mate. Right, first one to see who has the best hand wins. 48k in the middle. Artur.
Yeah, Jack 5, you saw it quick. Jack 5 deuce, he has 3 pair.
Dude, I smashed that.
Did you look for the Jack first? Is that what you did?
Yeah.
Smart. Okay, who's got the second best hand?
Wai Kin Yong, bottom 2. Ike's got nothing. Jesse's got nothing. Well, Jesse's got one back door, but again, I don't think we're ever seeing that.
How much is it?
48,000. 24,000 bet.
Half pot for 3 pair.
Yeah, multi-way.
Bottom 2 gonna hang in there.
This seems a bit ambitious for my liking. In a 5-way pot, bottom 2 with 0 backup. So difficult. So difficult to call down over multiple streets. Especially this deep as well. You can just get yourself in so much trouble.
Well, Archer's picked up a flush draw to go along with his 3 pair.
Yeah, Wyken has somehow picked up equity. Inside straight draw working for him, has 3 outs to the wheel. 3 non-diamond 4s. And of course, the 3 non-diamond
32.
aces. He bets 1/3 pot here.
Is it a bit too dicey to continue now with the deuce 5?
I mean, I thought it was a bit too dicey on the flop, to be honest with you.
Now he's gone.
Let's let it go. Dan Dvoris has been eliminated in brutal fashion. Brutal fashion, Randy. There was a couple of limps in front of him. He's squeezed out the small blind with aces. With ace of hearts, ace of diamonds, jack of hearts, deuce of hearts. Got 2 calls, one by Nacho Barbero, one by Gambledore himself. Nacho had King, King, Deuce 9. It came King, King 3, 2 hearts, so Nacho flopped quads. Dan flopped the nut flush draw. Fired out a bet of 30k into 136. Nacho called. Turn was the ace of clubs, giving Voris the nut full house. 196k out there. Dan bet 58k. Nacho called, and then river, obviously, all of the money went in.
Brutal.
Quads against nut full.
That's a lot of quads. We've seen 2 on our stream.
That's true. It's been a day for it. $92k in the middle. This one looking likely to go Ivy's way, but depends how he plays it. I like this bet. Jesse can't call. So short. Neither can Danny, really. Yeah, there we go. Nice little pickup there for Ivy.
Beautiful.
濟州嘛，濟州嘛，嗰個 The Lot 啊。
哦，好似好失大喎，聽講。
咪啲 guarantee hit 到嘅，因為 extend 咗啲 level 3個 level 啊，好似白哈密咁咯。
Harry saying, when is the bubble? Long old ways to go, mate. We are very early in the day here. Oh, sorry, early in the tournament, not early in the day. Toner asking, does professional PLO usually have this much limping? It does. Yeah, it does. A lot of limping.
A lot of pimping.
Phil.
A lot of simping. You know, just the PLO game.
Stop admiring your chips, bro.
They just want to outmaneuver each other. Post flop if they can.
Salonis on the button, ace, king, 6-3. And about a 10 big blind stack. Alright, they're gonna call, try to flop a piece.
Can I get a spoon? Spoon.
Check.
Wow, is that a piece or what?
Second nuts with a royal flush and a straight flush redraw. Jesse's gonna fire out 16k.
It's only 33k back.
Don't ask for it all, please, Artur. We want to see if you can make a royal.
You visioning the royal or the straight flush?
God damn it, we're never gonna find out. Don't think we're ever gonna find out. I mean, it's tilting in Jesse's shoes to fold and have 4 bigs, but you're just dead a lot of the time trying to run it.
Rabbit hunt, please. Healer. Rabbit hunt. Oh.
Wow.
That sucks.
What scam. I wanted to see a royal flush.
估唔到 Jason 唔打啫。
佢會唔會聽日 max the shred？
咁撚串？
呢啲唔關串唔串事咁樣，其實連上休息一日咧，大佬打成個 trip 好撚攰嘅咧。我啱攞咗個冠軍去慶祝下，休息一日。
Who have you been impressed with this series, Randy? There are a couple of hands that you've seen where you just thought, you know what, this guy's on another level.
Talk about No Limit, PLO.
Just in general, again, like first kind of player that comes to your mind.
Lonus?
Yeah.
I think he's a
that gorilla
star. He's a star. You know, plays his own style and it just works. 2 titles, you know, like, and well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, not only 2 titles, 4 top 4 finishes. He had 2 4th place finishes and 2 titles. And I think that actually goes to show and demonstrate his playstyle, where he finishes 4th a lot of the time because he puts himself in spots to actually go on and win it. So he's taking, when he get down to 4-handed, he's building pots, he's taking the aggressive lines. Sometimes it doesn't work out, he ends up in 4th, but he does put himself in a good spot to build a chip lead 4-handed and then go on to win. So yeah, have to agree. Jesse's been impressive, as has this man here, Artur Martirosyan. Feel like he's really developed as a player in the last year and a half, 2 years. He was a bit punty. No, once upon a time, he'll admit it. You'd see him in the lobby and you'd be like, okay, he's going to be in for multiple bullets. Because he's so aggressive, but he's learned how to control that aggression in the right way. I think there was a time where, I want to say like post-COVID, you know, Michael Adamo, a couple of these guys, it just felt like, oh, everyone's playing 2 solver based, so now I'm going to take the other extreme and start blasting. And sometimes it, you know, it works out short term, but eventually everyone catches on, and I think that's what happened with Adamo and Artur, and they've had to adjust their games quite a bit.
Yep, that's really well said. And even Artur's PLO game is evolved quite nicely, holding a big stack here. You know, he didn't pick up a title, Montenegro, yet, but he had plenty of deep runs, as you know. So close. Ivy with the repot.
Wants to just isolate against Jesse. Get it in.
Right, if he just calls, he allows the big blind to come along.
Roll Tide, Randy.
This is a Roll Tide spot?
Feels like it.
King Queen, Jack 6 versus Ace 8, 8, 5.
We're flipping.
It is, just about. Slight advantage to Ivy.
Looking for diamonds, looking for clubs, looking for one of the 3 overs. Doesn't find it on the 9 deuce deuce. Gonna turn a flush draw 50% of the time.
There you go. But pair of aces for Lonus.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh.
I didn't even see our club.
I know you didn't.
I really didn't.
I know you didn't. I know you wanted to do that.
He tried to pay on the turn.
That's brilliant. Ivy definitely didn't see it.
I
as
know.
well.
He was about to throw it over there. Before the river card comes out, can you imagine it comes back? Oh, you just rivered him.
Does WPT have anything at Win this summer?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think they got a 10K. They have a big 10K usually every year.
Yeah, usually, but I'm not sure if they do this year.
I think they do. I thought I seen it. Yeah, they have either a big 10K or a big 5K again.
After the main 10K, isn't it?
I don't remember. It's all a blur this summer. It all goes together. One long tournament.
I like that. One long tournament.
What is life?
His poker career. That's how Lonus explains it. Doesn't know all the little details of the different schedules out there. Got to play the long run. What a long con.
It does feel like it, doesn't it? Just feels like we've chosen this as our life pursuit, and it's just one long grind, mate.
Mm-hmm. Funny bumps along the road. 8-9 with 2 kings for Lonis. Up against top pair. Top pair with just top pair.
Yeah, Danny limped in from the hijack.
Good thing he doesn't have to face any more betting.
Jesse ISO, Danny called. Danny's flopped best. He blocks.
You block my hand pretty good.
He does. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse doing the commentating
I wasn't
for
sure
me.
what my other 2 cards were. I looked at the 8-9.
Backdoor spades, potentially, for Lonis. King 10-5, the immediate outs. Hello.
You don't block this one.
Set of kings.
You don't block hearts.
No, I don't.
Hello, second. Second nuts on the turn, holds by the river.
40.
Lonis is going to double.
45, 40, 46.
Little spin up for Lonis. Back-to-back doubles.
Felt like a king was coming on the turn.
It's a very specific ask.
Maybe I can save 100K.
Probably. Seems impossible to bust you.
Probably not a problem.
Even Arthur is saying shit like this to you, you know? It's funny, you know?
For sure. Yeah, everybody in the world does it. Arthur busts me online all the time.
You live in US, right? Yeah. How often can he be busting you online, man?
I mean, not often, but when I play.
Nice.
Careful
When I
what
have a
you
big
talk
series.
about on stream, boys. You don't want to get fired like Nacho. What are you spying on over there, Randy? You going through the updates?
Yeah, I was looking how Poseidon got the chip lead when he got it against Foxen.
Hang on. Say that again?
4 more from
Full
me?
house versus full house.
This hand, that's too much.
Wow.
Surely,
Eights versus
surely
Queen
I get
6.
to talk.
Queen 8,
Surely.
6, 6.
I don't.
Poseidon Ho.
Newcomer.
First
PLO.
level PLO event. Oh, sorry, second PLO event.
43.
He's on 1 bullet as well.
Thank you.
That's really cool.
Yeah, we had him early on stream, and you could tell he was just like exploring, having fun.
Yeah.
Betting.
Yeah, he was enjoying it.
Kings and kings. One of those kings is better, which is Ivy with the flush draw. Makes the flush. Lock it up.
Check.
Changes nothing. Ivy. Surely going to look to extract some value now. Unfortunately for him.
How much in the book?
Gotta get an NSR tool decides to take a stab at this.
16.
Trying to get a cheap bluff through here. That 8 of diamonds.
Not going to work against Ivy's king high flush. Boom. Ivy with the raise. Hands in air.
Oh, okay.
Wave him around like you just don't care.
Okay, okay.
Started the day off with that 25K final table. You get to check any of that out, Randy?
I didn't, but it seemed like it was.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Over very quickly though.
We
When
slept 14 hours today. Yeah, sorry. Forgot about that.
I had heard that it went back to back to back all ins, like from fourth, third,
How
to
much time
second.
It was pretty quick, yeah.
That's it?
It was, but it took a while for something to give four-handed. They stayed there for a bit.
And Punat just did the Punat thing and
Punat definitely did the Punat
smashed
thing.
them.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, like second or third hands of heads up? Got it in pretty cooked. He was even more cooked on the flop. Even more cooked on the turn, and then
reversey. Just
found I'm trying to think. I don't want to misspeak, but I think it was an 8-outer. No, sorry, it would have been less. It would have been he had 2 8s, 2 7s, and 3 5s. So it was a 7-outer he was drawing to. And yeah, just drills the offsuit 8 on the river. That's it, title number 4. Dedicated to his grandma back home. Doing it in a PLO event as well. That's pretty cool.
That is cool. So now he can go seek his own Trident if he wants to.
That's
in J2.
true. Yeah, that
But
is
hey,
true.
just dabble in the 25K or whatever it is.
Nah, I don't think so.
You got to try once, just in case.
I agree. I do agree. I mean, if you... He said he'd taken a couple of shots in some of the bounty PLOs before. Obviously, we normally don't stream those because they're normally like side events, right? We're normally covering something bigger.
I didn't win, so I don't remember.
But yeah,
I final table,
he's been.
I don't remember.
He's been trying.
Chris Franklin, right? Yeah, I think Chris Franklin.
I think Ellis won.
Who?
Ellis.
There's a few people that haven't shown up to this series.
Ellis won a Jeju.
Person that shares the booth with us sometimes, Dylan Weissman.
I mean, not
Mhm.
here.
Not here for the big PLO stuff.
Tapped out?
I think it's more so WSOP around the corner, long summer.
Focus on one
yeah,
rather
wanna
than
stay-
both. Understandable.
stay locked in if I had to guess, because you know Dylan loves these, so.
I'll tell you this though, everyone shows up to Jeju, so that'll be a big one. Our next stop, Trip Queens, ace kicker.
Everyone turns up to Jeju. What about Lionel Messi?
Well, yeah, Jeju coming up.
He's gonna be there. Madonna.
Maybe. You never know.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, what is this? Gorilla Styles?
This is setting fire to 38,000 chips, Randy.
He's basically just hoping that his opponent doesn't have a queen and can't call, which is probably true on Queen Queen 7.
Yeah, Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo was 87.
Just call here, just in case.
No,
His opponent's bluffing.
it's not. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you
Oh,
finished.
no, not because he's scared of 7-7.
Right. It's not just in case he has 7s or Queen 7. It's just like give the man as much rope as possible.
Yeah, because you're going to stack off anyways, even if they do have 7s. But if they've got the bluff, give them a chance to lose chips, check through.
Check mark for Wykin. And this one's going to be a nothing to see here kind of river. Dylan Weissman's in the chat, Randy, would you believe? Saying confirmed my Triton FOMO is insane right now, but we're trying to be a sustainable person. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to assume it means that you are looking to preserve energy and focus, not burn yourself out.
But you know he loves enough to be watching the PLO stream. You know?
We're going to be seeing Dylan in Jeju, that's for sure.
Jack Jetsley.
Poker Relation said, did Negreanu ever play Triton? He did. Showed up. Showed up in Paradise.
That's right.
Right on time. We saw him there in the main and in the Triton Million. Now he can afford a watch from our official timekeeper, Randy. Actually, maybe he can't, because I don't think he cashed the main and the Triton Million out there. A quick shout out to Jacob & Co, of course, especially today of all days, Randy. We've got day one of the main here. We know that custom Jacob & Co timepiece is going to be going to the champion. That man knows a thing or two about custom Jacob & Co's. Took down the No Limit Holder main. Snagged his first expensive piece of wrist candy.
I like what he said in his interview. I saw a snippet about Lonus not wanting to buy expensive watch. His most expensive watch before was like $300. Like, I want to win it, and he actually won the main, so he doesn't have to purchase one, and that's really cool for me.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, and I also think he's been pretty humble, you know. He's like doing it for the fam. Oh, Ivy's just going to come out swinging with 8 high diamonds.
Doesn't feel right. I don't want to die with that one. I guess blue. Blue's fine. Yeah.
Double up, please. I would
Randy,
like to
great
save
question here.
100
What kind of net worth do you need to spend 600,000 on a watch? I've got my answer.
Got my answer.
Do you want to go first, or should I?
I'll go first.
Go on.
600,000.
That was my answer.
You can't get it from me. I haven't got enough to double you.
You gambler, bro.
It's even better. I can't be at risk.
That's the only time I feel something in poker is when I'm at risk. You know, it could be a huge pot, but as long as I got chips behind it, don't hurt. But when I'm at risk, it's like, ah, shit.
Little limp skis from Ivy. Button. Well, Lonus, you could be at risk soon. You just got 60K back.
Someone using mouthwash at the table, Randy.
Or it's a very poor DJ. Not bad for Ivy. Trip sevens.
Danny is always trolling. Oh.
Well, I can.
What is this?
He just thinks Ivy's up to no good. It's kind of similar to that last pot where we saw Lonus raise the Queen-Queen-7 board. Almost the same. Queen swapped out for the 7. Quick call. Not the turn card you want to see. Although Wykin's not really expected to raise a naked queen right on the flop.
Don't think so. So Ivy not boating up, but does have the best hand at showdown. Yeah, Wykin with the one and done.
It's fun watching Ivy play. He likes to play a lot of pots and attack quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, a lot of limping, taking it to the streets. Toke Pedersen saying how the Player of the Year ranking's looking. Good question. My advice would always be to head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app. You can click on rankings by the home button, and then press on the Ivan Leal Player of the Year Season 4 tab. And then once you do that, you'll see Artur Martirosyan sits atop of that ranking list. 3,703 points for him. Second is Alex Foxen with 2,973 points. Jesse Lawrence is in third. That will be updated tomorrow, however, because Punat Punstri is currently in 6th with 2,660 points. But of course, after winning the 25K, he's going to pick up some points. Wouldn't surprise me if he moves up to 3rd, maybe even 2nd after that win. But yeah, Jeju is it's going to look like a lot of fun. I mean, I don't think it's a given that Artur wins this. There are some people. Dan Boris plays Hold'em, PLO, and short deck. Has a title in both PLO and short deck. So you know in Jeju he's going to be firing everything. He's currently in 4th. So yeah, I think it's Artur's to lose.
My favorite part about the Jeju festival coming up is that it's longer, so we get to spend more time together, Henry.
Well, you know, Randy, I can see why you don't mind the longer trip if you sleep 14 hours a day. That's how you get the energy for it.
Pair of queens. It's the best hand.
15,000.
But it's Lonus just shooting out 15K. What does he have?
He's got the backdoor wrap, Randy.
Okay, backdoor wrap. Gets called by the pair of queens.
What is going on?
Queen 5.
I mean...
And look at the stacks they're playing with, too.
I've given up at this point.
And they're floating each other and stabbing.
Jesse's got 7 high. Danny's got a pair of queens. No kicker.
So you're just gonna check face up. Come on, bluff it. Oh. Danny might feel like he needs to turn his queen into a bluff.
Yeah, he might try and get a better queen to fold or something.
Just check it so we can show this one down. He's got that look on his face like he looks like he wants to muck. Did you show the 2 5s instead? It's a queen 5, that's good.
Good bluff.
I might have called.
I don't know, man.
I believe it.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. Seems pretty insane.
I was a little bit uncomfortable when you checked. I thought maybe now I need to bluff. I thought you for sure bluff if you have what you have. I thought maybe you have like king 3 or something.
Wait, 35,000 only?
Hot.
Pot.
Hot.
125,000.
Good luck, boys. Short stack's going to square off.
All in.
That was like the fastest pot and repot ever. From Lonus and Danny Tang.
Oh, sorry, I'll say in English. You really want to bust me, huh?
All I heard was bingo bongo.
Bingo bongo.
Randy, translate, come on.
Bingo bongo, man.
Aces?
No.
King's
kings?
looking good for
Yeah.
Jesse. 3.5 bigs. We are on the last level of the night. Here in this 100K main, just 20 minutes or so left on the clock. Call it 25.
I'm winning this one, sorry.
Danny reckons
I've
he's winning
decided.
this one.
60-40.
What do you think, Randy?
I'll take Lonus on a 60-40.
I'll take Lonus on that flop. Danny looking for an ace or a 10.
GG.
Now just a 10 and a
GG
10
already.
only.
I'm gonna 10.
Basically GG.
I got you covered.
Now you do.
bouncing
I can
back.
bust you.
Now you do.
Full house versus full house.
Just a cooler, mate.
Do you? Yeah, you do now.
Nothing you can do.
Yeah, you cover me now.
Man, this Sean Raphael guy is pretty solid, eh? He's got the chip lead now.
Arthur!
Can't beat it.
Yalding in
kill
second,
me.
Poseidon Ho in third, Martin Dam in fourth, and Ben Tollerine in fifth.
I never doubt anyone that comes out just for the PLO.
I think he was all in for his tournament life like 7 times when we was at the table.
You gotta know when to go with your last chip, you know? It's a very important skill.
It sounds like
So you're
Jesse's
saying
been
he keep losing chips post-flop, but then win
all
all
in several times.
No, I knocked like 4 people out, and then Arthur just kept taking all my chips.
That's how Artul does it, eh?
Arthur's going to use some of those Lonus chips against Ivy here.
That sounds like Jesse's doing all the heavy lifting, eliminating players, and then Artul's taking it all away. Top 2 for Ivy after isolating out the big.
Little gut shot and backdoor hearts.
Gut shot, backdoor hearts, some
Peels.
very relevant bluff cards such as
Check.
the Queen of Diamonds, the Jack blocking Jack 9 now.
Arthur might find a way to win this hand.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he's rivered showdown, but it feels like fake showdown. I'm sure he agrees.
If he puts a healthy bet here, he can probably down to 10-7.
Yeah, 10-7 is
Pretty
really
bad.
going to struggle here.
Especially because Ivy's got no diamond blocker to the flush.
Yeah, you literally block nothing, Randy. It's a tough call. It's playing the man. If he makes this call, this would be an opponent-based hero call. Randy, Ivy hasn't folded yet.
He's thinking about it. This is Phil Ivy, the GOAT. He knows how to sniff out bluffs.
He threw a couple of glares Artur's way as soon as that river bet came in. This would be a sick hero call. Flush gets there on the turn along with the straight.
Something doesn't seem right to Ivy.
Bigger 2-pair, but I don't think Ivy's scared of bigger 2-pair. Although sometimes I guess Artur could be bluffing with the best hand. Very rarely. Ivy's got insane card sense, hasn't he? And he's sensing something's off.
Oh man, I think he's gonna call. He's taking his sweet time.
Come on, Ivy. You'd love to see it.
Is that the folding position?
Man, his gut is telling him that something is off here. This isn't posturing, but he does fold the best hand.
Oof.
Artur knows he got away with one there.
Well done, Archer. It's hard to get one through, Phil Ivy.
Ivy pretty unfortunate there with his side cards, you know. Like if he has like a 9 or a diamond,
跟我先至射嘅，你知唔知啊？
finds
如果唔
the
係我其實
call.
我 flat 咯，雖然我都輸晒，因為攏10啊嘛。但係因為 Patrick 入咗嚟，我覺得丁標個 stack 係夠佢抌咯，所以我先至射出去同冰。雖然冰標
being
有
said, Randy？
我都預咗丁標有機會 AA 嘅有陣時，但係若果佢唔係 AA 咁就仲正添。我唔會賭呢啲錢咯，同 Patrick，但係我唔知。 see.
Lonus gonna try to run up his stack once again. Ace King 64.
It's trash, obviously, right?
35% of his stack is the pre-flop raise. Let's see if Wykin wants to give Lonus a little spin. He will, given the shallow stacks. Only 65K back for Lonus. Wow, Lonus has nothing. Facing a stop and go. How brutal is that?
Oh, he's got the ace of clubs as well.
I know, but it's different. You can't bluff with it.
哦，咁都唔係，我都唔知啊，因為佢 call 多，佢係 call 多40萬 to win。
唔係嗰個即係佢 call 10萬係應該嘅咩？
係我唔會 call 咯。
我覺得 call 10萬冇得抌啦，我覺得。
係啦，難度咯。
So 74 runners now. What was the line we set?
You said 80, and I believe in Montenegro last year I told you it was 83.
Nice.
So it seems like
Oh yeah.
I feel like we for sure gonna
What
get
are
there.
you doing? Where's your chips? What did you do?
Everywhere. I raised and folded.
Except with me. Everywhere except with me.
There's definitely some players that are going to join at the start of day
Even
2.
before they're gone.
Ah man. I'm gonna lose to you BVB again.
At least you'll still be in.
Run down. Rainbow. Just looking at Lonus's stack.
The old Badoogie rundown.
There we go.
佢都大得好啦，冇信心。
A little bit tough here.
Jesse says run it. See if he can stay alive.
係咯。
I mean, he's got it in good
呢副又唔使大得咁冇信心啊。
to get back up to 12.5 bigs.
不過冇花啫。
He's the faded Jack 10, 9, 8,
Right now,
7.
this is
2
favorite,
times.
Right? Now it's
Ooh.
not.
Wow. What's his heart draw? Ah, unlucky.
What do you got there? Straight?
Yeah.
Not straight. Good game, Lonus.
That was so quick. The dealer just pinged those off. I was going to say that his heart draw was doing him some favors, blocking some of Ivy's outs. Ivy rivering the nut straight. The player of the series has been showered.
Oh fuck. Oh my.
26 remain. Third of the field. Some recent eliminations from outer tables. Boss Pulpur, Johnny Ukamayan, Alex Foxen, Jonas Kronwitter, Mad Zamot, Vladimir Korzanin.
But here is counts too.
Yes.
Small bunch.
Show one.
Show one.
Show an ace.
It's not gonna matter.
What are we playing? Four-handed here.
That's right.
I thought ace.
Wow, dude, they're dropping like flies out there. Edith Parson has been eliminated by Sean
to
Raphael.
seven,
62 big blind pot.
Shit hand. No?
Santosh Savannah's been eliminated.
Shit. Shit.
Biao
Holy shit.
Wow, we were. God, we got a lot of people that are going to be re-entering tomorrow, mate.
Get me out of my mystery.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
me
7,
12.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 players currently on the outside looking in.
Check.
Sean Raphael is currently chip leading. Ben Tollerin's in second. Ace 10-3. As far as we know, well, Annie Tang's got the best hand with bottom too, but I don't think he's going to be continuing.
And Ivy's a betting machine. All right. What do we think that dangler is for Wykin? The mystery dangler.
Well, it doesn't matter.
He's got trip aces. Could be a full house. Liking Wykin's in here. Flush comes in for Ivy.
Full house for Wykin Young. We've only seen 3 of his cards.
Welcome back.
So he might have a better full house, is what you're saying.
Potentially.
Hmm?
What do you mean?
Comes the value bet. 70K.
No.
Gonna fold it though with the flush.
Did you play when Santa was out at our table? No. Then I don't know. I didn't bust anyone. I bust only Santa.
Altor saying he only busted Santa. Who's the most famous person you've busted in a tournament, Randy?
I've been busted by a lot of famous people, you know. Busted by Johnny Chan. Busted by Seidel.
Yeah? Wow. I can imagine Johnny...
In like the dirtiest ways possible, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can imagine Johnny's...
Johnny's was bad.
He was going after you quite a bit.
I think I might have told you before, but he asked for a wash. You know what a wash is, right?
Yeah.
The dealer obliged. WSOP main event.
Yeah.
I get kings. He squeezes the big blind I jam. He has aces.
Wow. The hand after.
Literally the hand after. I was gone. It's like 50 big blinds a piece or something.
No way. That's insane, dude.
Yeah. Asked for a wash. So if you're running bad, it actually works. I've never seen anyone ask for a wash here at Triton, but they should try it.
That's some next level superstition stuff, that is. And he gets the instant karma for it as well.
It was literally the next hand after.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Man, the average stack is huge. It's crazy how all of the stacks have consolidated. 72 big blind average. What is going on? Chip leader has 190 big. Second in chips has 164. Third has 164. We've got 8 stacks with more than 100 big blinds, and there's 26 players left.
Yeah, and you know, when people are rebuying and they're getting 250,000 in chips, that's 25 big blinds. Now, obviously, that can fly very easily in PLO.
That's 15,000.
Forrest finds the value bet. I thought, give it a moment's thought.
Yeah, you're touching Ivy's chips.
你寧願咁樣嘅 stack， 啲人瞓醒再嚟。
咁梗係再嚟啦，只不過嚟唔到啫嘛。咁我都冇得勉強到咁噶嘛。啲牌頭先我2、3、6隻喎，屌佢老母個 button 度，黐撚線。
Language.
Randy, you meant to be helping us out here.
我等陣入去 set 頭位啫嘛。
You don't want to know what that means.
I don't want to know, no.
呵，晒啦，我已。
Well, fortunate for Danny that he's so short, he's probably going to get action from one of these blinds. As they realize they get to get a full run out very often. Ivy comes in, double suited, King 10, 6-4, just 21K back. That's enough. Ivy's got a piece.
Danny's got the overpair. Not flush draw. Ivy is live.
真係好大喎，就係輸紅心6同街磚6咯，基本上。
King 10,
其他都
6,
有，
4.
但係其他都唔好驚咯。
Non-spade. 6 outs twice.
好嘢。
Okay.
Over.
輸葵士6嘅暫時。好嘢，好嘢，好嘢。
Picked up more
Oh, yeah.
outs.
Don't get excited.
Danny turning the flush.
Punished for being excited, hitting the nut flush on the turn. D Mike, please. Guess we'll see him tomorrow.
Yeah, this might actually benefit him.
In what way? That he has to pony up another 100K?
No, that he's going to have 250K instead of 120K. Because like we're literally 5 minutes away from the end, right? 5-10 minutes away from the end of the day.
In terms of making a deep run, yes, I hear where you're coming from.
Ivy is playing the game, son.
I mean, Ivy's been playing high stakes PLO for a very long time. Ever since its debut, way back when, I'm sure. $10K piece, 4 ways, and a big blind ante. What do we got here?
Well, I was looking around. I was like, surely someone's got the nuts because I see a lot of jacks and a lot of tens out there, but no. Forrest has the best of it, technically, with bottom 2. Artel's going to come out firing with the 10s blockers, 10 high hearts.
So Ivy actually has the nut flush draw with the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, well spotted, actually. A little something for everyone. Forrest can't continue.
Looks like this top pair is going to be in trouble. Into the muck. Ace jack.
Well, Artur isn't planning to try and show down these tens, Randy. He's going to go blasting.
It's picked up a gut shot too. To the wheel.
Imagine if the offsuit 4 rolls off.
He starts value betting
Yeah,
instead.
he's like, hey, hang on. Now I can value bet.
Really nice bet here. Full pot. Artur's good. Got a hang of this PLO game, doesn't he?
He knows a thing or two. As does our current chip leader, Sean Raphael. Martin Dam, second in chips, fresh off that second place finish earlier on today in the 25K. Ben Tollerine, third in chips, fresh off that $3.5 million score. Biao Ding, fourth, Artur fifth, Nacho sixth, Ivy seventh, Poseidon Ho in eighth. I Spy, My Little Eye, and Mr. Omaha for rolls, Laszlo Boytash in ninth. Man, super deep here. Actually insane how deep we are. Average stack of 75 big blinds. 25 players left.
How much the pot?
Bottom limp pot from Wyken Yong. Ivy's got position. Should be coming along. Position is key in a game like this.
100K in the middle. 964. Ivy with a nut shot. Can find that 8. Perhaps extract some value from Wyken. Curious to see how Ivy proceeds here. I mean, betting makes a lot of sense. Has equity to the nuts. Backdoor clubs can fold out some overcards. Now, as played, goes check, check. He turns top pair. Double gut shot now for him, as well as 2 pair outs.
That flush draw for Wyken Yong to go along with his 2 aces. Checking again. That's top set. Wyken's got to feel very good about that, given there was no bet on the turn from Ivy, so 8-7 seems a bit unlikely. Wyken should be looking to seek some value against some 2-pair type hands. 60K. That's it.
24 remain now. Just seeing over on the app that UK's Griffith Jones has been eliminated.
It's going to be a rough sleep for him, but can get back into it tomorrow.
I don't know, Randy. I know what you're saying. But I feel like if you've reached the point of playing 100K PLO mains at Triton, you've probably gotten over the haunting that can be induced from a game like PLO, you know? You've seen enough. You've seen enough to just be like, okay.
You accept it.
You just accept it at this point.
Okay, 30,000.
I can't believe we've lost 2/3 of the field. It's like we're 10 levels in. Top 2 for Artur. Queen High Diamonds.
Top 2 with the diamonds. How good is that for Artur? Oh, he's got 3 pair.
He's got all the pairs.
More pairs to make a full house.
Surely now he's gonna
What?
Try to build.
Has to. Continuing to climb up the chip counts. Here's Martirosyan, so there you hear it. Last hand announced. This has been a fun little intro for the PLO portion of the series. After that epic showdown last night in the 150K to wrap things up here in Montenegro with a new limit hold'em, no limit hold'em part.
I don't know what new limit means, but it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, let's give it a spin, Randy. Yeah, kicking things off today, the final table of the 25K saw Punat Punsri of Thailand picking up his 4th title. And now, what did we have? Three frames, 6 levels of play here. Ivy doing his thing. Alto Martirosyan also getting after it. Tomorrow, Randy, play down to a winner. See that main event trophy plus custom Jacob & Co timepiece going to one of these final 24 players. Gonna be a fun day.
This could be a fun little pot, right? Ace of spades blocking the nut flush. Ivy flopping a straight. Blind versus blind limp pot.
Ivy comes with a call. Pesky turn card. Now losing to 10-7, but shouldn't be too worried about that.
Yeah, the main concern is just the flush or nothing right now. Let's see if Divorce wants to continue to tell the story. Guess he's done.
Yeah, this one's going to check through. And likely to check through on rivers. 2 pair against 2 pair, Randy.
2 pair against 2 pair.
I joke, of course.
Ivy can just win with his whole hand against the 5 deuce.
Dvorak stabbed flop. Just giving up turn and river. 2 pair no good. Ivy's going to show the flop straight. And there we have it. Final pot of the night. Going Phil Ivy's way. He's going to bag a very healthy 105 big blinds. But Randy, turn your attention, mate, to the Triton Poker Plus app as these guys bag up. We just had a massive collision over on Nacho Barbero's table. He's actually going to bag the chip lead. We were talking about Poseidon Ho and how he'd been enjoying his first time playing a PLO event here in this main event. Looks like the last hand of the night saw him square off against Nacho Barbero in a 3-bet pot. Poseidon Ho 3-bet ace, king, queen, queen. This is disgusting. Out of the big blind came queen 4-3. Barbero had queen 4 for top 2. Poseidon Ho had top set. And it's come runner straight for Nacho Barbero to eliminate Poseidon Ho last hand of the night. I mean, welcome to PLO, is it? What is it you say?
That is
Look at this.
Absolutely disgusting. Rainbow flop?
Yeah, last hand of the night. Barbero's made it pot. Poseidon Ho's 3-bet out of the big to 110k, starting with 870. Queen 4-3. Bet of 125k into 235. Barbero's just ripped it. Poseidon obviously stacking off with top set. And it's come 5-6 run out. to give Barbero the straight with a 7-4 and crack the top set of Poseidon Ho. Now looking over at the leaderboard, Nacho overwhelming chip leader with 205 bigs, 22 left.
Nachito, living the dream.
Living the dream, playing the game. We're going to be seeing him tomorrow. Randy, myself, Ali, and Kevin going to be back. Day 2 coverage kicking off at 2 p.m. local time. So, I mean, look, prize pool already standing at 7.5 million. We've got about 13 players on the outside looking that could potentially re-enter. I mean, look at all these guys. Everyone's going to re-enter. Gerdago, Lautaro, Paul, Yoni, Foxen. All of these players will be buying in for another 100K. So the prize pool likely to be around the 9 million mark or so. Awesome stuff today, man. It's been a good fun. PLO portion. Saw put up points. We take down the 25K. And
don't forget, though.
Tell me.
I'm now Henry Kilbane.
Henry Kilbane's going to say goodnight. Nanonoko is going to say goodnight. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Take care.